In the square, a poor girl sleeps inside a cardboard box. When the young billionaire approaches, she says, "I sleep here every night, but please, don't let him feel cold." Upon seeing what's beside her, he is shocked. Nathan adjusted his tie for the 5th time that evening. The hotel ballroom glimmered with golden lights and crystal glasses. Polite smiles, firm handshakes, and generous checks circulated in a predictable ballet. At 31, Nathan knew exactly how to behave at these events, whom to greet, when to smile. His company had donated a considerable amount to the cause. Whatever it was, he couldn't even remember. "Excellent initiative, Mr. Fisher," said an older woman with grey hair and a pearl necklace. "Thank you," he replied automatically. Another handshake, another smile. He checked his watch. 10:30. Enough time for a discreet exit. Nathan walked over to the host, expressed his thanks, and stepped out into the cold October night. The hotel's luxury was left behind as he loosened his tie and unbuttoned the top of his shirt. He took a deep breath. The icy air cut into his lungs like a knife. Why did it all feel so empty? It made sense, of course. Helping the needy, sharing the wealth, feeling useful. But he felt nothing besides the satisfaction of a completed obligation. Another item crossed off the agenda. Nathan shoved his hands in his coat pockets and veered off his usual path. He wasn't ready to head back to his apartment just yet. Westfield Square came into view, lit by yellowish lamp posts. The benches were empty, trees swayed in the wind, and a thin mist covered the ground. The place was deserted as he expected at that hour and in that cold. A movement caught his attention. Something stirred near a trash can. Nathan narrowed his eyes, alert. A large cardboard box, the kind used to transport appliances, wobbled slightly. Probably a stray cat, he thought. But curiosity carried him a few steps closer. The box moved again, this time more forcefully. Then, to his astonishment, a small hand appeared on the edge, followed by a head with dark, disheveled hair. A little girl. Nathan froze. The child looked at him with fearful yet resolute eyes. She couldn't have been more than 4. "Don't let him feel cold, please," she said in a voice as small as she was. "What?" Nathan stepped closer, confused. "Who's cold? Are you here alone?" The girl pointed into the box. Nathan crouched and pulled aside the folded cardboard that served as a cover. His heart stopped for a second. A baby, a very small baby, wrapped in thin cloth, visibly trembling. His lips had a bluish tint that made Nathan take off his coat immediately. "My God," he whispered, wrapping the baby in his coat. "Who left you here?" The girl didn't answer. She just watched Nathan's movements intently, as if gauging whether he was trustworthy. Nathan pulled out his phone with his free hand and dialed 911. While explaining the situation to the dispatcher, he kept the baby close to his chest, trying to warm him up. "What's your name?" he asked the girl once he'd hung up. "Maisie," she replied, still not moving from her spot beside the box. "And him?" "Rowan. He's my brother." Nathan nodded, as if that explained everything. "The ambulance is on the way. Maisie, we'll take Rowan somewhere warm, okay?" She nodded, finally stepping fully out of the box. She wore a dress far too thin for that night, and her shoes were wet. Nathan wondered if he should hug her as well, but she kept her distance. The ambulance lights appeared at the corner of the square a few minutes later. Paramedics ran to them. Nathan explained how he'd found the children. A woman in uniform tried to take the baby, but met with resistance. "It's okay," said Nathan, surprising himself. "I'll carry him to the ambulance." Inside, Maisie sat close to Nathan, who was still holding Rowan. One paramedic checked the baby's vitals while the other drove quickly to the hospital. "Are you the father?" asked the paramedic. "No," Nathan answered. "I found them in the square, alone." The man nodded gravely. "This baby needs warmth and urgent care. Looks like he's only a few days old." Nathan glanced at Maisie, who was staring fixedly at her brother. He tried to imagine what was going through her head. How had these children ended up in a cardboard box, in an empty square, on a cold night like that? "Will he be okay?" Maisie asked, her voice barely audible. "We'll do our best, little one," replied the paramedic. Nathan felt a lump in his throat. A 4-year-old shouldn't have to worry about her brother's survival. She should be home, safe, listening to bedtime stories. Suddenly, Maisie began to sing. It wasn't exactly a song, no clear melody or sensible lyrics. It was more like a rhythmic whisper, with made-up words and soft tones. She leaned closer to her brother in Nathan's arms and continued her improvised lullaby. The baby, who had been restless until then, relaxed a little. His eyes remained closed, his irregular breathing unchanged, but his tiny body seemed less tense. "He likes it when I sing," Maisie explained as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Mommy used to sing like this." At the hospital, Nathan should have left. His role ended there. He had found the children, called for help, taken them to the hospital. Mission accomplished. But something stopped him from leaving. Maybe it was the way Maisie held his hand when they entered the ER, or the silent plea in her eyes, begging not to be left alone again. He stayed. He sat in the waiting room while the doctors examined Rowan. Maisie stayed by his side, now wrapped in a blanket the nurse had given her. She didn't speak much, but her eyes said it all. Fear, worry, and a weight far too big for someone so small. "Are you hungry?" Nathan asked. She nodded. He bought sandwiches and juice from the hospital cafeteria. Maisie ate in silence, watching the door through which her brother had been taken. "You saved us," she said suddenly, between bites. Nathan swallowed hard. He didn't feel like a hero. He was just a man who happened to be in the right place at the right time. Or was it the wrong place at the wrong time? He couldn't decide. "Anyone would have done the same," he replied. Maisie shook her head. "No, a lot of people passed by and didn't see us." Those simple words hit Nathan like a punch. How many people had walked through that square before him? How many had heard a cry, noticed a moving box, and just kept going, wrapped up in their own lives? A nurse appeared at the waiting room door. "Mr. Fisher? The doctor would like to speak with you." Nathan hesitated, glancing at Maisie. He didn't want to leave her alone. "She can stay with me," offered the nurse, noticing his concern. "We'll find her some dry clothes." Maisie squeezed Nathan's hand. "You'll come back." "I promise," he replied, surprised by the sincerity in his own voice. The doctor was waiting in a small office, a middle-aged man with deep circles under his eyes and a tired but kind expression. "Mr. Fisher, I'm Dr. Harris. I wanted to thank you for what you did tonight." Nathan shook his head, uncomfortable with the gratitude. "How's the baby?" "We managed to stabilize him. Hypothermia, malnutrition, dehydration, but he's strong. He'll pull through. And then, what happens to him? And to his sister?" The doctor sighed, taking off his glasses and massaging the bridge of his nose. "It's a complicated situation. The girl told us a few things. Their mother died after giving birth, about a week ago. It seems it was a home birth without medical assistance. The father, well, it appears he just vanished. He abandoned them. So it seems. Maisie said her father left to get food a day after Rowan was born and never came back. They stayed alone in the apartment for 2 days until the landlord showed up demanding overdue rent. She got scared and ran off with her brother." Nathan felt a surge of anger. How could anyone abandon 2 children like that? "We've notified social services," the doctor continued. "They'll be placed in temporary foster care as soon as the baby is discharged." Foster care. The word weighed heavily in Nathan's stomach. He imagined Maisie and Rowan in a cold, impersonal place, separated from each other, waiting for a family that might never come. "How long will the baby stay in the hospital?" "At least a week, maybe longer, depending on how he responds to treatment." Nathan nodded, absorbing the information. A week, 7 days, 168 hours, an eternity for a 4-year-old who had just lost her mother and been abandoned by her father. "May I see him?" The doctor led him to the neonatal ICU. Rowan lay in an incubator, connected to tubes and monitors. He looked even smaller and more fragile under the hospital's white lights. "Would you like to bring Maisie to see him?" "If that's possible, yes." Minutes later, Maisie entered the room wearing hospital clothes, a child's pajama set that looked huge on her tiny frame. Her hair was combed, and her feet were now in clean, dry socks. She ran straight to the incubator as soon as she saw her brother. "Rowan!" A nurse lifted her so she could see better. Maisie placed her hand on the incubator's glass, as if trying to touch him through it. "Is he sleeping?" she asked. "Yes," the nurse replied. "He's resting to get strong." Maisie nodded, serious. Then, to everyone's surprise, she started singing again. That same melodyless tune, that same rhythmic whisper she had used in the ambulance. Nathan felt something stir in his chest. A pang that wasn't unpleasant but was definitely intense. He watched the little girl singing to her brother through the glass, protecting him in the only way she knew how. The nurse exchanged a look with the doctor. Something unspoken passed between them. "Has she been doing this since they arrived?" Dr. Harris asked. Nathan nodded. "On the way here, too, she said their mother sang like that." The doctor nodded thoughtfully. "It's amazing, the bond they share. She feels responsible for him, even being so young." Maisie kept singing, oblivious to the adults' conversation. Her world at that moment was just Rowan and that lullaby. "What's going to happen to them now?" asked Nathan, though he already knew the answer. "The social worker will come in the morning. They'll try to find a relative, but until then, I can take them." The words left his mouth before he could think. Nathan was as surprised as the doctor and the nurse. "I mean, until they find a relative or a permanent home," he quickly added. "I have space in my apartment. I can look after Maisie while Rowan stays in the hospital." Dr. Harris studied him for a moment. "You'll have to discuss this with social services. There are procedures to follow." "I understand, but at least for tonight, can she stay with me? Here at the hospital? I don't want her to be alone." The doctor hesitated, then agreed. "I'll arrange for an extra bed in the observation room. You can stay there tonight." Maisie finished her lullaby and turned to Nathan, as if only now noticing him again. "Is he going to be okay?" "He will," Nathan replied, surprised by the certainty in his own voice. "You two are going to be just fine. I promise." She studied him for a moment with eyes far too wise for her small face. Then, to his utter shock, she stretched out her arms toward him, asking to be picked up. Nathan scooped her up, feeling how light she was. Maisie rested her head on his shoulder, exhausted. In seconds, she was asleep. The weight of that child in his arms felt both strange and familiar, as if an empty space inside him, one he hadn't even known was there, had suddenly been filled. "I think I just made a promise I'm not sure I can keep," he whispered to the doctor. Dr. Harris smiled gently. The best promises usually are. That night, lying on the makeshift bed in the hospital room, with Maisie sleeping in the bed next to him, Nathan stared at the ceiling and thought about how his life had changed completely in a matter of hours. From an empty charity event to 2 abandoned children. From a solitary man to, what exactly? A temporary guardian. The soft sound of Maisie's breathing filled the silence of the room. It didn't seem fair that she had lost so much in so little time. It didn't seem fair that Rowan's life had started in a cardboard box. Maybe life wasn't about fairness, Nathan thought. Maybe it was about unexpected encounters in deserted squares, about empty hearts that suddenly find something to beat for. He closed his eyes, imagining what tomorrow would bring. The social worker, the questions, the paperwork. He had no idea how to convince them to let Maisie stay with him, even temporarily. He had no experience with children, no training, but he knew one thing for sure. He wouldn't leave those children alone again, not if he could help it. With that thought, Nathan finally fell asleep, while outside the city continued its life, indifferent to the small miracle that had taken place on that cold October night. 3 days passed with Nathan splitting his time between the hospital and work. Each night, he slept in the uncomfortable chair beside Rowan's incubator, while Maisie curled up on a makeshift couch. The nurses knew them by name now, and one of them always brought hot chocolate for Maisie on those cold mornings. On that Wednesday, Nathan arrived earlier than usual. He found Dr. Harris examining Rowan, who looked rosier and more active than in previous days. "Good news," the doctor said, smiling for the first time since they'd met. "This little guy's a fighter. He's responding better to treatment than we expected." Nathan felt immediate relief. "So he's out of danger. The critical phase has passed. Now it's all about gaining weight and strength." Maisie, who was drawing in a notebook donated by a nurse, lifted her head. "Can we take him home?" The doctor and Nathan exchanged looks. Home. The word hung in the air like a question without an answer. What home? The apartment they had shared with their mother was gone. A foster shelter was just that. Temporary. Dr. Harris cleared his throat. Technically, he could be discharged tomorrow, but, Nathan pressed, the social worker still hasn't found a temporary home available to take them. Shelters are overloaded this time of year. With the cold setting in, the children's department is swamped with cases. Nathan felt adrenaline course through his body. This was his chance, the opportunity he'd been waiting for since he inexplicably decided he wouldn't abandon these children. "They can stay with me." The doctor looked at him, surprised. "I thought your offer was just for that one night." "So did I," Nathan admitted, "but 3 days have passed and no one has come for them. I can't just leave them in a hospital corridor or an overcrowded shelter. Mr. Fisher, taking care of 2 children, especially a newborn, isn't simple. Do you have any experience with this?" Nathan swallowed hard. "No, but I can learn. I'll hire professional help, and it's only temporary until social services find a more permanent situation." Maisie was watching the conversation, her eyes moving between the 2 men, trying to decipher what was at stake. "You're going to let us live at your house?" she asked, with a hopeful voice that squeezed Nathan's heart. "If it's allowed, yes." Her smile lit up the room. "Will Rowan like your house?" "I hope so," he replied, unsure what else to say. His 2-bedroom apartment downtown wasn't exactly child-friendly. It was functional, minimalistic, not much personality, like his life up to that moment. Dr. Harris sighed. "I'll call Ms. Reynolds from Social Services. In the end, she's the one who decides." 2 hours later, Nathan was sitting before a middle-aged woman with grey hair pinned in a severe bun. Her thick-framed glasses slid down her nose as she examined his documents. "Mr. Fisher, I understand your concern, but there are procedures we must follow. We can't just release 2 vulnerable children to anyone who shows up." "I'm not just anyone," Nathan replied, trying to keep calm. "I'm the one who found them. I've spent the last 3 days with them. Maisie trusts me." Ms. Reynolds studied him over her glasses. "And what is your interest in this case? Why do you care so much?" The question caught him off guard. Why did he care so much? What did these children mean to him? A 31-year-old single man, career-focused, with no family plans. I can't explain," he finally admitted. "But when I found them in that square, something changed. I can't just go back to my life and pretend they don't exist." The social worker was silent for a moment, considering his words. Then, to Nathan's surprise, a slight smile appeared on her lips. "You know, Mr. Fisher, in this job we learn to be suspicious of people's motives. We see so many hard cases, so many sad stories. Sometimes when someone like you shows up, our first reaction is to suspect." She closed the folder. "But we also learn to recognize sincerity when we see it. And you do seem sincere. So, here's what we'll do. As a temporary measure, to prevent the children from ending up in an overcrowded shelter, I'll authorize them to stay under your provisional care, but with conditions." Nathan nodded, anxious. "What conditions?" "Regular visits from social services, a full interview regarding your background and financial status, an inspection of your apartment to ensure it's child-appropriate, and you'll need to take a short course on infant care." "I accept all the conditions." "One more thing," she added. "You'll have to hire professional help to care for the baby, at least for the first few weeks. A pediatric nurse or an experienced nanny. I was already planning on that." "Ms. Reynolds pushed her glasses back into place. "Very well then, I'll prepare the paperwork. If all goes well, the children can go home with you tomorrow." Nathan could hardly believe what he was hearing. He left the social worker's office feeling both elated and terrified. What was he doing? How would he turn his bachelor apartment into a home for 2 kids overnight? As he walked through the hospital corridor, his mind was already making lists. He would need a crib, diapers, clothes, bottles, suitable food for Maisie. And where would he put it all? His second bedroom was basically an office with just a desk and a couch. When he returned to the neonatal ICU to share the news with Maisie, she seemed to guess the answer from the look on his face. "We're going to live in your house?" she asked, her eyes shining. "For now, yes." She clapped her hands, excited. "Will I get my own room?" "Of course. I'll have everything ready by tomorrow." "Where's Rowan going to sleep?" Nathan hadn't thought that far. "In his own room, I guess," Maisie frowned. "But he's too little to be alone. What if he cries at night and no one hears?" Maybe he can stay in your room for now." She nodded, satisfied. "I'll take care of him. I know how to sing the song he likes." Nathan smiled, marveling at how mature this 4-year-old was. She had assumed the role of her brother's protector so naturally that he sometimes forgot how small and vulnerable she actually was. The next 24 hours were a race against time. Nathan left the hospital only to transform his apartment into a minimally child-friendly space. He emptied the office, moving the desk to a corner of the living room. He bought a child's bed, colorful sheets, a crib that the salesman assured was the safest on the market, enough diapers for a month, bottles, formula, an extra heater, and dozens of other items he hadn't known existed. In a children's clothing store, he stopped in front of an overwhelming selection. "First time?" asked a middle-aged saleswoman found with an understanding smile. "That obvious, huh?" "All first-time parents have that panicked look," she laughed. "I can help." Nathan explained the situation as simply as he could. He was taking in 2 children, a 4-year-old girl and a newborn baby. The saleswoman, touched by the story, guided him through the store, picking out essentials. 4-year-old girls usually like to pick their own clothes," she explained. "Buy the basics now and then bring her to choose a few pieces. As for the baby, he'll grow fast in the first few months, and so don't overbuy." On his last stop, Nathan visited a nanny agency recommended by the hospital. The receptionist listened attentively to his needs. "We have several professionals experienced with newborns," she said. "But for your situation, I recommend Linda. She has 20 years of experience and has worked with several families in unusual situations." 2 hours later, Nathan sat in his newly rearranged apartment, talking to a robust woman in her mid-50s with red hair and kind eyes. "So you've never cared for children before?" Linda asked bluntly. "Never. And you have no idea what you're doing?" Nathan laughed nervously. "Is it that obvious? You bought size 2 diapers for a newborn, and the child's bed you put together is upside down." She smiled. "But don't worry. I've seen worse." Linda inspected the apartment with a critical eye. "We need some safety adaptations, outlet covers, cabinet locks, a safety gate for the stairs. But the basics are here." "Do you think they'll be okay?" Nathan asked, revealing his insecurity. Linda studied him for a moment. "Children don't need perfection, Mr. Fisher. They need stability, affection, and patience. The rest we figure out along the way." That night, Nathan could hardly sleep. By 6 in the morning, he was up, checking every detail of the apartment one last time. By 9, he was at the hospital, signing the final discharge documents for Rowan. "Remember, he still needs special care," Dr. Harris explained as he handed over prescriptions and instructions. "Weekly checkups, daily weight measurements, close attention to his body temperature. The nurse you hired will know what to do, but stay alert." Nathan nodded, absorbing each word as if his life depended on it. In a way, it did. Rowan's did, at least. Maisie was beaming in her new dress and the backpack Nathan had bought for her. Inside, she only had her drawing pad and the pencil the nurse had given her, but she carried it as if it contained treasures. "Ready to go?" she asked, eager. "Almost. Rowan needs to get dressed first." A nurse brought the baby out, now clad in a light blue onesie and wrapped in a thicker blanket than the flimsy cloth Nathan had found him in. He looked so tiny and fragile that Nathan felt afraid to hold him. "You have to support his head," the nurse instructed, placing Rowan in his arms. "Like this, see? He can't hold it up yet." Nathan adjusted his arms, feeling the baby's slight weight. Rowan opened his eyes for a moment, those same deep blue eyes that had struck him on the first day, and then went back to sleep. "He likes you," said Maisie, watching. "How do you know?" "Because he's not crying." He cries with almost everyone else. Nathan smiled, grateful for the vote of confidence. With Rowan secure in one arm and Maisie's hand in the other, he stepped out of the hospital into the sunny autumn day. The ride home was quiet. Maisie peered out the taxi window, taking in the city that would now be her home. Rowan slept peacefully in the car seat that Nathan had installed with the driver's help. When they arrived at the building, the doorman greeted them with curiosity. "A new family, Mr. Fisher." "Something like that, Paul," Nathan replied, unsure how else to explain. "They'll be staying with me for a while." In the apartment, Linda was already there, having used the key Nathan gave her the previous day. The place felt cozier than he remembered. Curtains open, homemade soup bubbling on the stove, the children's room arranged more functionally. "Welcome home," she said with a smile. Maisie walked in timidly, looking around the new space with curious eyes. She stopped in front of the bed with star and moon-patterned sheets. "Is this my bed?" "It is," Nathan answered. "Do you like it?" She nodded, running over to touch the sheets. Then she noticed the crib beside the bed. "And this is Rowan's bed, right next to mine. I figured you'd want to be near him." The smile Maisie gave was worth every penny and every minute Nathan had invested in the past few days. The first few hours were an intensive lesson for Nathan. Linda showed him how to change diapers, prepare bottles at the right temperature, burp Rowan and check his comfort. Maisie watched everything attentively, occasionally offering her own pointers. "He likes it when you rock him this way," she said, demonstrating with her hands, "not too fast." That evening, after dinner, Linda said goodbye. "I'll be back at 7 tomorrow. Call if you need anything, anytime." Nathan thanked her, trying to hide the panic he felt. He'd be alone with the children for the first time. Following the instructions, he helped Maisie take a bath, brush her teeth, and change into new pajamas. Rowan got his last bottle of the day and was laid in the crib, clean and fed. "Bedtime," Nathan announced, attempting to sound confident. Maisie climbed into bed but didn't lie down. "How are you going to tell a story?" Nathan froze. He hadn't bought any children's books. "What kind of story would you like?" "Mommy always told the one about the princess who saved the dragon." "The princess saved the dragon? Isn't it usually the other way around?" Maisie shook her head. "No. The dragon was sad because everyone was scared of him. The princess was the only one who saw he was good." Nathan smiled. "Sounds like a great story. How does it begin?" "Once upon a time." He sat on the edge of the bed and improvised a tale about a brave princess who befriended a lonely dragon. Maisie corrected details occasionally. "No, the dragon was blue, not green," or "he only breathed fire when he was upset." When the story ended, she finally lay down. "Now I have to sing so Rowan can sleep." Nathan nodded, watching as she leaned over the crib and started that same tuneless lullaby. That same rhythmic whisper he was now used to. Rowan, who had been squirming, immediately calmed down. Later, after Maisie fell asleep, Nathan returned quietly to the room. He watched the two children sleeping, still unable to believe they were there, in his apartment, under his care. Rowan stirred in the crib, making a soft sound. Nathan approached, worried he'd wake up. The baby opened his eyes for a moment, looked at Nathan, then drifted back to sleep, content. That simple act, the instinctive trust of a baby, touched something deep within Nathan. He realized, with a clarity he hadn't had before, that he wasn't just helping these children. In some way, they were saving him too. He went back to the living room and sat on the couch, exhausted but unable to sleep. His phone showed 3 missed calls from Claire, his sister. She probably already knew, through mutual friends, about his new family situation. The difficult conversation could wait until tomorrow. Right now, all that mattered was the 2 children sleeping in the next room, trusting he'd be there when they woke. And he would be. 2 weeks had passed since Nathan brought Maisie and Rowan home. The social worker's visits were now every other week instead of weekly, a sign that things were going well. Rowan was gaining weight and color, finally looking like a healthy baby. Maisie still had occasional nightmares, but generally woke up smiling, eager to start the day. Yet one question lingered in Nathan's mind. Where was the children's father? How could a man simply abandon his kids like that? More importantly, was there a chance he might return one day to claim them? That last thought prompted Nathan to hire a private investigator, recommended by his lawyer. "So you want to find the kid's father," said Ray Martin, a man in his mid-50s with subtle scars on his face and eyes that seemed to have seen it all. "For what? To hand them back over?" Nathan felt a chill. "No, I need to know if he's a threat. If he'll show up one day wanting his kids back." Martin nodded, understanding. "What do you already know about him?" "Almost nothing. Maisie said his name is Daniel. The mother's name was Ellie, Eleanor Carter. She died soon after Rowan was born, at home, with no medical help. That's all I've got." "Last apartment address?" 47 Hawkins Street, apartment 3C. "So I've already been there. The landlord said they were 3 months behind on rent. He didn't know anything about the father, only that he worked odd jobs, never anything stable." Martin scribbled the info into a battered notepad. "It's a start. We'll need Maisie's birth certificate if it exists. Any documents from the couple. Photos if the girl has any. Maisie brought nothing but the clothes on her back. Everything else was left at the apartment, and when I went there, the landlord had already cleared it out." "The landlord's name?" "Morton. George Morton." Martin kept jotting notes. "I'll begin today. First step is talking to this Morton again. Then I'll check hospital records. Maisie had to be born somewhere. With luck, the father's full name is listed." As he left, Nathan hesitated. "Mr. Martin, if you find him, don't contact him directly. Just let me know first, please." The investigator gave him a curious look. "You really care about these kids, and don't you?" "More than I ever thought possible." 3 days later, Nathan got the first call from Martin. Apparently, the landlord had kept some of the tenants' personal belongings in a box, hoping they'd return. "Mostly documents," Martin explained, "including Maisie's birth certificate." The father's full name was Daniel Thomas Reed, born in Camden, New Jersey, 34 years ago. No current address, no record of steady employment for the past 2 years. Maisie's birth certificate showed that Eleanor Carter had been only 22 when Maisie was born and wasn't married to Daniel. "I'm following a few leads," Martin said. "He seems to have a pattern of temp jobs and frequent address changes. I'll check homeless shelters and social assistance centers. People like him often resort to those places." Nathan spent the next week personally visiting every shelter in the city. He showed a faded photo Martin had found among the belongings, a thin man with dark hair and a wary look. No one recognized him, or at least no one admitted to. At one shelter, he met a social worker named Diane, who showed particular interest in the case. "The stories I hear here every day would break your heart," she said as they walked through the shelter's courtyard. "People who lost everything, jobs, homes, families. Most don't start out wanting to abandon responsibilities. Life pushes them, one small mistake at a time." "Are you defending what he did?" Nathan asked, unable to hide his indignation. Diane shook her head. "There's no excuse for abandoning 2 children. I'm just saying there's always a story. And from what you've described, it sounds like Daniel was in free fall for a while." "How so?" "Temp jobs, overdue rent, a pregnant partner, a small child to support, no family to lean on. It's a recipe for disaster, especially if there's alcohol or drug abuse involved. Maisie never mentioned any of that. Kids are surprisingly good at normalizing tough situations," Diane noted. To her, whatever was happening was just normal. That conversation stayed in Nathan's mind for days. At night, he watched Maisie playing with her new toys or telling made-up stories to Rowan. What had she witnessed in her 4 short years? What kind of normal had she known before Nathan came into her life? Martin called at the end of the week. "I've got some info, but no recent leads on his whereabouts." They met at a cafe near Nathan's office. Martin looked tired. "I spoke to former co-workers, neighbors, people at the bars he used to frequent. The story's always the same. Daniel Reed was unstable, a heavy drinker. He worked just enough to scrape by, but things got worse in the weeks leading up to Rowan's birth. One witness said they saw him arguing violently with Eleanor 2 days before the birth." Nathan felt a knot in his chest. Was Maisie there? Probably. The apartment only had 1 room besides the bathroom. And after Eleanor died, Martin glanced at his notes. From what I gathered, Daniel went into shock. A neighbor heard the baby crying and knocked on the door, found Eleanor dead in bed, Daniel drunk on the floor, and Maisie trying to look after the newborn. The neighbor called an ambulance, but it was too late for Eleanor, postpartum hemorrhage, apparently. Nathan closed his eyes, picturing the scene. Maisie, at 4, having to deal with her brother's birth, her mother's death, her father's collapse. The next day, Martin continued, Daniel left saying he was going to find food. He never returned. That same neighbor fed Maisie and Rowan for 2 days until the landlord showed up. Maisie must have gotten scared and fled with the baby. What about relatives? Didn't Eleanor or Daniel have family? Eleanor was an orphan, raised in the system. As for Daniel, I have an address for his mother in New Jersey, but she died 3 years ago. No known siblings. Nathan absorbed the information in silence. The situation was worse than he had imagined. What do you think? He finally asked. Will he come back? Martin sighed. In my experience, people who abandon responsibilities like that rarely return, especially when guilt is involved. He probably associates those kids with the worst moment of his life. So, my professional opinion, Daniel Reed doesn't want to be found, and even if he did, his situation would be too unstable for any court to grant him custody. Those words brought Nathan a guilty sense of relief. On one hand, he was glad the children wouldn't be ripped away from him. On the other, how would he explain to Maisie that her father had deliberately abandoned them? She asks about him, Nathan admitted. Not often, but she does. What should I say? Martin put away his notes. The truth, as much as she can handle. Kids know when we lie to protect them. Driving home, Nathan traveled slowly, thinking about everything he'd learned. The abandonment hadn't been a desperate, impulsive act. It was the culmination of a spiral of neglect that likely started long before. When he arrived home, he found Linda serving dinner, while Maisie told an elaborate story about an adventure her teddy bear had that afternoon. And then he said, "Thank you for saving me, Maisie. You're the bravest person in the world," she concluded, her eyes shining. Nathan smiled, trying to hide his sadness. That girl had lived through so much in such a short time. She deserved stability, safety, love, everything her biological father hadn't provided. Later, after Linda left and the children were asleep, Nathan sat in the dark living room. Martin's report lay on the table beside the documents from the old apartment. A faded photo of Daniel Reed stared back at him, empty eyes, a defeated expression. Nathan picked up the photo and placed it in a drawer. Someday, Maisie might ask more insistently about her father. When that day came, he would need the right words to explain the abandonment without completely destroying her image of her original family. For now, though, his focus had to be elsewhere, building a new sense of security for Maisie and Rowan, a new understanding of what it meant to have someone to rely on. Someone who, unlike Daniel Reed, wouldn't disappear at the first sign of trouble. A month had gone by since the children entered Nathan's life. The social worker's visits were now every other week, not weekly, an indication that things were running smoothly. Rowan was putting on weight, finally looking like a healthy baby. Maisie still had occasional nightmares, but usually woke up with a smile, eager for the day. It was one Sunday morning that Nathan realized something had changed, not just in the children, but in him. In the kitchen, Maisie was already sitting at the table, swinging her legs that didn't reach the floor. Instead of asking for what she wanted, she simply waited, as if certain of what would happen next. "Good morning," said Nathan, yawning. "Good morning," she replied brightly. "It's already 8:20. Nathan looked at the clock, confused. "And it's orange juice time," Maisie announced as if it were obvious. "Sunday mornings are for orange juice. Then we have pancakes." He smiled, surprised by her observation. He hadn't realized that his improvisations over the past few weeks had become an expectation, a pattern. On Sundays, he usually squeezed fresh oranges, something he'd never done before the kids arrived. And yes, he tried to make pancakes, though the results varied. "You're right," he said, taking oranges out of the fridge. "Want to help?" Maisie nodded, dragging the step stool he'd bought so she could reach the counter. Together, They cut the oranges and squeezed them in a manual juicer. She insisted on doing her part, though her small arms could barely apply enough pressure. "Is Rowan still asleep?" Nathan asked. "Yes. He always sleeps until 9:15 on Sundays." She spoke with the seriousness of a tiny expert. "On other days, he wakes up earlier." Again, Nathan was amazed. Maisie hadn't just noticed the emerging routine, she'd memorized it, categorized it, turned it into something predictable, something safe. "You like routines, don't you?" he commented while pouring juice into cups, a small plastic one for her, a larger one for him. Maisie thought for a moment, her brow furrowed. "Routines mean you know what's going to happen." "Yes, exactly." "Then I do like them," she confirmed, sipping her juice. "Before, I never knew what was going to happen." The simplicity of that statement hit Nathan hard. Of course she valued predictability. Her life before had been defined by the lack of it, never knowing if there'd be food, if her father would be sober, if they'd have to move again. In that moment, he made a silent promise. He would keep the routine she cherished so much. Not just the schedules and activities, but the feeling of safety that came with them. As he made pancake batter, he watched Maisie coloring at the table. She worked with intense focus, her tongue sticking out slightly. That was her habit when she was completely immersed in something. "What are you drawing?" he asked, curious. "It's a secret," she replied, covering the paper with her arm. "Only when it's done." From the next room came Rowan's waking noises, not crying, but the babbling he made when he was content, just announcing his presence. 9:12, Maisie announced, looking at the kitchen clock. "He woke up early today." Nathan smiled. "I'll go get him." "Wait," Maisie jumped off the chair. "I have to say good morning first." She dashed to the bedroom, and Nathan followed, curious. Standing beside the crib, Maisie rose on her tiptoes to see him better. "Good morning, Rowan. Today is Sunday. Orange juice and pancake day. We already made the juice." "You almost woke up right on time." Rowan smiled at the sight of his sister, waving his arms in recognition. At 2 months old, he was already reacting differently, more positively, to Maisie's voice. "Now Nathan can pick you up," she concluded, as though there was a protocol to follow. Nathan stepped forward, marveling at the interaction between siblings. He picked Rowan up carefully, feeling far more confident than on day one. The baby immediately snuggled against his shoulder, a gesture that always warmed Nathan's heart. Back in the kitchen, he placed Rowan in the baby seat, strategically positioned so he could see both the table and the stove. Maisie returned to her secret drawing, while Nathan finished making pancakes. Linda would arrive later, at 2. On Sundays, she only stayed a few hours, giving Nathan time with the kids, but also a break to handle personal tasks, though more and more, his personal tasks involved shopping for the children or meeting with his lawyer about custody matters. Breakfast followed its usual ritual. Maisie insisted on feeding Rowan a spoonful of mashed banana, explaining its benefits to him with comical seriousness. Nathan found himself laughing more than usual, enjoying every moment of this scene that, just a month ago, would have been unthinkable in his solitary life. After breakfast, it was Rowan's bath time, another part of the routine Maisie seemed to have catalogued in her mind. "Sunday is bath with the yellow ducky," she reminded him, pulling the toy from the bathroom shelf. "Tuesday and Thursday is with the blue fish." Nathan nodded as if this information were crucial to the functioning of the universe. In the small universe they were building together, maybe it was. He filled the baby tub with warm water, testing the temperature with his elbow the way Linda had shown him. Maisie handed him everything he needed with the efficiency of a tiny surgical assistant. Mild soap, a soft towel, a clean diaper, a chosen outfit. "Ah, you're a great helper," Nathan praised, gently washing Rowan's back. Maisie beamed with pride. "I've always helped take care of him, ever since he was born." Her words, spoken so casually, reminded Nathan that for Maisie, caring for her brother wasn't just play or novelty. It was a responsibility she had carried since witnessing his birth under tragic circumstances. "You know you don't have to be responsible for everything, right?" Nathan said gently. "I'm here to help now. And Linda too." Maisie looked at him, thoughtful. "But I like helping." and you help a lot. I just want you to know you can also just be a kid." She seemed confused by the concept. "What do you mean?" "Play, draw, make a mess sometimes. Not worry so much." Maisie pondered for a moment. "Can I do both? Help with Rowan and also be a kid?" Nathan felt a sudden swell of emotion in his throat. "Of course you can." After the bath, he dressed Rowan in the onesie Maisie had picked out, yellow with little ducks, matching the bath theme. The coordinating choice made Nathan smile. The rest of the morning followed the Sunday pattern that Nathan was starting to recognize: a walk to the nearby park, where Maisie liked to watch ducks on the pond, Rowan dozing in his stroller, sheltered from the mild autumn sun. At the park, they saw other parents with children. Nathan still felt like an imposter in that group, like everyone might notice he wasn't a real dad, just someone stepping in temporarily. But Maisie showed no such insecurity. To her, they were a family like any other. "Is that your dad?" asked a girl of about 6 who was playing near Maisie in the playground. Nathan, sitting on a nearby bench with Rowan, held his breath, anxious to hear her reply. Maisie didn't hesitate. "That's Nathan. He found us when we were cold, and now we live at his house." The other girl accepted the explanation without further questions, with the typical flexibility of children. "Cool. Want to play tag?" Maisie looked at Nathan, as if asking permission. "Go ahead," he encouraged. "Just stay where I can see you." Watching her run and laugh with her new friend, Nathan felt a mixture of joy at seeing her act like a normal child, sadness for all she had been through, and something else, something he couldn't quite name but which filled a void inside him he hadn't even known was there. Back at the apartment, Linda was waiting. She'd brought Maisie a gift, a set of high-quality crayons, with colors the girl had never seen before. "Lavender, turquoise, magenta," Maisie exclaimed, examining each one reverently. "Thank you, Linda." "You're welcome, sweetheart. I thought you might like some new colors for your drawings." While Linda prepared lunch, Maisie returned to the small table in the living room, enthralled by her new treasures. She resumed her secret drawing from earlier, reinvigorated. Nathan used the time to answer a few work emails. Since the children arrived, he'd reduced his hours at the office, working remotely whenever possible. His co-workers had been surprisingly understanding, especially after meeting Maisie and Rowan during a visit to the office. Sunday lunch had its own ritual too. It was the meal they ate in the living room, watching a movie or cartoon, a rule Maisie had come up with, and Nathan couldn't bear to break. Today's choice was an animated film about animals forming a band. Maisie sat between Nathan and Linda on the couch, carefully balancing her plate. Rowan was in Nathan's lap, dozing off after his bottle. "This is my favorite day," Maisie declared between bites. "Sunday?" Nathan asked. "Yes, everyone is together." The simplicity of her statement touched both Nathan and Linda. It was true. Sunday was the only day everyone was around at the same time, without hurry as without outside obligations. After lunch, while Linda tidied up the kitchen, Maisie brought over the drawing she had finally finished. She found Nathan as he was putting Rowan down for his afternoon nap. "All done," she announced, extending the paper. "I finished it." Nathan looked at the drawing and felt his heart skip a beat. There were 3 figures, clearly identifiable despite the childish style. A small one in a red dress, Maisie, an even smaller one in blue, Rowan, and a taller one in brown pants, Nathan. They were holding hands in front of a yellow house with a red triangular roof, a simplified version of the apartment they lived in. Above the figures, in uneven, colorful letters, were the words, "Our family." "It's beautiful, Maisie," Nathan said, voice thick with emotion. "This is our house," she explained, pointing, "and these are us." "Our family," Nathan read aloud, tracing his finger over the colorful letters. Maisie nodded. "Linda helped me write it, just a little. I did the drawing all by myself." Nathan hugged her, unable to put into words what he felt. Maisie returned the hug with a surprising strength for someone so small. "I'm going to put it on the fridge," he decided, when he could finally speak. Linda, who had been watching from the doorway, smiled. After Maisie left to put away her new crayons, she approached Nathan, who was still gazing at the drawing with misty eyes. "The kids have already decided," Linda said softly. "You belong to them." Nathan looked at her, taken aback by the remark. "Kids are wiser than we think," Linda continued. "They know a home when they see one. And you've given them that. Not just a roof and food, but security and love." "I still feel like an imposter sometimes," Nathan admitted. "Like at any moment someone's going to show up and say I made a mistake, that I'm not qualified for this." Linda chuckled quietly. "No parent ever feels fully qualified, believe me, even those who plan for years. Parenthood is like that. You learn on the job, one day at a time." That evening, after Linda left, the routine continued. Dinner at 6, Maisie's bath at 7, story time at 7:30, Rowan's last bottle at 8. Sitting in the armchair in the children's room, Nathan read a story about a rabbit that got lost in the forest and found its way home by following the stars. Maisie listened attentively from her bed while he rocked Rowan in his other arm. "Do stars help you find your way?" she asked when the story ended. "They used to, a long time ago. Sailors used them as maps." Maisie looked out the window, where a few stars were visible in the darkening sky. "I think the stars helped me find you." Nathan felt a lump in his throat. "How so?" "When we were in the box, I saw a star through the crack. I asked it to send someone nice. Then you showed up." He couldn't answer right away. Finally, he said, "Then I owe that star a thank you, someday." "She already knows," Maisie said, with the absolute confidence of a child. After placing Rowan in his crib and making sure Maisie was asleep, Nathan returned to the living room. The apartment was quiet, but not in the oppressive way it used to be. It was a comfortable silence, full of life. On the fridge, held up by colorful magnets, Maisie's drawing seemed to glow in the kitchen light. "Our family," the crooked letters proclaimed, and Nathan realized he could no longer imagine life without those two kids. Lying in bed later, he replayed the day in his mind. The fresh orange juice, Rowan's bath, the walk in the park, the drawing, the bedtime story. A simple routine built around the needs and preferences of two little beings who had entered his life so unexpectedly. Before the kids, his Sundays had been filled with extra work, the occasional gym session, and long hours of streaming, trying not to think about the coming week. Now every moment seemed to have purpose and meaning. For the first time in a long while, perhaps in his entire adult life, Nathan fell asleep smiling, certain that, come morning, there would be someone waiting for him, someone who cared about him, someone who would call for him as soon as they woke, eager to start another day together. The routine Maisie had created wasn't just a sequence of events. It was a silent statement. "We're here to stay, we're a family, and you, Nathan, are part of it." Sunday dinner at the Fisher household had always been an inviolable tradition. Nathan had skipped it the past few weeks, always with the same excuse. The children. His mother finally put her foot down, insisting he come. "We need to talk about this temporary arrangement of yours," she said on the phone, making it clear the family had opinions about the matter. Today, for the first time since Maisie and Rowan came into his life, Nathan left them at home with Linda, who kindly offered to stay the whole evening in case dinner ran long. Maisie protested at first. "Why can't we go too?" she asked, her big eyes filled with disappointment. "It's just a boring grown-up dinner," Nathan explained, smoothing her hair. "Besides, you'll meet my family soon. I promise." The truth, which he didn't dare tell Maisie, was that he needed to prepare the ground first. And, knowing his family, he suspected the conversation to come wouldn't be appropriate for a child's ears. Driving to the suburb where he grew up, Nathan rehearsed mentally what he would say. How would he explain the transformation in his life? How would he make his practical, no-nonsense family understand something he himself struggled to explain logically? The two-story house where he had spent his childhood appeared as he turned the corner. The immaculate yard, the welcoming lights in the windows, Claire's car already in the driveway. Everything exactly as expected. Some things never changed. His mother welcomed him with a hug that lasted longer than usual. "We've missed you," she said, scrutinizing him. "You look tired." "Short nights," he answered with a small smile. "Babies aren't known for sleeping through." Margaret Fisher nodded, as though confirming a suspicion. "Come on in. Everyone's already in the living room. His father, Richard, rose from his favorite armchair when Nathan entered. The firm handshake and pat on the back were his way of showing affection. Claire and her husband, David B., were on the couch, wine glasses in hand. "The father of the family finally arrives," Claire teased, her tone a blend of irony and curiosity. Nathan accepted the provocation with a smile. "Good evening to you too." Dinner unfolded with the usual polished efficiency, typical of the Fisher family gatherings. Claire's tales of the robbery she'd witnessed at court, his father's promotion at the bank, his mother's plans to re-landscape the yard. Everything was discussed over roast beef and potatoes. The children were only briefly mentioned. "How are those little ones?" his mother asked, serving dessert. "They're well," Nathan replied. "Rowan's already gained 2 pounds. Maisie starts preschool next week." "Preschool?" Claire raised an eyebrow. "That sounds permanent." There it was, the opening Nathan had been expecting. "Actually," he began, setting his fork down, "that's what I wanted to talk to you all about." The silence that followed was almost tangible. His father lowered the newspaper he kept partly open, even at the table. His mother stopped mid-motion of pouring coffee. Claire exchanged a quick glance with David. "I'm thinking of seeking permanent custody." He dropped the bomb. Nathan watched their faces shift. Surprise, confusion, concern. "Permanent custody?" his mother repeated, as though she hadn't heard correctly. "Yes. I've spoken with social services and an adoption attorney. Since no relatives have come forward and considering the circumstances, I have a good chance." "Nathan," his father began, using the carefully neutral tone he reserved for delicate issues, "don't you think you're being hasty? They've been with me almost 2 months now. We've adapted well." "Maisie's happy. Rowan's healthy." 2 months is nothing," Claire interjected, dropping any pretense of neutrality. "You're talking about taking responsibility for 2 children for at least the next 20 years. "I'm aware of that." "Are you?" his sister insisted. "Nathan, you've always been career-focused. Your apartment is practically an office with a bed. Since when do you want to be a father? And a single father at that?" Nathan took a deep breath. He'd anticipated resistance, especially from Claire, the family's voice of reason and planning. "It's not about wanting to be a father. I already am, in a way. Maybe not biologically, but in all the ways that matter." "You feel responsible because you found them," his father observed. "That's understandable, but it's not guilt or responsibility," Nathan cut in. "I love them. It's that simple." The word love hung in the air, almost visible. The Fishers were not a family prone to grand emotional displays or dramatic declarations. Efficiency, planning, and good sense had always been more valued than impulses of the heart. "Love is important," his mother said softly. "But raising children requires more than that. Stability, preparation." "I'm financially stable," Nathan replied. "As for preparation, well, who's ever really prepared? Even parents who plan for years." Claire shook her head. "You're romanticizing parenthood. It's not just taking them to the park on weekends and telling bedtime stories. It's sleepless nights, constant worries, hard decisions, and you'll be doing it alone." "I'm not alone. I have Linda, the nanny. I have friends who support me, and I was hoping I'd have my family too." The last sentence carried a silent question. An uncomfortable silence settled. David, always the diplomat, tried to smooth things over. "I think we're all just concerned about your well-being, Nathan. And the kids as well. The question no one's asking," Claire added, leaning forward, "is what happens when you realize reality doesn't match this fantasy you've built? What happens to the kids when you get tired of playing the hero?" Nathan stared at his sister, feeling a surge of irritation. "Is that what you think of me?" "That I'm playing house? I'm thinking of the kids," Claire retorted. "They've already been abandoned once. They don't deserve to go through that again if you realize your life has been turned upside down." "Claire," their mother warned, but Nathan raised a hand. "No, Mom, let her speak." "Speak. I want to hear every argument because I'm sure social services and the judge will ask the same questions." Claire sighed, her tone softening a bit. "Nathan, you never once mentioned wanting kids before. You're not even in a stable relationship." Suddenly you decide you want to be a dad to two traumatized children. Life rarely follows our plans, he replied. Sometimes the best things are the ones we never planned for. This isn't the Nathan we know, Claire insisted. You always weighed all options, thought through every angle before making a decision. Maybe the Nathan you knew needed to change, he answered, surprising even himself with the firmness in his voice. You're making decisions with your heart, not your head, Claire concluded, delivering the verdict Nathan had expected. What if I am? He challenged. What if, for the first time in my life, I'm prioritizing what I feel over what seems logically correct? His father cleared his throat, visibly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. Son, no one's saying you can't keep helping these kids. We just think there might be families more prepared to adopt them. Traditional families, you mean? Nathan's tone had an edge. A mom and a dad, a house with a yard, a dog, the whole package. Wouldn't that be better for them? His mother asked, genuine concern in her voice. Nathan sighed. Maisie had nightmares the first few nights. She woke up crying, calling for her mother. Now, when she has a nightmare, she calls for me. Rowan smiles when he hears my voice. They trust me. That's lovely, Nathan, but, Claire began. There's no but, he interrupted. There's already a bond. Taking them away from me now would traumatize all of us. A heavy silence fell over the dining room. Margaret began clearing plates, a mechanical way to process the information. Richard opened his newspaper again, hiding behind its pages. I think we all need time to absorb this, David said, trying to mediate. It's a big decision. Nathan shook his head. I've thought about it a lot. I'm not asking for permission or approval. I came out of respect to share a decision I've already made. Claire eyed him with a mix of frustration and genuine concern. You're not listening, are you? This will change your life completely, forever. It already has, he replied simply. Helping his mother take the dishes to the kitchen, Nathan sensed she wanted to say something. Finally, when they were alone, Margaret turned to her son. These children, she began hesitantly. Do they really mean that much to you? Nathan didn't have to think. More than I can explain. His mother nodded slowly. Then I suppose you've made your decision, regardless of what we say. Will I have your support? He asked, realizing how much it mattered to him. Margaret didn't answer immediately. She busied herself putting leftovers in containers, sealing them with the methodical precision Nathan knew from childhood. Your father and I have always wanted your happiness, she said at last. If you believe this will make you happy, then yes, you have our support. Thank you, Mum. As for Claire, give her time. She worries about you, in her own way. Nathan smiled. I know. Later, driving back home, he reflected on the evening. The reactions had been exactly what he'd expected. Claire saw risks everywhere. His parents were worried but ready to accept. David tried to keep the peace. None of it shook him. On the contrary, hearing the objections out loud only strengthened his resolve. Every logical argument Claire presented had already gone through his mind dozens of times. And still, the answer remained the same. He couldn't imagine his life without Maisie and Rowan anymore. Arriving home, he found Linda asleep on the living room couch, a children's book open on her chest. In the children's bedroom, Maisie slept cuddling Mr. Buttons, her inseparable teddy, while Rowan breathed softly in the crib nearby. Nathan stood in the doorway for a moment, just watching. Claire was right about one thing: he had changed. The old Nathan, calculating, practical, always in control, would have analyzed this situation logically and concluded it was unwise. He would have taken the most rational course, handing the children over to the system, but that Nathan no longer existed. In his place stood a man who finally understood that some decisions can't and shouldn't be made solely with the head. Family wasn't just about blood, it was about choice, and he had made his. Nathan woke with a jolt, feeling something was wrong. He remained still in the darkness, trying to identify what had disturbed his sleep. A faint sound reached him, almost imperceptible. It wasn't Rowan's cry, which he'd grown used to. It was different, more anguished Maisie. He jumped up, crossing the hall to the children's room. The soft nightlight, shaped like a star, cast gentle shadows on the walls. Rowan slept peacefully in his crib, but Maisie was sitting up in bed, knees pulled to her chest, face buried in her arms, shoulders shaking in silent sobs. "Maisie," Nathan called softly, approaching. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" She lifted her tear-stained face, eyes wide as though still trapped between dream and reality. Seeing him, her lips quivered. "Mommy," she whispered brokenly. "I want Mommy." Nathan's heart clenched. In nearly 3 months together, Maisie rarely spoke of her mother. Sometimes she'd mention little things. "Mommy liked this song," or "Mommy made square pancakes," but always with surprising acceptance. This raw, open grief was new. He sat on the edge of her bed, unsure what to do. "Did you have a nightmare?" Maisie nodded, tears still streaming. "She was walking away. I ran after her but couldn't catch up." Nathan opened his arms, offering comfort without forcing it. After a moment's hesitation, Maisie threw herself against his chest, sobbing aloud now. "Shh, it's okay," he murmured, rocking her gently. "It was just a dream." "But it's true," she hiccuped. "She really went away." How to respond? Nathan had no idea. What could he say to a 4-year-old about the permanence of death? How to explain that her mother would never return, that this emptiness would always be there? "Your mom loved you very much," he said finally. "She didn't want to leave." "How do you know?" Maisie asked, her voice muffled against his t-shirt. "Because nobody who knew you would ever want to leave you. You're too special." Maisie kept crying, but her sobs began to subside. Nathan rocked her gently, wishing he could do more, say more. Then he remembered what Maisie had done so many times to calm Rowan. Without overthinking, Nathan began to sing. Not the same shapeless tune Maisie used for her brother. He didn't know that lullaby. It was an old nursery rhyme his own mother used to sing to him. He didn't remember all the words, so he improvised, mixing remembered lines with new ones. Maisie went quiet, listening. Her breathing gradually grew calmer. Nathan kept singing, his low, slightly raspy voice filling the quiet room. One of Maisie's hands clung to the collar of his t-shirt, as if afraid he might vanish if she let go. He had no idea how long they stayed like that. Eventually, Maisie's breathing became deeper and more regular. She'd fallen asleep in his arms, face still blotchy from crying, but peaceful now. Gently, Nathan tried to lay her back in bed, but as he started to pull away, she clutched his shirt even harder, murmuring in protest. "Stay," she pleaded, half asleep. "Please." He hesitated only a second. Then he settled on the small bed beside her, balancing on the edge to avoid falling off. Maisie snuggled against him right away, still gripping his t-shirt. In minutes, she was in a deep sleep. Nathan stayed awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the children's rhythmic breathing. Maisie's nightmare brought up questions he'd been avoiding. What if the children were placed with another family? How would they handle yet another loss? How would he handle it? The thought of not having Maisie and Rowan in his life was unbearable. They were no longer just the kids he found in the square. They were his kids. Not by blood, but by every shared moment, every laugh, every tear. Right there on that bed, too small for him, with Maisie clinging to his t-shirt like her life depended on it, Nathan made his final decision. He wouldn't just care for them as long as needed. He would make them his permanent family. He would file for full custody as soon as possible. With that resolution, he finally fell asleep. In the morning, Nathan woke to a gentle nudge on his shoulder. He opened his eyes, momentarily confused about where he was. Linda stood by the bed, wearing an unreadable expression. "Sorry to wake you," she whispered. "I've been here 10 minutes, and no one answered." I got worried. Nathan sat up carefully, not to wake Maisie, who still slept soundly. His neck ached from the awkward position. She had a nightmare, he explained softly. Was crying for her mother. Linda nodded, compassionate. "That's normal. Honestly, it's surprising it didn't happen sooner. Kids often process grief in unexpected ways, at unexpected times." Nathan ran a hand through his hair, trying to gather his thoughts. "Linda, I need to talk to you. I've made an important decision." They left the room quietly. In the kitchen, while Linda prepared coffee, Nathan explained his intention to file for permanent custody of the children. "It's about time," she replied, surprising him. "I was wondering when you'd see the obvious. The obvious? That the three of you are a family." Linda handed him a cup. "The way you look at them and how they respond to you, it's special. I've worked with many families over the years. I know the real thing when I see it." Linda's affirmation bolstered his resolve. That very morning, he called his lawyer and scheduled a meeting for the next afternoon. The process would be long and probably complex, but he was prepared to face any obstacle. When Maisie woke up, she didn't mention the nightmare or her nighttime tears. She acted as though it was perfectly normal to find Nathan asleep in her bed. During breakfast, though, she was quieter than usual, watching him thoughtfully while she drank her juice. "You sing nicely," she finally said. Nathan smiled, a bit embarrassed. "That's not true, but thank you." "Yes, it is. Rowan liked it too." "Oh yeah, how do you know?" "Because he didn't wake up. Usually he wakes up if there's noise." Child logic was flawless. Nathan laughed, feeling inexplicably happy about the compliment. The day went on as usual. Nathan worked from home, Maisie played, Rowan alternated between bottles and naps. But something was different in the air, as though the previous night had created a new understanding among them. At dusk, while Nathan wrapped up some emails, his phone rang. It was Claire. "So," she began without preamble, "Mom told me you're going through with this custody idea." Nathan sighed. "Hello to you too, Claire." "Sorry. Hi. How are you? Now tell me you've reconsidered." "I haven't. Actually, I'm more determined than ever." There was silence on the other end, then in a softer voice, "Can I come over? I think we need to talk face to face." An hour later, Claire was seated in Nathan's living room, taking in the toys scattered on the floor, the recent photos of the children in picture frames, Maisie's drawing still pinned to the fridge. "You really changed this place," she remarked. "The kids changed it," Nathan corrected. "I just cleared the space." Maisie and Rowan were already asleep, allowing them to speak candidly. "Nathan," Claire began, choosing her words carefully, "I understand you've grown attached to these kids, but filing for permanent custody is a huge step. Have you really considered the long-term implications? I've thought of little else for the past 3 months, and you still want to go through with it?" "More than ever," Claire sighed, frustrated. "What happened to my pragmatic brother, the one who made pro and con lists before buying a new fridge?" "He met 2 kids in a square," Nathan replied simply, "and decided some things are more important than lists." "Nathan, please, think clearly. You're 31, sir, with a promising career, an entire future ahead. Taking on 2 traumatized children will limit your options in every way. Or maybe expand my life in ways I never imagined." Claire shook her head, exasperated. "What about relationships? Have you thought how hard dating will be as a single father of 2? "Honestly, no. That's not a priority right now." "And in 2 years, 5, 10, when reality sets in and the initial excitement fades?" Nathan studied his sister for a moment. Claire had always been the family planner, always thinking 5 steps ahead. He admired that quality, even when it drove him crazy. "Claire, I understand your concern, truly, but I need you to understand something. This isn't a whim. It's not a phase. It's a conscious decision based on a real bond we've built." "You barely know them," she insisted. "I know enough. I know Maisie can't sleep without Mr. Buttons. I know Rowan smiles brightest in the morning. I know both need stability, safety, and love, things I can give them. Other families could offer that too, more established families with more experience." Nathan drew a long breath, trying to stay calm. "Claire, last night Maisie woke up crying. Had a nightmare about her mom. You know what I did? I sat beside her and sang until she fell asleep. I didn't know the perfect words, didn't know if I was doing it right, but I did my best and it worked." Claire remained silent, watching him. "And this morning, she said she liked my voice, that Rowan liked it too." He smiled at the memory. "Don't you see, I'm not just babysitting, we're building something together day by day. Memories, trust, love." "I still think you're being impulsive," Claire said, though her tone had softened. "And that's not typical of you." Maybe I needed to be more impulsive. Maybe I needed to listen to my heart more and my head less. A soft sound came from the hallway. Nathan and Claire turned to see Maisie standing at the living room entrance, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Mr. Buttons clutched firmly in one hand. "Hi," she said, looking curiously at Claire. "Hi, Maisie," Claire responded, her tone instantly gentler. "Remember me? I'm Nathan's sister." Maisie nodded, still watching her cautiously. Then she turned to Nathan. "I had a dream." "Another nightmare?" he asked and worried. "No." She came over, climbing onto the couch between them. "A good dream. We were all in the park. You, me, Rowan, and Linda. There was ice cream." Nathan smiled, relieved. "Sounds like a great dream." "Can we go to the park tomorrow?" she asked hopefully. "With ice cream." "Of course we can." Maisie looked pleased with that. Then, noticing Claire's serious expression, she asked, "Are you mad?" Claire blinked, surprised by the child's perceptiveness. "No, sweetheart. I'm just talking to Nathan." "About what?" The adults exchanged glances. Nathan hesitated, unsure how much to share. But before he could decide, Claire answered, "About how he wants you both to stay with him forever." Maisie's eyes widened. "Forever, ever?" Nathan shot Claire a warning look, and she shrugged as if to say, "She asked." "Yes," he confirmed. "I'm trying to work things out so we can be an official family." Maisie's face lit up for a moment, only to be replaced by worry just as quickly. "But what if they don't let us?" she asked in a small voice. "Who wouldn't let us?" "The people in charge, the lady with glasses who came here." Nathan kneeled in front of her, taking her small hands in his. "Maisie, I'm doing everything I can to make sure we stay together. There are some people who need to approve it, but I have a good chance." Claire watched the exchange, looking more pensive by the second. Maisie thought for a moment, then released one of Nathan's hands to grab Mr. Buttons, her cherished teddy. She looked at it as though having a silent conversation, then held it out to Nathan. "Take him," she said. "If everything goes wrong, he'll stay with you. He doesn't like being cold." Nathan felt as though he'd been punched in the gut. The simplicity of that gesture, the memory of the night he found them shivering, the significance of her offering her most precious possession, it overwhelmed him. "Oh, Maisie," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Nothing's going to go wrong, I promise. And Mr. Buttons belongs to you." She shook her head, stubborn. "But if it does, will you take care of him?" "Promise? I promise." Nathan pulled her into a hug, unable to say more without his voice completely failing him. Over Maisie's shoulder, he saw Claire discreetly wipe away a tear. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. After Nathan tucked Maisie back into bed, he returned to the living room where Claire was waiting. "She gave you her teddy," Claire remarked, not as a question but a statement. "Yes. That teddy is her most important possession, isn't it?" Nathan nodded, his throat still tight. Claire drew a deep breath. "I think I owe you an apology. I didn't fully understand what was happening here." "What do you mean?" "That girl trusts you more than anyone in the world. I could see it in her eyes. And you really do love those kids." "More than I can explain," Nathan admitted. "She mentioned being cold," Claire continued. "Was that how you found them?" "Out in the cold. Inside a cardboard box on a freezing autumn night, Maisie protecting Rowan, asking me not to let him feel cold." Claire closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, there was a new resolve there. "How can I help?" she asked. "With the custody process, I mean..." Nathan could hardly believe what he was hearing. "So you've changed your mind?" "Let's say I was convinced by a 4-year-old expert," she replied with a small smile. "Besides, you seem determined, and the Fishers are known for their stubbornness." "Determination," Nathan corrected, returning her smile. "Whatever you want to call it. So, what's the plan?" As they discussed the next legal steps, Claire, being a lawyer, had valuable advice. Nathan couldn't help thinking about Maisie's offer. The teddy bear, protection against the cold. How could a 4-year-old comprehend so much about loss and separation? How could she be so strong and so vulnerable at the same time? At that moment, Nathan realized he truly couldn't imagine his life without Maisie and Rowan. It wasn't about doing the right thing or helping children in need. It was about feeling complete, about belonging. Claire interrupted his thoughts. "What are you thinking about? You seem a million miles away." "I was thinking about what I told Maisie, about us being an official family. And I realized we already are one. The paperwork will just make official what already exists in our hearts." Claire rolled her eyes but smiled. "My brother, the poet. Who would have guessed?" Later, after Claire left, Nathan checked on the children one last time before bed. Rowan, as usual, slept serenely, tiny fists clenched by his face. Maisie had reclaimed Mr. Buttons for her arms. Nathan leaned in, adjusting the blanket over her. "Don't worry," he whispered, knowing she couldn't hear. "No one will be cold anymore. Not ever again." The family court wasn't as imposing as Nathan had imagined. No high ceilings or dark wooden benches. Just a functional room with beige walls, a few artificial plants, and the official emblem behind the judge's desk. Even so, his heart pounded as he waited in the corridor, adjusting the tie Linda had insisted he wear. Next to him, his lawyer reviewed notes with a confident expression. "We have a solid case," he said for the third time that morning. "The social worker's reports are positive. The children are clearly well cared for and happy." Nathan nodded, trying to believe it. The past 6 months had been an emotional and bureaucratic roller coaster. Endless forms, interviews, surprise home visits, psychological evaluations. Every aspect of his life was scrutinized, measured, evaluated. And now, finally, the day of the decision had arrived. "Where are the kids?" the lawyer asked. "With Linda, in the children's room at the end of the hall. I figured they shouldn't watch all this." Wise choice. The judge might want to see them afterward, if things go well. If things go well. Those words echoed in Nathan's mind. What if they didn't? What if after all these months building a life together, the system decided it wasn't enough? The hearing room door opened. A woman in a suit stepped out with a neutral expression. "Mr. Fisher, the judge will see you now." Nathan took a deep breath and entered, followed by his lawyer. On the other side of the room sat Miss Reynolds, the social worker who had overseen the case from the start. She offered a small, encouraging smile. Next to her was a representative from Child Protective Services, whom Nathan had only met once. Judge Morris was around 60, with grey hair and keen eyes behind reading glasses. He didn't look intimidating or particularly friendly, just observant. "Good morning, everyone," he began after the usual formalities. "We're here to decide on the permanent custody petition filed by Mr. Nathan Fisher regarding children Maisie Carter, 4 years old, and Rowan Carter, 8 months. Correct?" "Yes, Your Honor," the lawyer confirmed. "I've read all the reports and evaluations," the judge continued, "but before I rule, I'd like to hear directly from Mr. Fisher." He turned to Nathan. "Mr. Fisher, why do you wish to have permanent custody of these children?" The question sounded simple, but Nathan knew it was anything but. How to summarize what had happened over the past months? How to explain to a stranger the depth of his bond with Maisie and Rowan? "Your Honor," he began, his voice steadier than he expected, "when I found these children that night in October, I wasn't looking to start a family. To be honest, I barely knew what I was looking for in my own life." He paused, organizing his thoughts. "I had a successful career, a comfortable apartment, friends. On the surface, and it seemed I had everything, but inside, there was an emptiness I hardly recognized, let alone knew how to fill." The judge observed him, expression neutral. "That night, I was leaving a charity gala, one of those fancy dinners where people donate money to feel good about themselves. I made my donation, greeted the right people, and left feeling nothing, absolutely nothing." Nathan noticed his hands were trembling slightly. He interlocked his fingers to hide it. "Then I found them. A 4-year-old girl taking care of a baby, hidden in a cardboard box. Maisie looked at me and said, 'Don't let him feel cold, please.' She didn't ask for anything for herself, she just wanted to protect her brother." The judge made a note, his face still unreadable. In the past 6 months, Your Honor, my life has changed completely. Not just in practical terms, work hours, living arrangements, daily routines. It has fundamentally changed who I am. Nathan felt the emotion rising in his throat, but he didn't hold it back. If there was ever a time to be totally honest, it was now. I learned what it's like to be responsible for someone other than myself. I learned how to sing lullabies, even though I'm terribly off-key. I learned I can function on a lot less sleep than I ever thought possible. A small smile tugged at his lips. I learned that pure terror is seeing a 4-year-old with a fever at 3 a.m., and absolute relief is seeing that fever break. The judge nodded almost imperceptibly. But more than anything, I learned what it means to love unconditionally. I never imagined it was possible to love someone the way I love Maisie and Rowan. When they came into my life, that emptiness I mentioned, it just vanished. Nathan paused, mustering courage for the hardest part. I know I'm not the perfect candidate. I'm single, never had kids before, and I'm learning as I go. I make mistakes every day. But I can promise you one thing. I will never, ever give up on them. They'll have stability, safety, education, and most of all, love. Because those children, Your Honor, they're my family now, and I would do anything for them. The room was silent when he finished. His lawyer looked satisfied. Miss Reynolds wore a discreet smile. Even the Child Protective Services representative seemed slightly moved. The judge removed his glasses, cleaning them methodically with a cloth. Mr. Fisher, I appreciate your candor. I sense there's a genuine bond between you and these children. He was about to continue when the door opened, everyone turned to see Claire entering in a hurry, slightly out of breath as if she'd been running. Apologies for the delay, Your Honor, she said formally. I'm Claire Fisher, the petitioner's sister. Nathan felt his stomach drop. In recent weeks, Claire had swung back to her original stance against adoption. Despite that moment of mutual understanding over Mr. Buttons, she eventually voiced new reservations, claiming Nathan was romanticizing parenthood and that reality would be much different than he imagined. Ms. Fisher, said the judge, clearly surprised, I don't see your name on the witness list. I know, Your Honor, but I feel I need to speak. It's important. The judge considered briefly, then nodded. Very well, but keep it brief, please. Claire took a position in the center of the room, avoiding direct eye contact with Nathan. Everyone could feel the tension. Nathan's lawyer leaned over to whisper, but Nathan gestured him to stop. He wanted to hear what his sister had to say, even if he feared her words. Your Honor, Claire began, her professional lawyer voice momentarily in place, I came here today to stop this decision, but not in the way you might think. She took a deep breath, and when she resumed, her voice was softer, more personal. 6 months ago, when my brother told me he found 2 abandoned children and decided to care for them, I thought he'd lost his mind. Nathan has always been the rational one in our family, the planner, the cautious one. This decision seemed completely out of character. Nathan watched her, unable to read her expression. I argued against it. I listed all the reasons it would be hard, all the sacrifices he'd have to make, all the complications that would arise. I said he was being impulsive, emotional, irrational. Claire paused, finally looking straight at Nathan. Tears shone in her eyes, something he rarely saw. I was wrong, she said, voice quivering. Completely wrong. In the past months, I've seen my brother care for these kids with more love than many parents I know. He's changed. And to be honest, I've changed too, just watching it. The words hung heavy with emotion. Nathan felt his own vision blur with tears he tried to hold back. Maisie and Rowan couldn't have a better father, Claire continued. And yes, Your Honor, I said father. Because that's what Nathan is to them now. Not a temporary guardian, not just a caregiver, but a father in every sense that matters. Claire wiped a tear discreetly. As a lawyer, I understand the system is here to protect children, to make sure they have the best home possible. And I can testify, without any doubt, that the best home for Maisie and Rowan is with my brother. When she finished, the silence in the room was tangible. Nathan wanted to stand up, hug his sister, and thank her, but he stayed put, mindful of courtroom protocol. The judge adjusted his glasses, looking from Claire to Nathan and then at the others present. Finally, he gestured to the social worker. "Miss Reynolds, anything to add?" "Only to reaffirm what I've included in my reports, Your Honor. The children are thriving under Mr. Fisher's care. There is an undeniable bond among them. My official recommendation is to grant permanent custody." The judge nodded, flipping through some documents in front of him. When he looked at Nathan again, there was a warmth in his expression that hadn't been there before. "Mr. Fisher, in my 30 years on the bench, I've learned to recognize sincerity when I see it. And what I see here today is a family. Not a traditional one, perhaps, but definitely a family." Nathan barely dared to breathe. "Based on the testimony heard today, the social services reports, and all the evidence presented, I'm prepared to give my ruling." The judge sat up straighter. "I hereby grant full and permanent custody of Maisie Carter and Rowan Carter to Nathan Fisher, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails." The words took a moment to sink in. When Nathan finally understood, an overwhelming wave of emotion almost made him collapse. He had to grip the table to steady himself. "Thank you, Your Honor," he managed to say, voice shaking. "Thank you." The judge smiled. "I'd like to meet your children now, Mr. Fisher. Could you bring them in?" Minutes later, Nathan returned with Maisie holding his hand and Rowan in his arms. The little girl looked around curiously, but showed none of the fear she might have months ago. "Maisie, Rowan," said the judge, noticeably softer in tone. "You've just officially gained a dad. How do you feel about that?" Maisie looked at Nathan, then at the judge. "He was already our dad," she answered simply with a child's frank wisdom. "Now everybody knows it." A gentle laugh passed through the room. The judge nodded, visibly touched. "You are absolutely right, young lady." While the final documents were signed, Claire approached Nathan wordlessly. They hugged, Rowan nestled comfortably between them. Maisie joined in, wrapping her arms around their legs. Leaving the courthouse, Nathan carried Maisie in one arm and Rowan in the other. The April sun shone brightly, as if celebrating with them. His eyes were damp, but his heart had never felt lighter. He was no longer just the man who'd found them on a cold night, who had temporarily taken them in, who had learned to love them. Now, in the eyes of the law and the world, he was what his heart had known for months. He was their father. 6 months after the hearing, life had settled into a rhythm at the Fisher home. The apartment was new, larger, brighter, with a room for each child and a small balcony for stargazing at night. But the real change was in the life that pulsed within it. Where once there was order and silence, there were now scattered toys, laughter, and the occasional baby cry, which, strangely enough, Nathan wouldn't trade for anything. On the main wall of the living room, carefully framed, hung one of Maisie's drawings, 3 figures holding hands in front of a yellow house, with the words "No more cold here" written in big, colorful, uneven letters on top. It was the first picture she'd made after moving to the new apartment. Whenever Nathan looked at it, he felt a profound certainty. He had finally found his home. Mornings were a symphony of organized chaos. On this particular morning, Nathan was more nervous than usual. It was Maisie's first day of primary school. She insisted on choosing her own outfit, a blue dress with silver stars and red sneakers. "Is everything in my backpack?" she asked, meticulously checking her school supplies. "My lunch, my pencil case, Mr. Buttons." "Mr. Buttons is going too?" Nathan asked, hiding a smile while feeding Rowan. "He'll stay hidden in my bag," Maisie whispered, "just so I won't be nervous." On the way to school, Maisie chatted excitedly about the friends she planned to make. But when they arrived at the colorful gate, her small hand gripped Nathan's with surprising strength. "What if nobody likes me?" she whispered. Nathan knelt to eye level. "Impossible. You're the coolest person I know." That brought a smile to her face. Shoulders squared like a tiny warrior, Maisie entered the classroom with one final wave. "See you at 3, Dad, Dad." The word still sent a wave of warmth through Nathan's chest every time he heard it. Of all the titles he'd held in life, none meant as much as this one. Back home, he found Linda trying to convince Rowan to eat carrot puree, with little success. "Pa, pa, pa," babbled the baby when he saw Nathan stretching out his chubby arms. "He just said Papa," Linda exclaimed, as if witnessing a miracle. "Did you hear that?" "Technically, he said Papa Pa, which could mean anything," Nathan replied, though his heart leaped. "Papa," Rowan insisted, pointing directly at him. Linda gave Nathan a triumphant look. "You were saying?" Life had changed in every aspect. His job, once central to his existence, now occupied a carefully circumscribed slot. Nathan left the office at 5 sharp, ignoring the surprised looks from co-workers who used to see him stay late. Weekends were sacred, reserved solely for his children. He had learned how to make pancakes on Sundays, Maisie's in heart shapes, Rowan's cut into manageable pieces. He'd also learned how to fix broken toys, treat scraped knees, and assemble paper mobiles, skills he never imagined he'd need but now felt as essential as breathing. One Saturday afternoon, after a day at the park, Nathan found Maisie and Rowan sound asleep in the living room, she on the sofa with an open storybook on her lap, he on the rug surrounded by colorful blocks, one tiny hand stretched out as if trying to reach his sister, even while sleeping. Nathan paused at the doorway, taking in the moment without taking a photo. Some moments were too precious to capture. They were meant to be lived. That night, like so many others, Nathan sat on the small balcony of his apartment, inhaling the fresh air and reflecting on all that had changed. Then Maisie appeared, rubbing her eyes in her rocket-patterned pajamas. "Can't sleep?" he asked, making room for her. Maisie shook her head, nestling against him and looking up at the starry sky. "I was thinking about Mommy." Nathan put an arm around her gently. "What were you thinking about her?" She pointed to the sky. "See that star? That's Mommy. I think she's happy." "Why do you think she's happy?" "Because we're together. And no one's cold." The simplicity and depth of her observation nearly took Nathan's breath away. At that moment, a soft cry came from the bedroom. Rowan had woken up. "I'll get him," Nathan said, but Maisie was already on her feet. "I'll go. He likes it when I sing to him." Minutes later, the three of them were on the balcony, looking at the stars. Rowan babbled happily in Nathan's arms, while Maisie pointed again at the bright star, explaining to her brother that it was Mommy. Nathan held his children close, feeling a peace he'd never known. He'd spent so much time chasing success and fulfillment, never suspecting they'd come in the form of 2 children abandoned in a cardboard box. Now he understood. Life didn't have to be perfect, just lived with love. And love, he'd learned, could appear in the most unexpected places, starting with a simple gesture of empathy on a cold night. "Do you want to hear a story?" Maisie asked, turning to Nathan and Rowan. "About the dragon the princess saved." "We'd love to," Nathan replied, smiling at his children under the starry sky. New beginnings can arise in the most unlikely places. Sometimes, a single act of compassion is the first step toward a lifetime of love. If this story touched your heart, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next ones. Leave a like because it helps this story get recommended to more people. See you in the next story. A poor girl with her little brother looks at a snack in a trash can and asks the young billionaire, "Do you think this is still good to eat? We're starving." And when he hears this, he does something that changes everything. The clock in the corner of the screen read 7:42 p.m. when David finally closed the last file. He leaned back in the leather armchair and rubbed his tired eyes. At 40 years old, his face still retained a youthful appearance, although small wrinkles were beginning to form at the corners of his eyes, silent witnesses to countless meetings, negotiations, and decisions that had turned him into the successful businessman he was today. The glass tower where his office was located was practically empty at that hour. David put some documents in his briefcase, but instead of heading to the parking lot, he felt a different impulse. His apartment would be empty for a few more hours. Sarah had mentioned something about having dinner with a friend, and the idea of going home alone did not appeal to him. "I'll take a walk," he decided, grabbing his jacket. He took the panoramic elevator down, watching the city lights begin to dot the urban landscape. New York, London, Tokyo. It didn't matter. It was a large metropolis like so many others, where people like him built fortunes while others simply tried to survive. "Good evening, mister," Roberts, the security guard in the lobby, greeted him. "Good evening, Charlie. Is your daughter better?" "Yes, sir. The doctor you recommended was excellent. I don't know how to thank you." David smiled and made a dismissive hand gesture. Small acts of kindness were easy when one had money and connections. Sometimes he wondered if his good deeds were truly altruistic, or just a way to soothe some unconscious guilt over his success. The glass doors opened automatically, and the night breeze welcomed him. David loosened his tie and began walking aimlessly, just letting his legs guide him. Downtown pulsed with life, hurried people, cars, neon lights. It was the kind of scene that normally energized him, but on this particular night, David felt strangely disconnected from it all, like a tourist in his own life. Over the last 6 months, that feeling had become more frequent, an emptiness that grew silently despite all his achievements. The company prospered, the bank account swelled, and yet something was missing. Sarah had noticed the change. The previous week, during a rare breakfast together, she asked if everything was all right. "Of course," he answered automatically, "just tired." But it wasn't just tiredness. It was something deeper, harder to name. David and Sarah had been married for 6 years. In the beginning, it was like a modern fairy tale. He, the ambitious entrepreneur, she, the talented architect who redesigned spaces with the same ease she smiled. They fell in love fast and built a comfortable life together. In the first few years, they talked about having children as if it were natural, an obvious next step. But months turned into years. Tests, specialists, treatments. Hope gave way to frustration, then resignation. With no definitive diagnosis, just the cruel reality that some things simply don't happen just because we want them to. Over time, the subject was left behind. David dove deeper into work, Sarah into her projects. The wound never fully healed, but they learned to live with it. David turned onto a less busy street. Groups of young people chatted excitedly outside a bar. Couples walked hand in hand. A hurried mother dragged a small child by the hand. He watched the last scene longer than necessary. "Sir, can you help me?" A man approached, hand extended. David automatically took out some bills from his pocket and handed them over, without really making eye contact. A mechanical gesture from someone used to being approached. "Thank you. God bless you." David nodded and kept walking, thinking about the irony of that blessing. If there was any divine blessing, it certainly had curious ways. Some got too much, others too little. His thoughts were interrupted by his cell phone vibrating. It was Jackson and his partner, probably wanting to discuss the meeting with the Asian investors scheduled for the next day. David stared at the screen for a few seconds, and then put the phone away without answering. Whatever it was, it could wait. The colorful lights of a commercial area caught his attention. The night was pleasant, and people were enjoying the restaurants and cafes with sidewalk tables. David felt hungry and considered stopping somewhere when something unusual caught his eye. Near a set of trash cans, behind a closed kiosk, there was movement. A small, furtive movement. At first, he thought it was an animal, maybe a stray cat. But then he saw clearly they were children. David stopped, confused. 2 small children, alone, rummaging through a trash can. The older one, a girl with light hair, tried to reach something inside the container, while an even younger boy looked around with fearful eyes. For a moment, David hesitated. It wouldn't be the first time he had seen homeless people or children begging for money. In big cities, one learns to develop a certain emotional numbness. But something about these two was different. Perhaps the silent desperation, or simply the fact that they were so small. Before he realized it, he was walking toward them. "Hello," he said gently, keeping a respectful distance. The girl jumped, quickly positioning herself in front of the boy. Her large, blue eyes locked on David with a mix of fear and defiance. She couldn't have been more than 5 years old, but there was a frightening maturity in her gaze. "We're not doing anything wrong," she spoke with a firm voice despite the slight tremor. "We're just looking for food that was thrown away." Her words hit David like a physical blow. He took a closer look at the children, dirty, worn clothes, but not completely in rags. The girl wore a messy little bow in her hair. The boy clutched a plastic toy car, missing a wheel. They didn't look like children who had always lived on the street. "Are you hungry?" David asked, crouching a bit to their eye level. The little boy looked at his sister, as if asking permission to answer. She remained firm. "We can manage on our own," she replied, but her voice faltered when the boy's stomach growled audibly. David smiled kindly. "I was thinking of getting something to eat. There's a diner on the corner. Would you like to join me?" The girl bit her lip, visibly torn. The boy tugged on her sleeve, whispering something. "Luke's really hungry," she finally admitted. "He hasn't eaten since yesterday." "My name's David," he introduced himself. "And you?" "Lily," the girl answered, still cautious. "And this is my brother, Luke. He's 3, I'm 5.5. The way Lily announced her age, with the half so important, made David feel a pang in his chest. 5 years old, already protecting a younger brother on the streets. "Nice to meet you, Lily and Luke. How about we go eat? You can choose anything you want." This time, even Lily couldn't hide the hope that flashed in her eyes. The diner wasn't fancy, one of those places with stools at the counter and formica tables, but it was clean and warm. A middle-aged waitress served them, casting curious glances at the unusual trio. "What would you like to eat?" David asked. "Anything," Lily replied. "We're not picky." The forced maturity in her childish voice contrasted painfully with her small, dirty hands clutching the menu as if it were a treasure. "How about burgers, and fries, and milkshakes?" David suggested. Luke's eyes lit up in a way that said it all. Lily tried to maintain composure, but a small smile escaped. While they waited for the food, David tried to chat casually with the children. He discovered that Luke hardly spoke, not because he was unable, Lily assured him, but because he was shy around strangers. "Do you live around here?" David asked, trying to sound casual. Lily's smile disappeared. "We lived with Grandma, but..." David prompted gently. "She disappeared," Lily answered in a low voice. "She went to buy medicine and never came back. We waited many days." "And your parents?" "Mommy became a star," Lily said, looking at the ceiling as if she could see beyond it. "Grandma explained that very good people become stars in the sky when they go away." David felt a lump in his throat. "And your dad?" Lily shrugged. "We never met him." The food arrived, momentarily interrupting the conversation. The children looked at the plates with a mix of fascination and disbelief. Luke immediately grabbed a French fry and devoured it. Lily, always the protector, cut her brother's burger into smaller pieces before touching her own food. While the children ate with the abandon of those who haven't had a decent meal in a long time, David watched, deep in thought. The scene before him seemed unreal. In the 21st century, in one of the richest cities in the world, 2 children starving on the streets. And until that day, he had encountered similar situations without truly seeing them. "Do you have somewhere to sleep tonight?" he asked when they were almost finished. Lily looked up, suddenly alert again. "We have places," she replied vaguely. "Safe places," David insisted. The girl did not answer, but her silence said it all. David thought about offering them his home, but he hesitated. He didn't know these children. He knew nothing about them beyond what Lily had told him. Bringing strangers home, even children, was not a decision he could make alone. There was Sarah to consider, and legal implications. What if the authorities accused him of kidnapping? What if the children had relatives looking for them? "Have you looked for help?" "There are places that can take care of you," he suggested, thinking of shelters or social services. Lily's face closed off immediately. "They'd split us up," she said with frightening certainty. "I've seen it happen to other kids. Luke needs me." The silence that followed was heavy. David knew he should call the police or social services. That was the correct, responsible procedure. But the fear in Lily's eyes made him hesitate. He ordered dessert, ice cream for the kids, coffee for himself, trying to buy time to think. While Luke savored his ice cream with childish abandon, Lily watched David with a mixture of gratitude and caution. "You were very kind," she finally said, wiping her mouth with a napkin. "I never thought anyone would stop to help us. People always walk right by, pretending they don't see us." The simplicity of her observation hit David hard. How many times had he himself walked right by, pretending not to see people in need? How many Lilies and Lukes existed on the streets, invisible to people like him? The waitress brought the bill, and David paid absent-mindedly, still absorbed in his thoughts. As they got up to leave, Lily promptly took Luke's hand, like a miniature mother. "Where are you going now?" David asked, reluctant to let them go. "We have a place," Lily answered vaguely. "Near the park." David checked his watch. Almost 9 p.m. Sarah would be arriving home soon. He needed to make a decision. "Look, I can't take you home with me tonight," he said finally, feeling guilty when he saw Luke's brief glimmer of hope fade. "But I want to help. How about we meet here tomorrow? I'll bring clean clothes, and we can figure out what to do." Lily studied his face for a long moment, her blue eyes surprisingly penetrating for someone so young. "Are you really coming back?" she asked, doubt evident in her voice. "I promise," David replied, realizing he truly intended to keep that promise. "Tomorrow at 10 a.m., right here. I'll be waiting." He took out his wallet, hesitated, then handed Lily a few bills. "So you can find a place to sleep tonight," he explained. "Maybe a motel." Lily looked at the money suspiciously, but accepted it. "Thank you," she said simply. Before they left, David wrote his phone number on a napkin. "If you need anything before tomorrow, call. There are payphones around." Lily tucked the paper carefully into her pocket. "We'll be here tomorrow," she promised. David watched them walk away, two small figures in the urban night. Luke looked back once, waving timidly. Lily did not look back, her rigid, protective posture carrying a weight no child should bear. As he walked home, David felt restless. Had he done enough? Should he have insisted more, taken the children to some authority? Or should he have offered his home, despite the complications? The truth was that meeting Lily and Luke had stirred something inside him, something that had lain dormant, anesthetized by years of routine and comfort. A sense of purpose, maybe, or simply the ability to truly care. When he arrived at the apartment, Sarah was already there, reading on the couch. "You took a while," she remarked, looking up from her book. David hung up his jacket and sat down next to her. "Something strange happened today." "Strange how?" He hesitated, trying to find the right words. How to explain the impact of those two children on his life, even after such a brief encounter? "I found 2 kids going through the trash for food," he began slowly. "Orphans, apparently. A girl about 5 and a boy about 3. I took them to get something to eat." Sarah set her book aside, her green eyes attentive. "And then?" "Then nothing. I gave them money for a motel and arranged to meet them tomorrow." "You didn't call the police or social services?" "No," David admitted. "The girl, Lily, was terrified at the idea of being separated." Sarah studied him for a moment. "You want to help them," she said at last. It wasn't a question. "Yes," David replied, surprised by his own certainty. "I want to help them." That night, lying in bed next to Sarah, David couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about Lily and Luke, wondering if they were safe, if they had found somewhere to stay, wondering if they would return to meet him the next day. He also wondered about the emptiness he had been feeling, as though, despite all his success, something essential was missing. Something he might have finally started to find that night, in a chance encounter with 2 homeless children. David turned the key in the lock and entered the apartment. The usual silence was broken by Sarah's voice coming from the kitchen. "David, is that you?" "Yes, it's me," he replied, hanging his jacket on the entryway rack. Sarah appeared in the hallway, holding a wine glass by the stem. She was wearing yoga pants and a loose t-shirt, her relaxation uniform after a long day of work. At 35, she retained the natural elegance that had attracted him from the first time they met, 6 years earlier. "You took a while," she commented, approaching for a quick kiss. "Everything okay? You seem tired." David hesitated. How to explain what had happened, how to describe the impact of those 2 children on his life, even after such a brief meeting. "Something happened today," he began, following Sarah into the living room. "Something unexpected." Sarah sat on the sofa, gesturing for him to join her. Her eyes, always so attentive, studied his face with growing concern. "You're worrying me a little," she said. "Is it something at the company?" "No, it's not work." David sat down, leaning slightly forward. "After I left the office, I decided to walk around downtown. I ended up seeing two kids rummaging through a trash can, looking for food." Sarah's face twisted in shock. "My God." "A girl about 5 and a boy about 3, Lily and Luke." David paused, the image of the children still vivid in his mind. "I took them to eat. They were starving, Sarah, days without a decent meal." "Where are their parents?" "The mother died. Lily said she became a star. And the father, from what I gather, he was never in the picture. They lived with their grandmother until she disappeared a few weeks ago. They got evicted and have been on the streets since then." Sarah covered her mouth with her hand. "Alone on the streets. 2 children that small?" David nodded, feeling again that tightness in his chest that had been with him since the encounter. "I should have called the police or social services. I know that's the official procedure." He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. "But Lily was terrified when I mentioned authorities. She's afraid they'd be separated." "And you let them go?" Sarah asked, no accusation in her voice, just curiosity. "I gave them money for a motel and promised to meet them tomorrow at the same place. I gave them my number in case they needed anything before then." Sarah was silent for a moment, taking it all in. "What do you plan to do tomorrow?" she finally asked. It was the same question David had been asking himself since he said goodbye to the children. What was he planning to do? How far was he willing to go? "I'm not entirely sure," he admitted. "I thought about buying them new clothes, maybe taking them to a doctor. Make sure they're healthy, fed safe for a few days while I think of something more permanent." "Do you believe them? Their story?" Sarah asked, always the practical voice of reason. David considered, could Lily be lying? Of course it was possible. Street children sometimes invented stories to gain sympathy. But there was something about the way Lily protected her brother, the forced maturity in her gaze, the way Luke silently followed his sister's every move. No, he didn't think he was being deceived. "I believe them," he replied firmly. "These kids are really on their own, Sarah, and scared." Sarah took a sip of wine, thinking, "You know what surprises me about this whole thing?" she asked. "The fact that you stopped to help them. Not that you aren't kind, but normally I'd be too busy on the phone or thinking about my next meeting," David finished, without resentment. It was true, after all. "I don't fully understand what made me stop. But I'm glad I did." Sarah gave a small smile, reaching out to touch her husband's face. "So am I." That night, after dinner, Sarah suggested making a list of items to buy for the children. They started with the basics: clothes, shoes, toiletries, and soon they were adding children's books, educational toys, vitamins. "We're going overboard," David laughed, looking at the page-long list. "Maybe," Sarah admitted, "but if we're going to help, let's do it right." There was something in the way she said "we" that warmed David's heart, a silent reminder that he wasn't alone in this unexpected journey. Later in bed, while Sarah breathed softly beside him, already asleep, David remained with his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Sleep seemed impossible. His mind swirled with questions, worries, possibilities. Where were Lily and Luke at that very moment? Had they managed to get a motel room like he suggested? Or were they under some bridge, trying to keep warm? Would they come back to meet him the next day? And if they did, what then? The practical side of him, the calculating entrepreneur, said he was getting in too deep already. Financial help was one thing. Emotional commitment was something else entirely. There were risks, complications, unpredictable consequences. But another part of him, a part he barely recognized, insisted that their meeting was not accidental, that maybe there was a greater purpose at play. David and Sarah had always wanted children. For years, they tried every available treatment, until repeated disappointments forced them to accept a reality different from what they'd dreamed. They briefly discussed adoption years ago, but the moment never seemed right. There was always the company to build, trips to take, goals to meet. And so, slowly, the dream of a family was tucked away in a drawer. Now, lying in the dark, David wondered if that drawer could be reopened. If perhaps those two vulnerable children could fill a void he no longer even realized existed. But how to know if they were ready, if they would be good parents, if the children would accept them, and how to navigate the legal maze that would surely be involved. David turned over in bed, trying to find a comfortable position. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:47 a.m. In a few hours he'd have to be up, ready for another workday. And then at 10 a.m., the meeting with Lily and Luke. He closed his eyes, trying to force sleep to come. But images of the children kept appearing. Lily, with her premature seriousness. Luke, with his tired but still bright eyes. Abandoned, vulnerable, resilient. When the alarm went off at 6:30, David was already awake. In fact, he doubted he'd slept more than a few minutes intermittently throughout the night. He got up carefully so as not to wake Sarah and went to the bathroom. In the mirror, he saw the result of the sleepless night. Red eyes, unshaven beard, exhausted expression. While showering, he made a decision. He would go alone to meet the children. Sarah had mentioned an important meeting that morning, and he didn't want to pressure her to cancel. Also, he needed to assess the situation first, to understand better what he could offer Lily and Luke before fully involving Sarah. When he left the bathroom, Sarah was already in the kitchen, making coffee. She also looked like she'd slept little. "Good morning," she said, offering him a cup. "Ready for the big day?" David took the coffee gratefully. "I'll go by myself," he announced. "You've got that meeting with the Boston clients, right?" Sarah nodded, but there was hesitation in her eyes. "I can reschedule," she offered. "I'd like to be there to meet them." "There'll be time for that," David assured her. "First, I need to make sure they're okay, that they trust me enough. I don't want to scare them by showing up with a stranger." Sarah considered his reasoning and agreed. "Makes sense, but call me as soon as you know anything. And David," she paused, holding her husband's hand, "if we can do something more for these kids, beyond immediate help, we always dreamed of having children, right?" The simplicity of her statement hit David hard. We always dreamed of having children. Yes, they always had. And maybe, in some unexpected way, that dream could still come true. "Thank you," he said, squeezing her hand. "It means a lot." Hours later, driving toward downtown, David tried to imagine how the reunion would unfold. Would Lily and Luke be there? Had they trusted him enough to return? And if they were, what would happen next? Traffic was heavy, typical of a weekday morning. As he waited at a traffic light, David glanced at the bags on the passenger seat. Clothes, shoes, simple toys, colorful books, practical gifts for children who might never have received presents. Was it enough? Probably not. But it was a start. A first step on a journey whose destination he still couldn't fully see. What he did know with a surprising certainty was that he couldn't simply turn his back on Lily and Luke now that he knew their story. Not knowing they were alone in the world, relying only on each other to survive. When he finally got near the diner, David felt his heart race. Whatever happened from that moment on would change his life forever. And strangely, that prospect no longer frightened him. David drove slowly through downtown, scanning each bench, each awning, each spot where children might take shelter. The diner where they had agreed to meet was empty, no sign of Lily or Luke. His stomach tightened. Had they disappeared? Had they simply taken the money and vanished like so many others on the city's streets? He parked and decided to search on foot. The day was overcast, threatening rain. David thought of the children exposed to the weather and quickened his pace. That's when he saw them. They were sitting under the awning of a closed store, a few blocks from the diner. Lily had a protective arm around Luke, who seemed to be dozing against her. They wore the same clothes as the day before, but David noticed they looked a bit cleaner. They had probably used the money for a bath somewhere. Lily spotted him first. Her eyes widened slightly, and David noticed the surprise. She truly hadn't expected him to come back. "Good morning," he greeted, keeping a respectful distance. "I was waiting for you at the diner." Lily straightened, gently waking Luke. We got here too early and got cold, she explained. It's sunny here in the morning. David looked at them more closely. Despite their obvious fatigue, they seemed a bit better than the day before. Luke rubbed his eyes sleepily but smiled when he recognized David. Are you hungry? David asked, already knowing the answer. Luke nodded vigorously. Lily shrugged, trying to maintain the facade of not needing help. A little. Let's have breakfast, David suggested. Then I want to talk to you about something important. The diner was busier than the previous night. A group of workers sat at the counter, and some tables were taken by students with laptops. The waitress, the same as before, recognized them and smiled. Back so soon? She asked, guiding them to a corner table. David ordered a full breakfast for the three of them. Eggs, bacon, pancakes, orange juice. While they ate, he tried to chat casually with the children, avoiding difficult questions. He wanted them to feel at ease. Where did you sleep last night? He finally asked, once the plates were nearly empty. In a motel, Lily answered. It was warm and had a big bathtub. Luke took 2 baths, she added, a note of pride in her voice. And we washed our clothes in the sink. David smiled. It was good to know they had used the money as he hoped. Do you still have any money left? He asked. Lily nodded. A little. I saved it for emergencies. The forced maturity in that 5-year-old child continued to impress him. Lily, David began, choosing his words carefully. Luke, I have a proposal for you. The children looked at him intently, Luke with curiosity, Lily with caution. Would you like to come to my house today? My wife, Sarah, is excited to meet you. We have an extra room, warm food, clean clothes. You could get proper rest. Luke's face lit up immediately, but Lily remained wary. For how long? She asked. The question caught David by surprise. He realized he hadn't thought about the details. For how long, really? 1 night? A week? Forever? For now, let's say a few days, he answered honestly. Time for you to rest, and for us to figure out the best way to help. Lily looked at her brother, who was practically vibrating with anticipation. David saw the internal battle in her eyes, her natural distrust clashing with her desire to provide comfort for her brother. Will we be a bother? She finally asked. David smiled. Absolutely not. In fact, I think you'll make our house a lot livelier. The drive to David's house was quiet. Luke fell asleep almost immediately in the back seat, exhausted from lack of proper sleep. Lily stayed alert, watching the route they took, always ready to protect her brother if needed. David called Sarah during a stoplight, telling her he was bringing the kids. He could hear the excitement in her voice even through the phone. The car finally turned onto a tree-lined street in a quiet residential neighborhood. The houses were large, with well-kept gardens. David and Sarah's home was a 2-story construction with big windows and a small porch at the entrance. Is this where you live? Lily asked, eyes wide. Yes, David replied, parking in the driveway. Come on, Sarah's waiting. As promised, Sarah opened the door before they even reached it. David observed his wife with renewed affection. She was clearly nervous, anxious to make a good impression, wearing a simple dress and her hair in a casual ponytail. Hello, she greeted, her voice gentle. You must be Lily, and this is Luke. I'm Sarah. Lily nodded politely. Luke, still groggy from sleep, hid partially behind his sister, peering at Sarah with curious eyes. Come in, come in. You must be tired. Sarah stepped aside to let them in. I made some snacks if you're hungry. The house was spacious and bright, decorated with a discreet elegance that reflected Sarah's taste. It wasn't a house designed with children in mind, no scattered toys, no safety gates or other typical childproofing, but it was welcoming in its own way. Your house is really pretty, Lily commented politely, still firmly holding Luke's hand. Thank you, Sarah smiled. I hope you'll be comfortable here. She led them to the kitchen, where she had prepared sandwiches, cut fruit, and cookies. Luke immediately perked up at the sight of the cookies, looking to his sister for permission. Lily gave a slight nod, and he dove in. You might want to take a bath and change clothes, Sarah suggested after they ate. We bought some clothes we think will fit, but if they don't, we can get others. Lily's eyes widened. You bought clothes for us? Sarah smiled. Of course, and some books and toys too. While Sarah took the children upstairs to see the guest room and the bathroom, David went to his office to make an important call. Helen Parker had been a social worker for 20 years and had helped David's company with some community projects. If anyone could advise them in this complicated situation, it would be her. "I need your guidance, Helen," he explained, after summarizing the situation. "I don't want to involve the official system yet if it means they could be separated." Helen sighed on the other end of the line. "I understand your concern, David. The truth is, our shelters are overcrowded, and siblings often end up in different facilities, especially with that age difference and genders." It was what David feared hearing. "What are our options then?" he asked. "You could request an emergency temporary guardianship," Helen suggested. "That would buy time to see if there are other relatives, to understand the situation better before making permanent decisions." "And what are our chances of getting that guardianship?" "It depends on many factors," Helen replied cautiously. "But you're financially stable, have an appropriate home, no criminal record. It's a good start." David thanked her and promised to keep in touch. When he hung up, he felt a weight on his chest. Even the most favorable option involved a complicated process with no guarantees. Upstairs, Sarah had just finished showing the guest room to the children. It was a neutral space with a double bed and minimal decor, clearly not designed for kids. But Sarah had improvised. Extra pillows created a barrier in the middle of the bed, forming separate spaces for Lily and Luke. "Tomorrow we can arrange proper beds," she explained. "But for tonight, I hope this will do." Lily ran her hand over the white, soft sheets, as if she had never seen anything so clean. Luke was already exploring the bags of gifts Sarah had left on a chair. "Look, Lily," he exclaimed, holding up a small red car. "Just like the one Grandma gave me." Lily smiled, the first genuine smile Sarah had seen, and joined her brother in exploring the presents. There were basic clothes in approximate sizes, colorful children's books, a few simple toys bought in a rush that morning. "I'll let you settle in," Sarah said. "The bathroom is right there. There are clean towels, shampoo, soap, everything you need." When Sarah returned downstairs, she found David in the office, looking worried. "I spoke with Helen," he informed her. "If we go through the official system, they'll likely be separated." Sarah bit her lip. "We can't let that happen." "She suggested we apply for an emergency temporary guardianship," David continued. "It would give us time to see if there are any relatives and to figure out the legal situation." Before they could continue their conversation, they heard footsteps on the stairs. Lily and Luke were coming down, hand in hand, transformed by cleanliness and new clothes. Lily's hair, now clearly blonde, was brushed and still damp. Luke seemed smaller without the grime and oversized clothes, but his eyes sparkled. "Are we bothering you?" Lily asked, ever cautious. "Of course not," Sarah smiled. "We were just talking about you." "How to help you?" "Do we have to leave tomorrow?" Lily asked, her voice small, revealing for the first time the vulnerability she hid behind her mature facade. David and Sarah exchanged a look, one of those silent moments of communication that couples develop over time. They hadn't discussed details, long-term plans, implications, but in that instant, they both knew the answer. "No," David replied firmly. "We don't want you to go." The days that followed were an adjustment for everyone. Sarah improvised a proper room for the children. They bought 2 small beds, organized the toys, hung colorful curtains. They discovered that Lily loved children's books, devouring stories whenever she could. Luke, meanwhile, developed an immediate fascination with everything David did. "What's that?" he would constantly ask, following David around the house. "That's my laptop," David would patiently reply. "I use it for work." "And that?" "A special pen. See, it has my name engraved." The boy's insatiable curiosity was refreshing. David, used to the frenetic pace of business, found himself slowing down to explain simple things, answering basic questions, seeing the world through a 3-year-old's eyes. In the kitchen, Lily started helping Sarah prepare simple meals. Her motor coordination was impressive for her age. She carefully chopped fruit, gently stirred pancake batter, set the table with precision. "I used to help Grandma," she explained, When Sarah commented on her skill, her hands hurt. Those small revelations about her past were rare and precious. Neither Lily nor Luke talked much about their life before the streets, as if they feared the memories might shatter the fragile peace they had found. In just a few days, a routine began to form. Sarah adjusted her work schedule to be more present at home. David did the same, turning down business trips and delegating some responsibilities. The joy the children brought was undeniable, but there were constant worries too. Their legal status remained uncertain. Every knock on the door made Lily jump, as if afraid someone was coming to take them away. The change in David was particularly noticeable. He, who had always measured success in closed deals and profits, now found himself counting small victories. Lily's first genuine smile at receiving a new book. Luke's progress learning to tie his shoes, the way both children were beginning to relax around them. On a Saturday afternoon, while Sarah prepared dinner, David was in his office reviewing some documents. A light knock on the door interrupted him. It was Luke, holding the little red car he now never let go. "David," the boy called timidly, "do you want to play cars with me?" Something about that simple request deeply moved David. The boy wasn't just asking for a playmate. He was asking for acceptance, connection, affection. "Sure," David replied, pushing the papers aside. "Let's play." Sitting on the office floor, pushing a toy car and making engine noises to make Luke laugh, David felt something new awaken inside him, a protective instinct, fierce yet tender at the same time. The certainty that he would do anything to keep this child, these children, safe and happy. It was the same feeling he saw in Sarah's eyes when she combed Lily's hair, or checked that Luke was well covered at night. A feeling that needed no name to be recognized. Family. Not the one they had planned, not the one they had expected, but perhaps exactly the one they needed. Attorney Miranda Collins's office was exactly as David had imagined. Bookshelves from floor to ceiling, framed diplomas on the walls, an impeccably organized desk. Miranda herself, a middle-aged woman with sharp eyes, had a reputation as the best family law specialist in the city. "So you want to begin the process of provisional custody," she said after David and Sarah explained their situation, "and eventually adoption." "Yes," David confirmed. "The children have been with us for almost 3 weeks now." Miranda made a few notes. "The story you've told me is complicated. Children found on the streets, no documents, mother deceased, grandmother missing. No doubt they need a stable home, but the system has strict protocols for these cases." "Where do we start?" Sarah leaned forward. "We have to formalize the situation," Miranda replied bluntly. "At this moment, you have no legal rights over these children. Technically, you're housing minors without authorization." David felt a chill down his spine. They hadn't thought of it that way. "The first step is to apply for an emergency provisional guardianship," the lawyer continued. "That will legalize their presence in your home, while we investigate whether there are any interested relatives and clarify the situation before permanent decisions." "What if a relative appears?" Sarah asked, her voice slightly tense. Miranda took a deep breath. "Blood relatives generally have priority in the system. But there are exceptions, especially if we can show the children have already formed strong bonds with you, and that moving them would be harmful." David thought of Luke, who now ran into his arms whenever he got home from work, and Lily, who was starting to let down her guard and allow herself to be a child again. "What are our chances?" he asked. "It depends on several factors," Miranda answered honestly. "How long the children have been with you, the suitability of your family environment, the absence of any relative capable or interested. The judge will also consider reports from home visits and psychological evaluations." "Psychological evaluations," Sarah repeated, "of you and the children." "It's standard in adoption cases." Leaving the office, David and Sarah walked in silence for a few minutes, processing everything they'd heard. The process would be more complicated and time-consuming than they'd hoped. Interviews, paperwork, home visits, searches for relatives, hearings. "What are you thinking?" Sarah finally asked. David hesitated. "I'm thinking about how fast all this happened. A month ago, it was just the two of us. Now we're consulting adoption attorneys and thinking about becoming parents. Scary, isn't it?" Yes, David admitted, but in a strangely right way. Sarah squeezed his hand. I know. It's like Lily and Luke were the missing pieces in our lives, only we didn't know it until we found them. The next day, Helen Parker, the social worker, visited the house for a preliminary assessment. She spoke with the children, observed how they interacted with David and Sarah, examined the room they had prepared. You're creating an excellent environment for them, Helen commented once the children went to play in the backyard. But I have to be frank, the process won't be easy. We're prepared, David assured her. The system will try to locate any family members, uncles, cousins, even distant relatives. If we find someone, that person will have priority for custody. Sarah bit her lip. And if no one is found, then your chances improve considerably. But even then, there'll be background checks, financial verifications, psychological evaluations, interviews with people close to you, unannounced home visits. David felt the weight of the responsibility they were taking on. It wasn't just giving shelter to two vulnerable children. It was a permanent legal and emotional commitment. Was he ready? Fatherhood had never been part of his immediate plans, even in the years he and Sarah tried for children. It was always something for the future, for later, after the company stabilized, after they had more time, after... Now, there was no after. There were only Lily and Luke, two real children with real needs and real hopes. That night, while David worked in his office preparing the paperwork Miranda had requested, he heard a soft knock on the door. It was Lily, holding one of the children's books Sarah had bought. "Can I read here with you?" she asked timidly. "Of course," David replied, moving some papers aside to make room. Lily sat in the chair next to him, carefully opening the book. She still treated every new object like a precious treasure. "Auntie Sarah said this one is really good," Lily commented, pointing to the colorful illustrations. It was the first time Lily referred to Sarah that way. Auntie, a small sign of acceptance, of belonging. David smiled. "She has good taste in books." Lily flipped a few pages in silence, then looked at David with a curious expression. "Are you going to be our parents now?" The question, so direct and unexpected, took David by surprise. "We'd really like that," he answered honestly. "We're doing everything we can so that you can stay with us forever." Lily nodded, considering his answer. "Do you think it'll take a while before I can call Auntie Sarah Mum?" she asked, a mix of hope and uncertainty that tugged at David's heart. At that moment, Sarah passed by the open office door, carrying a basket of laundry. She stopped, clearly having heard the question. Her eyes met David's, brimming with sudden emotion. Lily watched Sarah, waiting for an answer. "There's no rush, sweetheart," Sarah finally replied, her voice slightly shaky. "You can call me whatever you feel comfortable with, whenever you're ready." Lily smiled, apparently satisfied with the answer, and returned her attention to the book. Later that night, in their bedroom, Sarah broke down in silent tears. "I'm so scared, David," she confessed. "What if we can't get custody? What if someone comes to take them away?" David held her, feeling the same fear. "We'll do everything we can. It's all we can promise ourselves and them." It was an uncertain path ahead, full of legal and emotional hurdles. But when David considered the alternative, Lily and Luke in separate shelters, or back on the streets, he knew any battle was worth it. A month had passed since Lily and Luke arrived at David and Sarah's house. The changes were subtle but significant. The way Lily no longer compulsively checked the exits of each room, how Luke now hummed while he played, instead of maintaining that vigilant silence. Small signs that they were starting to feel safe. On a Saturday morning, Sarah was in the kitchen making pancakes when Lily appeared, still in pajamas, her blonde hair messy. "Can I help?" she asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Of course, dear sweetheart," Sarah replied, moving aside so the girl could have space. "You can stir the batter while I prepare the fruit." Lily nodded, climbing onto a step stool to reach the countertop. Sarah watched how she held the spoon firmly, stirring the batter with the intense concentration she gave to every task. "Mommy taught me to make pancakes," Lily said casually, not taking her eyes off the bowl. Sarah froze for a second. It was rare for Lily to mention her mother, as if those memories were too precious to share often. Really? Was she a good cook? Lily shrugged. She didn't have much time. She worked a lot. But on weekends she made pancakes with little faces. Faces? Sarah smiled, slicing strawberries. Yes, with banana and chocolate. Luke loved them. Lily paused, thoughtful. Can I make one for him today? That's a great idea. While they prepared breakfast together, Sarah noticed how different Lily was from the guarded, defensive child she had first met. There were still moments of reserve, of course, especially around strangers, but trust was growing day by day. In the office, David was checking emails when he heard a familiar knock on his door, 2 quick taps, followed by one louder one. The secret code he and Luke had come up with. "Come in, buddy," he called, spinning his chair around. Luke came in happily, holding up a drawing. In recent days, he had become obsessed with dinosaurs after Sarah showed him a book about them. "I drew a T-Rex," he announced, handing over the paper. David examined the drawing with the seriousness he knew the boy expected. "Wow, that's really good. I especially like the sharp teeth." Luke smiled, revealing a new gap where a baby tooth had been. "Sarah said you'd like it." She was right. "How about we hang it on the wall with the others?" Luke nodded enthusiastically, following David to the bulletin board they had improvised on one office wall, now almost completely covered in colorful drawings. "David," the boy asked as they pinned the drawing, "do you like me coming here?" The question caught David by surprise. "Of course I do." "Why do you ask?" Luke shrugged, but there was insecurity in his eyes that tugged at David's heart. "Tommy's dad doesn't like him going into his office." David crouched down to Luke's eye level. "Well, every family has its own rules. In our family, I like when you come here." Luke's eyes lit up at the word family, a concept that was taking on new meaning for him every day. "Want to help me organize these papers?" David invited. "I need an assistant." Luke nodded seriously, clearly honored by the responsibility. In the afternoon, Helen Parker made one of her assessment visits. These visits were now regular, part of the guardianship process moving through the courts. "How are they adapting?" Helen asked, looking around the living room where toys coexisted harmoniously with the elegant decor Sarah had always valued. "Better than we expected," Sarah replied. "Lily is opening up more, mentioning her mother occasionally. Luke seems more secure, less startled by sudden noises." Helen took notes on her clipboard. "And how about you two? How are you adapting?" David and Sarah glanced at each other. It was a question they often asked themselves. "It's unlike anything we imagined," David admitted. "Definitely more chaotic. I've had to reorganize my schedule, delegate more at work. We hardly slept the first week," Sarah added with a smile. "We stayed up, alert to every sound, worried if they were okay, if they missed their old life. And now, David paused, searching for the right words. "Now I can't imagine the house without them." Helen smiled, satisfied. "I'm going to observe them interact for a bit, if you don't mind, part of the evaluation." In the backyard, Lily was showing Luke how to make a flower crown. Helen observed from a distance, noting how patient the girl was with her brother, how he looked at her with adoration, how both seemed more relaxed, more childlike. "What do you think of your new home, Lily?" Helen asked, and approaching slowly. Lily looked up, cautious as she always was with the social worker. "It's pretty, and warm when it rains." "And the people? Are Sarah and David good to you and Luke?" The girl considered the question with the seriousness that characterized her. "They don't yell, and there's always food. And," she paused, as if deciding whether to fully trust, "they really like us." The simplicity of that observation, the way it summarized all that truly mattered, made Helen smile. "And you, Luke? Are you happy here?" Luke, busy trying to fit a daisy into the crown, lifted his head. "David lets me help with his work, and Sarah tells really cool stories. And we have pancakes for breakfast." Later, during dinner, the family sat around the table. Sarah had made lasagna, and Luke was excitedly talking about the T-Rex he had drawn. "And David put it on his office wall," he exclaimed proudly. "That's wonderful," Sarah smiled. "Soon there won't be any space left on that wall." "I can draw smaller," Luke offered seriously, making the adults laugh. Lily, who had been quiet, suddenly said, "Thank you." Sarah looked at her, surprised. "For what, sweetheart?" "For the food. For the house. For not being on the street anymore." The simplicity of her gratitude, the raw honesty in the girl's words, hit Sarah like a wave. She tried to respond, but her voice faltered. Luke, sensing the emotional shift, added his own version of thanks. "Yeah, thanks. The street was cold, ma fine, and people gave us mean looks." David cleared his throat, equally moved, and placed a gentle hand on Luke's shoulder. "You don't have to thank us. We should be thanking you for being here." Sarah swallowed the lump in her throat and smiled through the tears that threatened to fall. Just a few weeks ago, this table was a place of quiet meals, talk about work, practical plans. Now it overflowed with life, laughter, dinosaur stories, and flower crowns. The transformation wasn't just in the household routine or the rearrangement of rooms. It was something deeper, an alteration in the very meaning of what made up their home, their family. As she watched Luke try to cut the lasagna by himself, tongue sticking out in intense concentration, and Lily patiently explaining how to hold the fork better, Sarah felt a certainty that needed no words. Lily and Luke weren't just children they were temporarily helping. They were their children in the deepest and truest sense. The bonds formed each day, through pancakes with faces, dinosaur drawings, shared stories, and sincere gratitude, were stronger than any blood tie could be. "We still haven't heard anything about any relatives," Miranda Collins, the lawyer, said over the phone. "But the judge wants more time for investigation before granting provisional custody." David sighed, gripping the phone harder than he meant to. 2 months had passed since Lily and Luke had entered their lives. 2 months of forms, interviews, home visits, background checks. The bureaucracy felt endless. "How much more time?" he asked, trying to mask his frustration. "Impossible to say. This is an unusual case. Children found on the streets, no birth certificates located, just their account of a deceased mother and missing grandmother." David looked out the office window. In the backyard, Sarah was helping Lily and Luke plant flowers in small, colorful pots. The scene looked so natural, so perfect. How could he explain to a judge or social workers how much these children were already part of the family? Is there a real risk we could lose custody? The question that had plagued him for weeks finally escaped. There was a brief silence on the other end. "That possibility always exists, David. If a blood relative shows up interested in custody, the court will prioritize them unless there's a very strong case otherwise." After hanging up, David remained seated, watching his family in the garden. Luke, wearing a gardening hat far too big for him, was scattering dirt everywhere but in the pots. Lily, methodical as always, planted her seeds in perfectly aligned rows. Sarah laughed at something Luke said, her face shining with the joy the children had brought. In just 2 months, it felt as if they had always been a family. How could they bear it if someone showed up to take Lily and Luke away? That evening, after the children were in bed, a more difficult task than usual, with Luke quietly crying and Lily refusing to put down the book David had read to her, the couple sat in the living room, mentally exhausted. "Miranda says they're having trouble finding any official documentation on the kids," David told Sarah. "Not even birth certificates." "Is that good or bad for us?" Sarah asked, folding small clothes, a new part of their nightly routine. "I'm not sure. On one hand, it makes locating relatives harder. On the other, it complicates the legal process." Sarah placed one of Luke's small t-shirts on the pile. "Sometimes I feel like we're living in a bubble, building a family life that could burst at any moment. I know the feeling. I see how they're adapting, putting down roots. Lily is talking about signing up for ballet lessons. Luke talks about his birthday party, which isn't for months." Sarah paused, her voice trembling slightly. "And if we have to tell them they can't stay, how do we explain that?" David hugged his wife, feeling his own insecurities mirrored in her. "Let's not imagine the worst yet. We'll keep moving forward legally and hope the judge sees what we see, that the best place for them is here." The next day, while David was at work, Sarah decided to clean out the basement to create a play area for rainy days. Luke insisted on helping, carrying small items with the seriousness of someone on an important mission. "Can we make cookies afterwards?" he asked while struggling with a box almost bigger than he was. "I think that's a great idea," Sarah replied, grateful for the distraction. Sleepless nights worrying about the guardianship process were starting to take their toll. In the kitchen, Sarah guided Luke to add flour to the mixing bowl. The boy, overly enthusiastic, lifted the measuring cup with too much force, sending a white cloud into the air. In seconds, both were covered in flour, looking like ghosts. Luke froze, his eyes wide with fear that he'd done something wrong. Sarah looked at her own reflection in the kitchen window. White hair, a flour-streaked face, and began to laugh. It was a genuine, liberating laugh. Luke, realizing he wasn't in trouble, joined in, his childish laughter echoing through the kitchen. "It's like it snowed in here," Sarah exclaimed between giggles. "Sorry," Luke said, still laughing. "It's okay. Accidents happen. Now we have a funny story to tell David when he gets home." When Lily entered the kitchen a few minutes later, she found Sarah and Luke still covered in flour, laughing as they tried to clean up. "What happened here?" she asked, eyes wide. "A little flour accident," Sarah explained, attempting and failing to look serious. Lily stared at the scene for a moment, as if assessing the situation. Then, to Sarah's surprise, the girl dipped her hand in the flour and smeared some on her own cheek. "Now we're all ghosts," she declared, with a rare, radiant smile. For a moment, the constant worry lifted. Sarah saw only the present moment. 3 people covered in flour, laughing together in a sunlit kitchen. In that instant, there were no legal processes, no fears for the future, just the simple joy of togetherness. Later, after dinner, while David read a story to Luke, Sarah helped Lily organize her new colored pencils. "Do you like to draw as much as your mom did?" Sarah asked casually, knowing Lily had mentioned once that her mother used to draw for them on rare occasions. Lily nodded, lining up the pencils by color with her characteristic precision. "Mommy drew princesses for me, and cars for Luke. She must have been very talented." "She was," Lily replied with a child's absolute certainty. "But she was really tired after work." "Where did she work, sweetheart?" Sarah asked gently. It was rare for Lily to speak so openly about her mother, and each piece of information was like a small puzzle piece to help them understand the children's past. Lily looked up from the pencils, thoughtful. In a pretty building made of glass, she stayed there all day, sometimes at night too. Sarah felt a slight chill. A glass building. It could be any corporate office in the city, of course, but the description made her think immediately of David's company headquarters. Was it far from here? Lily shrugged. "I don't know. We took the bus when she had to take us with her." "And what did your mum do in that building?" "She cleaned," Lily answered simply. "She wore a blue uniform and carried a big broom. Sometimes they let us sit in a room while she finished work." Sarah felt a knot in her throat. Her cleaning lady, probably working long hours, perhaps without support, trying to raise 2 small children. The irony didn't escape her, while she and David tried unsuccessfully to have kids living in comfort. That woman was struggling to keep hers, likely under precarious conditions. "Did your mother ever talk about that building?" Lily's face lit up with the memory. "She said it was the prettiest building in the city, huge and all glass, shining when the sun hit it, like it was made of diamonds." The description was almost too poetic to ignore. Sarah made a mental note to mention it to David later. "Do you miss her a lot?" Lily lowered her eyes, returning to arranging the pencils. "Sometimes I dream about her. In the dream, she's looking for me, but she can't find me." The confession, so vulnerable and raw, broke Sarah's heart. She gently hugged the girl, feeling her stiffen for a second before relaxing into the embrace. "I'm sure she'd be very happy to know that you and Luke are safe and loved now." Lily didn't answer, but remained in the hug longer than usual. Later that same night, Sarah was awakened by a sharp cry coming from the children's room. She got up immediately, heart pounding, and ran down the hall. Opening the door, she found Luke still sound asleep. He could sleep through an earthquake, while Lily was sitting up in bed, silent tears streaming down her face. "Lily, sweetheart, what happened?" Sarah sat on the edge of the bed, careful not to touch the girl yet, respecting her space. "I dreamed about Mommy," Lily whispered, voice shaking. "She was calling me, but I couldn't reach her." Sarah felt her chest tighten. It was the same dream Lily had mentioned earlier, clearly a recurring theme in her nightmares. "It was just a dream, sweetheart. You're safe here." "I know," Lily replied, surprising Sarah with her lucidity despite the fear. "But there's a hole here," she pointed to her chest. "When I wake up and remember she's not coming back." Sarah fought back her own tears. How to explain grief to a child? How to comfort her over a loss that would never be fully mended? "Can I hug you?" Sarah asked softly. Lily nodded and Sarah wrapped her in her arms. Slowly, she felt the small body relax against her. "You know that your mom will always be a part of you, right?" Sarah said after a few moments. "In the stories you remember, in the drawings you make, even in the way you take care of Luke. Those parts of her live on in you." Lily looked up, her eyes still brimming with tears but curious. "Really? Really? Nobody we love ever leaves us completely?" Lily considered that for a moment. "Do you think she would like you and David?" The question caught Sarah off guard. "I hope so," she answered honestly. "I hope she'd be happy to know we're taking good care of you." "She'd like you," Lily decided confidently. "Mommy always said good people were rare." Sarah stroked the girl's hair until she fell asleep again. Then she returned to her own room, where she found David awake, waiting. "Nightmare?" he asked. Sarah nodded, sliding under the covers. "About her mother. It happens often, from what I understand." David extended an arm, and Sarah snuggled against him, feeling suddenly fragile. "David, I'm so scared," she whispered. "Scared of losing these children I already love like my own. Of watching them face another loss, another abandonment." "I know," he replied, holding her close. "I'm scared too. I've always wanted to be a mum," Sarah went on, the words spilling out as if they had a life of their own. "I dreamed about it for so long, and now that I finally feel like I am their mum, that we're building a family." Her voice faltered, and David finished the thought. "Now we're living in fear that someone will show up to take them away. I can't lose these kids, David, I can't." David had never seen Sarah so vulnerable, so openly frightened. She had always been the rock of the family, the calm strength in any storm. Seeing her like this, trembling against his chest, made him realize how deeply they had all invested emotionally in this new family dynamic. "We'll do everything in our power to keep them," he promised, wishing he could guarantee more. "Lily told me something interesting today," Sarah said after a few moments, trying to shift to a less painful topic. "About her mum." "What?" "It seems she worked as a cleaning lady in a tall glass building. Lily said it was huge and sparkled like diamonds when the sun hit it." David frowned, intrigued by the description. "A glass building? That could be anywhere." "Yes, but it got me thinking, what if it was your company? You have offices in several corporate buildings downtown." The possibility hadn't occurred to David, but now that Sarah mentioned it, it made sense. His main headquarters was indeed in a mirrored glass skyscraper, often praised for its modern architecture. "It's possible," he murmured, feeling a strange unease. "Tomorrow I can check the records of contract employees. If she worked for a cleaning company hired by us, there should be a record." "Mary," Sarah recalled. Lily once said her mum's name was Mary. The idea that Lily and Luke's mother might have worked in his own company, perhaps even crossed paths with him in the corridors without him ever noticing, gave David an uncomfortable feeling. How many other Marys went through his life daily, invisible in their struggles, hopes and fears? But it was only a remote possibility, he reminded himself. Probably just a coincidence. After all, glass corporate buildings weren't exactly rare in the city. David fell asleep with that description echoing in his mind, a building that sparkled in the sun like diamonds. A beautiful image that was hard to forget, especially from the imagination of a child who had already lost so much. The phone rang at exactly 9:15 the next morning. David was about to leave for the office, briefcase in hand, when Sarah answered. He paused upon seeing her expression change as she listened. "Yes, I understand," Sarah said, her voice controlled, but David sensed the tension. "What time today?" "Sure, we'll be here." When she hung up, Her eyes met David's, worried. "That was Helen," she said, referring to the social worker. "She's coming at 2 this afternoon. She said there's important news about the children's case." "Did she give any details?" Sarah shook her head. "She just said she needed to talk in person, and that it's urgent." The children were in the living room, absorbed in a cartoon. Luke, as usual, was totally focused on the screen, while Lily was drawing at the same time she watched. They looked so peaceful, so at home. "I'll cancel my meetings," David decided immediately. "Whatever this is, we need to face it together." The next few hours were fraught with silent tension. David and Sarah tried to keep the normal routine so as not to alarm the children, but they exchanged anxious looks whenever Lily and Luke weren't paying attention. At exactly 2 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Lily, who had been helping Sarah fold clean towels, froze at the sound. The girl had developed a sort of sixth sense for detecting trouble, a result of her months on the streets. "It's just Helen coming to visit," Sarah said, trying to sound casual. "Why don't you go get Luke so we can eat those cookies we made yesterday?" Lily nodded, but her eyes showed she wasn't convinced. She left the room slowly, looking back once before disappearing down the hallway. David opened the door, greeting Helen with a forced smile. The social worker came in, carrying her usual folder and an expression that couldn't hide the gravity of the situation. "David, Sarah," she greeted them, taking the seat offered in the living room. "Thanks for seeing me on such short notice." "What happened, Helen?" David asked, getting straight to the point. Helen sighed, placing her folder on the coffee table. "We managed to locate a relative of the children, a great-uncle, their grandmother's brother." It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. Sarah clutched David's hand instinctively. "Someone named Edward Miller," Helen went on. "He was found through old records. Apparently, he and his sister lost touch years ago, which explains why the children never mentioned him. And this man," Sarah took a deep breath before continuing, "he wants custody of the children." Helen hesitated. "He was informed of the situation. So far, he hasn't expressed formal interest, but he's requested more information about the case. By default, the court considers him a potential guardian, being the only living relative identified." "But he doesn't even know them," David protested. "The kids have been with us for months. We've cared for them, loved them. You can't just give them to a stranger just because they share some DNA." "I understand your frustration, David," Helen replied with the professional calm her years of social service had taught her. "But the law gives preference to biological relatives in these situations. The system assumes that keeping children with extended family is ideal." "When will we know?" Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. "When he decides if he wants to take them or not." The court scheduled a preliminary hearing for next week. Edward Miller has been summoned to appear. He'll either express formal interest or withdraw. David stood up, unable to remain seated. Anxiety pushed him to move, do something, anything to prevent his children from being taken. And if he decides he wants custody, do we have no chance? Helen chose her words carefully. "You certainly have a chance. The judge will consider the time the children have been with you. The bond formed, their emotional stability. But I'd be lying if I said it'll be easy. The legal preference for blood relatives is strong." A noise at the living room door made the 3 adults turn. Lily stood there, eyes wide, her expression a mix of fear and understanding. Behind her, Luke looked confused, holding a half-eaten cookie. "Is someone going to take us away?" Lily asked, her voice small but firm, her eyes locked on Helen. Sarah got up immediately, going toward the girl. "Lily, sweetheart, you're talking about someone taking us," Lily interrupted, taking a step back. "I heard you." Silence hung in the air for a moment. David looked at Helen, who nodded slightly, encouraging honesty. "They found a great-uncle of yours," David explained, crouching to Lily's eye level. "Your grandma's brother. Nobody knows yet if he wants you to live with him." Lily's eyes filled with barely contained tears. "We don't want to go," she declared. "We want to stay here." Luke, sensing the seriousness even without fully understanding, dropped his cookie and clung to Sarah's leg. "Don't want to go," he whimpered. Sarah crouched, hugging Luke. "No one's going anywhere right now," she promised, looking at Lily too. "We're just talking about possibilities." Helen watched the scene with the professional eye of someone who has seen this scenario many times, but there was genuine compassion in her gaze. "Kids," she said gently, "can I talk to you for a minute?" Lily hesitated, but eventually nodded. Luke stayed attached to Sarah, but turned his face toward the social worker. "I know this is scary," Helen began, "but I want you to know that all the adults involved, including me, want what's best for you." "Staying here is what's best for us," Lily said with the conviction of a child who had grown up too fast. Helen gave a sad smile. "I'll do everything I can to make sure the judge understands how you feel. I promise." After Helen left, the house fell into a heavy silence. Luke wouldn't leave Sarah's side, following her everywhere like a shadow. Lily withdrew into herself, returning to the defensive posture of those first days. That night, after tucking in the children harder than usual, with Luke crying softly and Lily refusing to let go of the book David had read to her, the couple sat in the living room, emotionally drained. "What are we going to do?" Sarah asked, her eyes red from holding back tears. David shook his head. "Everything we can. Miranda will represent our case. We'll gather all the records, Helen's visitation reports, testimonies from the preschool about how well they're adapting. And if that's not enough," Sarah's voice broke. David had no answer. Instead, he got up at the sound of something in the hallway. It was Lily standing at the door in her teddy bear pajamas. "I can't sleep," she confessed. "Come here," Sarah said, opening her arms. To her surprise, Lily ran and jumped onto her lap. A gesture of surrender and trust, unusual for a girl who was always so contained. "I don't want to go," Lily whispered. "I don't want to meet this uncle. I don't want another house." David joined them on the couch, resting a hand on Lily's hair. "Lily, look at me," he said gently. When the girl lifted her face, he continued, "We don't know what's going to happen, and I can't promise something I'm not sure of, but I want you and Luke to know one thing. We won't give up on you. Ever. Promise." Lily's eyes searched for a certainty he couldn't fully offer. "I promise we'll fight with everything we have to keep our family together," David replied, choosing his words carefully to be honest without amplifying her fear. "And I promise that, no matter what happens, you'll always have a place in our hearts." Sarah hugged Lily tighter. "And I promise we'll do everything we can to make sure you and Luke stay together, no matter what." It was a promise they could make with absolute conviction. If the worst came and they lost the legal battle, they would at least make sure the siblings weren't separated. A fear Lily had voiced from day one. "Can I sleep here tonight?" Lily asked softly. "Luke's already asleep, but I can't." "Of course you can," Sarah replied, relieved to offer at least that comfort. As Lily finally drifted off between them on the couch, David and Sarah exchanged looks over the girl's head. No words were needed to express the silent pact they were sealing in that moment. They would do everything, absolutely everything, to keep the family they had built intact. The following week would be one of intense preparation, legal, emotional, practical. The house, which had found a peaceful routine, now lived under a cloud of uncertainty. Yet amid the fear, there was a fierce determination. David and Sarah knew what was at stake, not just the children's future, but their own as well. Because, in just a few months, the four of them had become inseparable, parts of a whole that could not be divided without leaving deep wounds in everyone. The day after Helen's visit, David arrived at his office earlier than usual. Worry about the upcoming hearing and the potential appearance of the great-uncle had kept him up most of the night. But there was another matter he couldn't shake: the glass building Lily had mentioned. "The building that sparkled like diamonds when the sun hit it," he muttered to himself, noticing how the morning sun did exactly that to the facade of his company, Roberts Enterprises, one of the largest real estate groups in the region. The possibility that Mary, Lily, and Luke's mother had worked there, maybe even crossed paths with him, wouldn't leave his mind. Could it be an unimaginable coincidence, or one of those strange twists of fate? David turned on his computer and opened the human resources system. As CEO, he had access to all records, employees, consultants, contractors. He started by typing Mary in the search field, but realized the mistake immediately. There were dozens of Marys in the files. He needed more information. He called his assistant. "Jennifer, I need the full records from the cleaning company we've contracted over the last 5 years. Every employee assigned to this building, especially night shifts." Jennifer looked surprised at the unusual request, but nodded. "I'll ask the contracts department. It might take a few hours." "It's urgent," David emphasized. "I also need any incident reports, complaints or requests from those cleaning crews. Anything at all." While he waited, David tried to focus on his regular work, but his mind kept returning to Lily and Luke, and to the idea that their mother might have worked there, invisible to him like so many other workers who kept the building running. At 11:23 a.m., Jennifer returned with a thick folder. "These are all the records from CleanPro Services, the company we hired," she explained. "Unfortunately, a lot of it is only in paper form, not digitized." David thanked her and asked not to be disturbed. He began sorting the documents by year and by shifts. He specifically looked for night shifts, based on Lily's statement about her mother working sometimes at night. After an hour of meticulous searching, he found it. In the list of CleanPro employees assigned to the night shift in 2021 to 2022, there it was. Mary Wilson, cleaning assistant, Sector 3B. His heart sped up. Wilson. Could that be Lily and Luke's last name? They had never mentioned it, and the official records the social worker was trying to find were still incomplete. He kept digging, now with a full name. In the time card logs, he found confirmation that Mary Wilson worked consistently for almost 2 years, often doing overtime. There were a few absences scattered here and there, usually followed by medical notes referencing care for a minor dependent. It was in the internal request archives that David found something more concrete. A request filed by Mary Wilson to the cleaning company manager, forwarded to the building administration. "I request authorization to bring my children, Lily, 4 years old, and Luke, 2 years old, during my night shift on April 17th and 18th, due to my inability to find a caregiver. I promise to keep them in the break room without disturbing the work environment." The request had been approved with a note, "Exceptionally authorized, must not become a recurring practice." David felt a wave of conflicting emotions, relief at confirming that this really was Lily and Luke's mother, anger at the bureaucratic coldness of the note, and deep, crushing guilt for never having noticed, never having known, never having helped. A woman had worked in his building for years, cleaning corridors, offices, and restrooms, often at night, occasionally bringing 2 small children because she had no one else to watch them. And he, who walked those same corridors every day, who worked late in his luxurious office, had never even noticed. He kept searching and found the final record for Mary Wilson, a termination letter for job abandonment dated about a year earlier. The letter mentioned that the employee had been absent for more than 5 consecutive days without justification, leading to automatic dismissal. A year ago, around the time Lily said her mother became a star. David closed the files, feeling physically sick. Lily and Luke had lost their mother, then their grandmother, and ended up on the streets, all while he carried on with his privileged life, unaware, just a few floors away. When he got home that night, David was visibly shaken. Sarah, setting the table with Lily's help, noticed immediately that something serious had happened. "Kids, why don't you go wash your hands for dinner?" Sarah suggested, giving her husband a worried look. When they were alone, Sarah approached him. "What happened? Is it news about the case?" David shook his head, his expression grim. "It's not about the great uncle. It's about Mary, their mother." In a quiet voice so the children wouldn't hear, David told her what he had discovered, that Mary Wilson had indeed worked as a cleaning lady in Roberts Enterprises for almost 2 years, how she sometimes brought the children with her during night shifts, and how she had been fired for failing to show up, likely when she got sick for the last time. "She was there, Sarah," he concluded, voice cracking, "working in my building, cleaning my corridors, while I walked past without ever noticing. Someone who needed help was right under my nose." Sarah took his hand. "David, you couldn't have known. There are hundreds of contract workers in those buildings." "That's exactly the point," he retorted, frustrated. "I should have known. I should have better policies for contract employees. paid more attention to the people who keep my business running. If I had noticed, if I'd done something. We can't change the past, Sarah said softly. But we can honor Mary's memory by caring for her children now. David nodded slowly. That's exactly what I intend to do. Not just take care of them, but make sure they stay with us. I'm calling Miranda first thing tomorrow, telling her I want to speed up the adoption process, do whatever it takes. What about the great uncle? We'll fight, with all we've got. Determination filled David's voice. It's not just about what we want anymore. It's about what we owe Mary, and what we owe these children. Right then, Lily appeared in the doorway, watching them with her perceptive eyes. You're talking about us again? She asked bluntly, a habit she had picked up since the possibility of being taken away surfaced. David exhaled. Yes, Lily, we were talking about you and Luke. And about your mother, too. Mentioning her mother immediately caught Lily's attention. What about her? David looked at Sarah, who nodded encouragingly. They had agreed to always be honest with the children, within limits they could understand. Remember when you told me about the pretty building where your mom worked? The one that sparkled like diamonds in the sun? Lily nodded, suddenly alert. I found out that your mom worked in my building, Lily, at the company where I work. She cleaned the offices, mostly at night, after most people had gone home. Lily's eyes widened. Did you know my mom? David felt a lump in his throat. I never had that honor. It's a big building, lots of people, but I found records showing she worked there for a long time, and sometimes she brought you and Luke when she had no one to stay with you. Lily grew thoughtful for a moment. There are chairs that spin around there, she said suddenly, and a room with a coffee machine where we could stay. The memory, so specific and clear, confirmed everything. David felt tears welling up. Was it wrong for me to tell you about that building? Lily asked, noticing David's sadness. You look upset. David immediately crouched down to her level. No, Lily, not at all. You did nothing wrong. In fact, you helped me realize something very important. What? That sometimes the most important people pass through our lives without us noticing. And now I have the chance to do something I should have done before. Help you and Luke, the way I would have helped your mother if I had known her. Lily studied him for a moment with that unsettling maturity she sometimes showed. Mommy would have liked you, she finally declared. She always said kind people were rare. The simplicity of her statement moved David deeply. He hugged Lily, and to his surprise, she hugged him back firmly. Later that night, after the kids were in bed, David stayed in the darkened living room, looking at the photos now decorating the walls, Lily and Luke at the park, at the beach, blowing out the candles on a little cake they'd improvised when they realized Luke's birthday had passed unnoticed on the streets. I'll fix this, Mary, he whispered into the silence. I promise I'll take care of them the way you would have, no matter what it costs. The hearing with the great-uncle was scheduled for 3 days later. The anxiety in the household was palpable. But now there was also renewed determination. They weren't just fighting for themselves, for their desire to be parents. They were fighting to honor the memory of a woman who had worked tirelessly to raise her children, a woman who had gone unnoticed when she could have been helped. It was a debt David intended to pay, one way or another. The family court was an imposing building with cold marble walls and corridors that echoed every footstep. David adjusted his tie for the 3rd time as he, Sarah and the children waited in the hallway. The hard wooden bench where they sat made the wait even more uncomfortable. Lily, wearing a blue dress chosen especially for the occasion, sat upright, hands folded in her lap like a little adult. Luke had, unable to contain his natural energy, swung his short legs, occasionally poking his sister. Stop moving, Lily hissed, too serious for a 5-year-old. This is important. Luke pouted but obeyed momentarily before fidgeting again. David watched the interaction with a mix of amusement and anxiety. These children, who had entered his life so unexpectedly, were now the center of his world. And today, a stranger might try to take them away. Miranda Collins, the attorney, reviewed her notes with a focused expression. Remember what we discussed, she said quietly. Stay calm no matter what happens. Judge Wallace is known for prioritizing the children's emotional stability. Sarah nodded, although her tense face betrayed her emotional state. The last week had been a whirlwind since they learned that the great-uncle, Edward Miller, had officially requested custody of the children. "Edward Miller just arrived," announced Helen Parker, the social worker, hurrying over to them. Everyone looked up simultaneously. Walking down the hallway was a man around 60 with thinning grey hair, wearing a suit slightly too big for him, as if borrowed for the occasion. Next to him was a younger woman in glasses, looking serious, likely his lawyer, carrying a black folder. Lily immediately scooted closer to Sarah, seeking protection instinctively. Luke, not fully understanding the significance of this stranger, stopped swinging his legs and stared at the man curiously. The man stopped a few yards away, looking at the children with an expression hard to read. There was a faint recognition in his gaze, perhaps some family resemblance to his deceased sister or to Mary. "Is that them?" he asked his lawyer, who nodded. There was no attempt to approach, no gesture of affection or recognition, just that evaluating look, as if examining an item at auction. David stood and extended his hand, determined to remain civil. "Mr. Miller, I'm David Roberts." Miller hesitated briefly before accepting the handshake, giving a weak grip. "I hope we can keep the children's well-being our top priority, whatever the outcome," David added. Miller simply nodded without replying. His lawyer whispered something in his ear, and he moved to a more distant corner of the hallway. "Who is that man?" Luke asked, tugging on David's blazer sleeve. "He's a distant relative of yours," David answered honestly. "He knew your grandmother." "Is he gonna take us away?" Lily's voice was almost inaudible, but loaded with fear. Sarah knelt to Lily's eye level. "We're here to sort that out, sweetheart. The judge is going to listen to everyone and decide what's best for you and Luke." Lily nodded, but her eyes remained fixed on Miller, as if assessing a potential threat. A few minutes later, they were called into the courtroom. Judge Wallace, a middle-aged man with grey hair at the temples and sharp eyes behind thin-framed glasses, observed them carefully as they took their places. The room wasn't large, but its formality was intimidating. David felt Luke pressing closer, practically hiding behind his leg. "We're here to decide on the permanent custody of Lily and Luke Wilson," the judge began. "On one side, we have Mr. Edward Miller, the children's maternal great-uncle, and on the other, the adoption request by David and Sarah Roberts, who have held temporary care for about 5 months. The judge adjusted his glasses, reviewing the documents before him. "We'll conduct these proceedings in a way that causes the least discomfort to the children. Mr. Miller, I'd like to hear your reasons for requesting custody first." Edward Miller cleared his throat before speaking, appearing slightly uncomfortable with the attention. "Your Honor, these kids are my blood. My sister, their grandmother, looked after them until she died. It's my family duty to continue that care. Have you had contact with the children before?" the judge asked. "Not directly," Miller admitted. "My sister and I weren't close in recent years. We had family disagreements. I only heard about this situation when I was contacted by social services." "And how do you plan to care for the children, considering your work and home situation?" Miller hesitated. "I have a modest house, but it's enough. 2 bedrooms. They can share one. As for work, well, I'm about to retire from the factory where I've worked for 30 years. I'd have time for them." Miller's lawyer spoke up. "Your Honor, the main point here is the blood bond, the natural family connection. It's a natural right for a direct relative to have priority over non-relatives with no blood ties." The judge nodded, making notes. But even to a layperson, the argument seemed devoid of emotional substance. When it was Miranda Collins's turn, her approach was entirely different. "Your Honor, we're not questioning the value of blood ties," she began. "We're talking about 2 children who have already suffered devastating losses, their mother, their grandmother, and then months of living on the streets. Children who finally found stability, security, and love." Miranda presented detailed reports from Helen Parker's visits, showing Lily and Luke's emotional progress since arriving at the Roberts home. She submitted statements from preschool teachers, records from the doctors who examined them, photographs of the family life they had built. "These children don't just need a roof and food," Miranda continued. "They need parents who love them unconditionally, who understand their specific traumas, who have already formed a trusting relationship with them. Mr. and Mrs. Roberts know their preferences, their fears, their specific needs. David noticed how the judge seemed particularly interested as he looked at the photographs, Lily at her brand new ballet class, Luke proudly displaying a drawing, the children at the beach, probably seeing the ocean for the first time. Helen Parker was called to testify, describing in detail the transformation she had witnessed in the children. When I first met them, they were extremely wary and defensive, especially Lily. Luke barely spoke and often had nightmares. Now, they play, laugh, express their needs and feelings. They finally feel safe. David testified next, recounting how he found the children rummaging through trash for food, how he initially hesitated but felt an immediate connection. He spoke about discovering that Mary had worked in his company and how that reinforced his commitment to giving her children a secure future. It's not just about responsibility, David concluded, emotion in his voice. These children have transformed our lives. They are our children in every sense that matters. The most impactful moment came when the children's psychologist presented her assessment. Lily clearly expressed her desire to remain with the Roberts, Dr. Peterson reported. When I asked if she wanted to live with her great-uncle, she showed clear signs of anxiety and fear, saying she didn't want to start all over again with someone she doesn't even know. The doctor continued, emotional stability is crucial for children who've experienced abandonment trauma. Removing Lily and Luke from the safe environment they've finally found could cause significant psychological harm, especially given they've already lost other caregivers. The judge listened carefully, making occasional notes. When the arguments concluded, he requested a moment with Lily in his chambers, accompanied only by the psychologist. Luke, deemed too young for such an interview, stayed with Sarah and David. The minutes that followed were the longest of David and Sarah's lives. Sitting side by side, holding each other's hands tightly, they exchanged looks of worry and hope. Luke, not fully grasping the seriousness, flipped through a picture book Sarah had wisely brought, glancing at the door every so often. Edward Miller sat by himself, displaying no particular anxiety. At one point, David caught him checking his watch. That small gesture spoke volumes, David thought. For Miller, this seemed like an obligation, not a child to fight for. When the judge returned with Lily, she immediately ran to Sarah's side, clutching her hand tightly. A good sign, David thought. The judge resumed his seat and, after a moment, organizing his papers, looked out at the room. After considering all testimonies, reports, and above all, the best interest of Lily and Luke, he began, I am granting full adoption rights to Mr. and Mrs. Roberts. The relief was immediate and overwhelming. Sarah stifled a sob, squeezing Lily's hand. David felt as if a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Even Luke, despite his limited understanding, sensed that something important had happened. Mr. Miller, the judge continued, while I acknowledge your blood relationship to the children, I see no evidence of an emotional bond or conditions that surpass the stable environment they have already found. The children appear to be fully integrated and secure in their current home. Miller nodded, showing little disappointment. Understood, Your Honor, he said, standing up. He glanced at the children briefly, gave a curt nod, and left the courtroom without another word. We get to stay with you? Luke finally asked, realizing what was at stake. Yes, my love, Sarah replied, tears now flowing freely. You're staying with us. Forever. Lily, usually so reserved, suddenly threw herself into Sarah's arms, hugging her tightly. At the same time, Luke ran to David, who lifted him up, feeling the little body relax completely, as though finally releasing a breath he'd been holding. Miranda approached, smiling. Congratulations, Roberts family. Roberts Wilson, David corrected. We're including their mother's last name with ours. As they left the courthouse, the sun was shining brightly, as if joining them in celebration. Luke bounced ahead, his childlike energy finally unleashed after hours of restraint. Lily walked between David and Sarah, holding both their hands, a rare smile illuminating her face. 6 months later, the Roberts Wilson home was a completely transformed place. What had once been an elegant but somewhat sterile environment was now vibrant, with drawings on the walls, toys occasionally scattered around, and the constant sound of children's voices. Lily, now almost 6 years old, had discovered a passion for books that Sarah eagerly nurtured. The previously serious and defensive girl now smiled more often, especially when immersed in stories of brave princesses and magical adventures. Her ballet lessons had become the highlight of the week. Luke Keane, who had just turned 4, followed David everywhere, helping with tasks like organizing tools in the garage or watering plants. "I'm your assistant," he would declare proudly, carrying screwdrivers twice the size of his hands. His curiosity was boundless, and his vocabulary grew by the day. Sarah had reduced her professional commitments to devote more time to motherhood, something she found more fulfilling than any architectural project ever had. Watching Lily slowly overcome her traumas and Luke blossom into his playful personality was for her the greatest achievement possible. David, profoundly changed by the experience, had launched a project called the Sunlight Foundation, a program dedicated to supporting single-parent families in vulnerable situations, especially working mothers. The foundation offered free daycare, medical care, legal aid, and scholarships. "We can't change Mary's past," he explained to Sarah when he presented the idea, "but we can try to make sure other Marys have the support she never got." One of the foundation's first initiatives was setting up a daycare in the very building of Roberts Enterprises, available to employees and contract workers, with flexible hours to cover night shifts. "No one should have to choose between working and taking proper care of their children," David declared at the opening. David also instituted changes within the company: fairer wages for contract workers, extended benefits, flexible hours for parents. "It's not just a moral decision, it's also strategic," he explained to shareholders who questioned the costs. Well cared for employees are more productive and loyal. On a peaceful Saturday afternoon, David passed by Lily's room and stopped, quietly watching from the doorway. The girl was focused on drawing, her tongue sticking out slightly in concentration, a habit that never failed to make him smile. "What are you drawing, princess?" he asked, stepping into the bright, colorful room that used to be an impersonal guest room. Lily held up the paper proudly. It was a simple but touching drawing, 2 large hands holding 2 small hands. Below it, in her careful childish lettering, she had written, "They found us when we weren't even looking anymore." David felt a surge of emotion in his throat. "It's beautiful, Lily. It's our family," she explained seriously. "Before, we didn't have anyone else. We thought we'd be alone forever. But then you guys found us." "Actually," David replied, sitting beside her, "I think we all found each other, exactly when we needed to." Lily considered that for a moment, then nodded. "Mommy would like that," she said softly. "She always said things happen for a reason, even when we don't understand it at the time." David hugged his daughter, thinking of Mary, a woman he had never met, but who was now woven into his life in ways he never imagined. He thought of how his world, once so focused on business and material success, now revolved around moments like this. Later, in the living room, the family gathered for their Saturday game night, a tradition they had established. Lily chatted excitedly about new books she wanted to read, while Luke played on the rug, building a tower with colorful blocks. Sarah watched the scene while preparing hot chocolate in the open-plan kitchen, exchanging amused glances with David each time the children burst into laughter. David took it all in with a deep sense of gratitude. He had chosen the path of caring and responsibility, and that choice had transformed not just the lives of 2 homeless children, but his own as well. He had finally discovered that true success wasn't measured in signed contracts or buildings erected, but in little hands that held his with trust, in children's eyes that looked at him with unconditional love. In that simple room, filled with children's laughter and board games, David Roberts Wilson found something all his business achievements had never given him: a true home, a complete family, a purpose greater than himself. If this story touched your heart, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next ones. Leave a like because it helps this story get recommended to more people. See you in the next story. A young billionaire saves a poor girl in the rain. The next day, he comes home and sees his wheelchair-bound son standing, while the girl says, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. You can do it." He is stunned by what happens next. The rain pounded mercilessly, turning the streets into rushing streams. Brian squinted to see through the windshield while the wipers worked at maximum speed, barely managing to clear the water. The radio announced the worst storm in years. "Just a few more minutes," he murmured, exhausted after a long day at the office. Traffic crawled. Brian glanced at the clock, almost midnight. He had worked late, as he had been doing ever since the accident. Work was his refuge, a way to avoid the silence at home. His cell phone rang. It was Karen, the nanny. "Mr. Mitchell, everything's fine with Noah, but he's still awake. He seems uneasy because of the storm. I just wanted to know if you'll be long." "I'm on my way, Karen, maybe another 10 minutes. Hanging up, Brian thought about his son. Would Noah really be asleep, or just pretending the way he sometimes did? Since the accident, Noah lived in his own world. The doctors said it was normal, that trauma required time. But how much longer? The traffic light turned red. Brian slowed down. And that was when he noticed movement on the sidewalk. Something small, almost invisible under the torrential rain. He leaned forward, frowning. The headlights revealed a tiny figure huddled against the wall of a closed shop. What the? There was no doubt. It was a child. A small girl, sitting alone on the sidewalk, completely soaked, visibly shivering. The light turned green. Cars behind him honked. Brian ignored them, turned on his hazard lights, and pulled over. Something inside him, an instinct that had seemed dormant for months, flared up like an alarm. He jumped out of the car and was immediately hit by the force of the rain. "Hey!" he shouted, running toward the girl. "What are you doing out here alone?" She didn't respond. As Brian approached, he saw she was holding an old teddy bear, just as drenched as she was. Her eyes lifted, and he felt a chill. Those eyes seemed to carry far more than any child should. "Where are your parents?" he asked, looking around. The street was deserted, except for the passing cars. The girl just looked at him, silent. "You're freezing," Brian said, placing his coat over her shoulders. "Come on, you can't stay here." The girl did not resist when he picked her up. She was so light it made Brian's chest tighten. She showed no fear, which was both comforting and unsettling. Inside the car, Brian turned on the heater. The girl clutched the teddy bear tightly as water dripped from her hair. "What's your name?" Brian asked. The girl hesitated. "Emily," she finally said in a low voice. "Emily, that's a pretty name. I'm Brian. Where do you live?" She squeezed the bear and lowered her gaze. Brian realized he wouldn't get easy answers. "Are you lost?" Emily didn't reply. She just kept trembling. Brian thought quickly. The girl was drenched and freezing, and something about her expression deeply unsettled him. "Let's get you dried off and warm first. Then we'll figure out where you live." He called Karen. "I'm going to be a bit late. I found a situation. Could you prepare a hot bath? And maybe set aside some of Noah's clothes?" He hung up before the nanny could ask questions. Looking at the small, silent passenger, Brian questioned his decision. Taking a child he didn't know back to his house was not standard procedure, but something about this felt meant to be. "Do you like soup?" he asked. Emily nodded slightly. "Great. Karen makes the best vegetable soup." They drove in silence. When he finally parked, Brian took a deep breath. His home, a large brick house, seemed far too big, too empty, ever since the accident. "We're here," he said, more to himself than to her. He lifted the girl into his arms and hurried to the porch. Karen opened the door, her expression shifting from curiosity to surprise. "My goodness, who—" "Emily," Brian answered. "I found her alone in the rain. Is the bath ready?" Karen nodded. "Yes, in the guest bathroom. I picked out some of Noah's clothes." "Perfect. Could you take her? I think she'll be more comfortable with you." Karen held out her arms, and Emily went willingly. She seemed numb. "Emily, Karen will take care of you now. She'll give you a warm bath and some dry clothes. I'll make something for you to eat." The girl looked at him with those deep eyes and nodded. It wasn't just fear or confusion in her gaze. There was something else, like an understanding no child should have, While Karen led Emily away, Brian went into the kitchen and put the soup onto heat. His mind raced. Calling the police was the right thing to do. But something stopped him. Maybe it was the late hour, maybe the storm, or maybe he had a feeling that this child had crossed his path for a reason. Brian found himself staring at the photo on the fridge. Him, Rachel and Noah, all smiling at a picnic. It had been taken the previous summer, before the accident, before a drunk driver turned their life upside down. The sound of footsteps pulled him out of his thoughts. Karen walked into the kitchen with Emily. The transformation was remarkable. Clean and dry, her fair hair still damp, and wearing Noah's blue pajamas, she looked like a different child. Only the serious expression remained. Behind them, almost hidden in the hallway, Brian noticed a small figure in a wheelchair. Noah was watching, curiosity shining in his eyes, his fingers lightly gripping the wheels of his chair the way he did when he was nervous or intrigued. "Noah," Brian said, surprised to see his son awake so late. "I thought you'd be asleep." "I heard noise," the boy replied quietly. His eyes locked on Emily, who returned his gaze with the same silent intensity. "This is Emily," Brian introduced. "She'll be staying with us tonight." Noah said nothing, just kept watching the newcomer with a mix of curiosity and caution. It was the first time in months Brian had seen his son show genuine interest in anything or anyone. "Are you warm now?" Brian asked. Emily nodded, her eyes scanning the kitchen carefully. "Good. The soup's ready." Karen helped Emily onto a stool at the counter, then turned to Brian. "What's going on? Who is this child?" "I don't know," he answered honestly. "I found her alone on the sidewalk in the pouring rain." "Did you call the police?" Brian hesitated. "Not yet. I thought I should take care of her first." Karen gave him a worried look. "Brian, you need to call. Someone must be looking for her." "I'll call after she eats." "Is Noah still awake?" Brian asked. "Yes," Karen replied. "He's in his room, looking out the window. The storm is making him uneasy." Brian served the soup and placed it in front of Emily. "Careful, it's hot," he warned. Emily picked up the spoon and started eating with surprising delicacy for a child. "Do you know where you live, Emily?" Karen asked. Emily kept eating in silence. "Where are your parents?" Brian tried. The girl paused briefly, staring at the soup, then continued eating without answering. "Is the soup good?" Brian changed the subject. Emily looked at him and nodded. It was the most expressive gesture she had shown so far. "Where's your teddy bear?" Brian asked. "I put it to dry," Karen answered. "It was soaked." Emily looked up, worried. "Don't worry," Brian said quickly. "It's just drying. You'll get it back soon." She relaxed and went back to her soup. "I'll go make up the guest room," Karen said. Left alone, Brian watched Emily, trying to understand her mystery. Who would leave a child alone in the rain? Why wouldn't she talk about her home? "Are you afraid of something, Emily?" he asked gently. The girl stopped eating. Her blue eyes met his. For a moment, he saw something there. Not exactly fear, more like resignation. She lowered her gaze and continued eating. Karen returned. "The room's ready." Emily had finished the soup and pushed away the empty bowl. "Want some more?" Brian asked. She shook her head. "Let's get you to bed, then." Brian held out his hand. After a brief hesitation, Emily took it. Together they walked upstairs. The hallway was long. The door at the end belonged to Noah. It was closed, as it always was at night. Karen led them to the smaller guest room. The bed was made, and Emily's teddy bear was resting on the pillow. When she saw the toy, the girl let go of Brian's hand and ran to the bed. She picked up the bear and hugged it tightly against her chest. "I thought she might like to sleep with it," Karen said. "Good thinking," Brian replied, noticing how much calmer Emily seemed. They helped her settle in. She lay down, her eyes heavy with sleep. "Good night, Emily," Brian said. "Sleep well. Tomorrow we'll help you get back home." Emily looked at him intently. Then, surprising them both, she spoke. "I don't have a home." Just 3 words, but they carried immense weight. Before they could respond, she closed her eyes, holding the teddy bear. Brian and Karen left quietly, leaving the door slightly ajar. "What do we do now?" Karen asked. "I don't know. I'll call the police, but—" He glanced toward Emily's room. Something is really off about this. At the top of the stairs, Brian noticed Noah's door was ajar, a faint light coming from inside. He approached and peeked through the crack. Noah was in his wheelchair by the window, watching the rain. Sensing his father's presence, the boy turned his head. His eyes quickly noted Emily, who was holding Brian's hand. "Noah, this is Emily," Brian said softly. "She's staying with us tonight." Noah didn't respond, but his gaze stayed on the girl, showing more interest than he had shown in anything for months. Emily returned his stare with the same intensity. For a moment, the two children just watched each other as if assessing one another. "Bedtime for everyone," Karen said gently. "You too, Noah. It's very late." Noah nodded reluctantly and wheeled himself away from the window, but his eyes still followed Emily as Karen guided her to the guest room. "Was he okay today?" Brian asked. "Same as always. Quiet. Did his exercises. Ate little." Brian nodded. That had been Noah's routine since the accident. A routine of silence and a sadness no child should carry. Back downstairs, Brian picked up the phone and dialed the local police station. "Oakwood Police Department." "Good evening. My name is Brian Mitchell. I found a child tonight." "Where?" "On Maple Avenue." She was alone, sitting on the sidewalk in the pouring rain. "And where is the child now?" "She's at my house. She was soaked and shivering. I couldn't leave her there." He heard the sound of keys clicking. "Name and age?" "Emily. She seems about 5 or 6. I don't know her last name." "Did she say where she lives? Where her parents are?" "No. She only said she doesn't have a home." "Your address, sir?" Brian provided his address. "Any signs of abuse?" "Not physically, but she's very quiet. There's something in her eyes." Brian couldn't explain it. "We're dealing with several incidents because of the storm. I'll send a patrol car as soon as possible." "Can you keep her safe until tomorrow?" "Yes, she's already asleep. An officer will contact you in the morning. I'll also notify social services." Brian hung up. A strange feeling washed over him. He'd done the right thing, so why did he feel as though he'd betrayed Emily? Karen yawned. "I think I'll head to bed unless you need anything else," she said. "Go ahead, Karen. You've done a lot today." Karen went to her room on the first floor. She had lived with them since Noah was born, becoming almost part of the family. After the call, Brian went upstairs again. Noah's door was shut now. He knocked softly. "Can I come in?" he asked. "Yes," came the quiet reply. Noah was in bed, but clearly still awake. His eyes shone in the darkness, reflecting the hallway light. "Can't sleep?" Brian asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. Noah shrugged. "Who is she?" "Emily. I found her alone in the rain. She doesn't have a home." Brian looked at his son, surprised. Noah must have overheard the conversation. "It seems she doesn't," he answered honestly. Noah was silent for a moment. "She looks sad," he finally said. Brian nodded. It was the longest observation Noah had made in weeks. "Yes, she does. We'll try to help her, okay?" Noah nodded and settled under the blankets. Brian kissed his forehead. "Sleep well, son." As he left, Brian realized something had changed. Normally, Noah shut down whenever there was a visitor in the house. But with Emily, he seemed different. There was a silent connection between the two children, something Brian couldn't fully understand, but that, for some reason, gave him hope. He returned to his room and changed out of his wet clothes. Lying in bed, he thought about the strange turn his evening had taken. What would happen in the morning? Would the police find Emily's parents or discover she really had no home? If that were the case, what would become of her? Brian turned over, unable to sleep. For some reason, he felt Emily hadn't crossed his path by chance. He felt she was connected to the emptiness in his home, to Noah's silence, to everything that had been broken in their lives. Outside, the storm was easing. The pounding rain became gentler, like a lullaby. Cradled by that sound, Brian finally fell asleep, dreaming of blue eyes that held secrets, and of possibilities he hardly dared admit to himself when awake. Morning arrived with a soft light filtering through the curtains. The storm had given way to a clear sky, as if all the cloud's fury had been just a distant nightmare. The house was quiet, except for the sounds coming from the kitchen, where Karen was preparing breakfast. Emily woke early. For a few seconds, she lay still in bed, trying to recall where she was. The room was cozy, unlike any place she had slept before. She hugged her teddy bear tightly, and then remembered the night before. The rain, the kind man, the big house, the boy in a wheelchair who watched her with sad, curious eyes. She got up slowly, still wearing the borrowed blue pajamas. She picked up her teddy and left the room, her bare feet barely making a sound on the hallway floor. She went downstairs cautiously, following the smell of pancakes and the low music coming from the kitchen. Karen had her back turned to the door, stirring something on the stove. Emily stood there quietly, unsure whether she should go in. "Good morning," said Karen without turning around, as if she had eyes on the back of her head. "Did you sleep well?" Emily nodded, then realized Karen couldn't see her. "Yes," she replied softly. Karen turned, smiling. "That's good. You must be hungry. Would you like some pancakes?" Emily nodded again, more emphatically this time. Her stomach growled, as if replying on her behalf. "Sit right there," Karen indicated, pointing to the kitchen table already set with colorful plates and a glass of orange juice. "Brian and Noah should be down soon." Emily did as she was told, climbing onto a chair with some effort. She placed her teddy bear on her lap and watched Karen work, flipping pancakes with a spatula and humming softly. There was something comforting about that everyday scene, something that made Emily's heart ache in a strange way. "Does your bear want pancakes too?" Karen asked, glancing over her shoulder with a kind smile. Emily looked down at her worn-out toy. "He doesn't eat much," she said seriously, "but he likes watching other people eat." Karen laughed, a light and pleasant sound. "He's a very polite bear," she commented. The sound of heavy footsteps announced Brian's arrival. He entered the kitchen already dressed for work, his hair still damp from the shower. "Good morning," he said, his voice carrying the fatigue of a restless night. His eyes landed on Emily and he smiled. "Did you sleep well, sweetheart?" Emily nodded, clutching her teddy bear closer. "Great," Brian said, sitting down at the table. "The police will come by later to talk about you. There's no need to be scared. They just want to help find a place for you." He hesitated at the last part, as if choosing his words carefully. "She's not going to an institution today, is she?" Karen asked quietly, placing a plate of pancakes in front of Emily. "No," Brian replied. "I spoke to them on the phone. The officer said, given the circumstances, they might let her stay here for now while they look for relatives. We have to go to the station later to fill out some forms, but—" He paused, looking at Emily, who was eating her pancakes slowly, as if savoring each bite. "It doesn't feel right to send her to a place full of strangers right now." Karen nodded, clearly relieved. Emily continued to eat, seemingly oblivious to the conversation about her future, though her eyes moved between the adults, alert. "What about Noah?" Brian asked, changing the subject. "Is he up?" Karen sighed softly. "Yes, but he doesn't want to come down. He said he's tired." She lowered her voice even more. "You know how he gets." "Some days are harder than others," Brian nodded, a shadow crossing his face. "I'll take his breakfast up to him then," he said, standing. "No need," Karen replied. "I finished helping him get dressed before coming to the kitchen. He said he just wants to be alone for a bit." Brian looked at the stairs, clearly torn between respecting his son's wishes and worrying about him. "All right," he finally conceded. "But I'll go up before I leave for work." The rest of breakfast proceeded quietly, only the clink of cutlery against plates breaking the silence. Emily ate slowly, her gaze occasionally drifting to the staircase, as if expecting Noah to appear at any moment. After eating, Brian went upstairs to see his son. Emily stayed in the kitchen, helping Karen clear the table with surprising efficiency for such a small child. "Would you like to draw for a while?" Karen asked while putting away the last dishes. "I have some paper and crayons Noah never uses." Emily nodded. Karen retrieved a colorful box from a shelf and led Emily to the living room, where she spread some sheets of paper on the soft rug. "Make yourself comfortable," Karen said. "I'll finish up in the kitchen and then come back." Emily sat on the rug, crossing her legs, and began testing each crayon color on the paper. Soon she was completely absorbed, drawing with intense concentration. Brian came downstairs a few minutes later, his face showing a mix of worry and resignation that had become familiar in recent months. "How is he?" Karen asked softly, as Brian passed through the kitchen. "The same," Brian said, sighing. "He doesn't want to talk, doesn't want to come down. He just stares out the window with that empty look." He shook his head. "The doctor said it's psychological, that physically he could be recovering better, but he'll get through this," Karen said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. "He just needs time." "It's been 8 months, Karen." Brian rubbed his face, tired. "Sometimes I wonder if he'll stay in that chair forever, not because he can't walk, but because he's too afraid to try." They glanced into the living room, where Emily was still drawing quietly, unaware of their conversation. "I have to go," Brian checked his watch. "The social worker will come by around 5. I'll be back before that." After Brian left, the house settled into a comfortable silence. Karen finished cleaning the kitchen, then went to see how Emily was doing. The girl had created several drawings: colorful houses, trees, a blue sky with a big yellow sun. There was a peaceful quality to her pictures, a calm that contrasted with the circumstances that had brought her there. "They're very pretty," Karen praised. "Do you like to draw?" Emily nodded, not lifting her eyes from the paper, where she was now outlining a brown teddy bear that looked just like hers. "I'm going to take a snack to Noah," Karen said. "Would you like to come with me? Maybe he'd like to see your drawings." Emily looked at her blue eyes thoughtful. After a moment, she gathered her drawings into a small stack and stood up, holding them against her chest like a precious treasure. They went upstairs together, Karen carrying a tray with milk and cookies. She knocked lightly on Noah's door before entering. The room was spacious, decorated in shades of blue and green. A small collection of toy cars rested on a shelf, along with children's books and a few action figures. A big bed with a planets and stars comforter took up one side of the room. On the other side, near the window, Noah sat in his wheelchair, staring outside with a distant expression. "I brought a snack," Karen said cheerily, "and a visitor." Noah turned his head slowly. His eyes fell on Emily, who was half hidden behind Karen, clutching her drawings. "Hi," he said simply, without emotion. "Emily made some very nice drawings," Karen continued, placing the tray on a small table. "Maybe you'd like to see them." Noah shrugged, a gesture that could mean anything. Karen shot Emily an encouraging look, and Emily took a few hesitant steps into the room. "I'll leave you two to talk," Karen said, stepping away toward the door. "I'll be downstairs if you need anything." After Karen left, a heavy silence fell over the room. Emily stood there, holding her drawings, while Noah stared out the window again. Slowly, Emily walked to the center of the room and sat on the rug. She spread out her drawings in front of her and took a blue crayon from the pocket of the dress Karen had lent her. Methodically, she began drawing again as if she were alone. Noah watched her out of the corner of his eye for a few minutes. She worked silently, focused, occasionally switching colors. "What are you drawing?" he finally asked, his voice breaking the quiet like a pebble dropped into a still pond. Emily held up her sketch so he could see: a house with a big tree beside it and 2 small figures under the tree. "Who are they?" Noah asked, pointing to the figures. Emily shrugged, as if the question didn't really matter. She set the drawing aside and took another blank sheet of paper, then slid it across the floor toward Noah. A silent invitation. Noah looked at the blank paper, then at Emily. He made no move to pick it up. Emily went back to her own drawing, creating new lines, crafting a colorful world in which she seemed to lose herself completely. Occasionally, she looked at Noah and patted the rug next to her, inviting him once more. The morning went on that way, in a sort of silent communication only children seem able to sustain. Emily drew several new worlds on the rug, while Noah watched from his chair, refusing to join but also unable to completely ignore her. Karen came up a few times to check on them, surprised each time to see Noah still in the room with Emily. Usually, after a few minutes with any visitor, he asked to be left alone. At lunchtime, Karen called the children downstairs. Noah refused, as always, preferring to eat in his room. Emily went down and ate quietly, her eyes often drifting to the staircase. After lunch, she returned to the living room and continued drawing on the rug. The afternoon passed slowly, the sun moving across the windows, casting golden patterns on the floor. Around 3 o'clock, to Karen's surprise, Noah appeared at the top of the stairs. Can I come down?" he asked, his voice hesitant. "Of course," Karen replied, trying not to show her astonishment. "Do you need help?" "No, I can manage." Noah maneuvered his wheelchair expertly onto the small home elevator they had installed next to the stairs. Once he reached the living room, his eyes immediately found Emily, still sitting on the rug surrounded by her bright drawings. He rolled up close, stopping a few feet away. Emily looked up and smiled, small but genuine. "Can I see your drawings?" Noah asked. Emily nodded, gathering some papers and handing them to him. Noah examined them silently, his face softening a bit. "They're really nice," he finally said, returning them. Emily picked up her teddy bear, which she had left on the couch, and, without warning, placed it next to Noah's wheelchair. Then she went back to the rug and resumed drawing, as if nothing had happened. Noah looked at the worn-out toy in surprise. It was clearly Emily's only precious possession, and she had just shared it, with no hesitation or conditions. Karen, watching discreetly from the kitchen, felt a lump in her throat. There was something deeply significant in that simple gesture. The girl who had nothing offering her only treasure to the boy who seemed to have everything, but had lost the most important thing. The afternoon went by in quiet companionship. Noah stayed in the living room, close to Emily, occasionally commenting on her drawings or just watching her work. He never tried to pick up the teddy bear, as if understanding it wasn't truly his, but a temporary gift of company. At 4:30, Brian came home from work, surprised and touched to find Noah in the living room. "Hey, champ," he said, trying not to show how much that simple change meant to him. "How was your day?" "Normal," Noah replied with a shrug, but his eyes were more alive than they had been in months. The social worker, a middle-aged woman named Mrs. Roberts, arrived promptly at 5. Brian greeted her and explained the situation, while Karen prepared snacks in the kitchen. Emily continued drawing, seemingly oblivious to the importance of the visit. The conversation in the dining room was formal but productive. Mrs. Roberts asked questions about Emily, about how Brian had found her, about the previous night. She took notes in a small notebook, occasionally glancing at the living room where Emily was now showing something in one of her sketches to Noah. "Given the circumstances," Mrs. Roberts finally said, "we can consider a temporary placement while we investigate further. There are procedures, of course, forms, an official home visit, background checks." "We'll do whatever is necessary," Brian said without hesitation. "She can stay with us as long as needed." Mrs. Roberts nodded, seeming satisfied. "She seems to be adapting well," she said, looking into the living room, "especially with your son." "Yes," Brian agreed, following her gaze. "It's odd, but somehow it feels right for her to be here." As the social worker was getting ready to leave, Emily stood from the rug and walked to Noah. They exchanged a few words the adults couldn't hear. Then, to everyone's surprise, Emily picked up the teddy bear, placed it on Noah's lap, and went upstairs. "Where's she going?" Mrs. Roberts asked, surprised. "I'm not sure," Brian answered, equally puzzled. Noah looked at the teddy bear in his lap, an odd expression on his face. Not exactly happiness, but something akin to resolution. A few minutes later, they heard footsteps on the stairs. Emily returned, carrying something in her hands. She walked straight over to Noah, her face serious and determined. "Why are you always sitting in that chair?" she asked, her clear voice cutting through the room's silence. Noah went rigid, his face closing off as if a door had slammed shut. The bear slipped slightly on his lap, but he didn't seem to notice. "Don't you like to play?" Emily pressed, stepping closer until she was right in front of him. He answered, his voice thick with long-suppressed emotions. "As if I could, I can't even walk anymore." There was so much pain in those words, so much repressed anger and frustration that the room felt suddenly colder. Brian took a step forward, ready to intervene, but Mrs. Roberts gently placed a hand on his arm to stop him. Emily did not step back. Instead, she held out her hand, her eyes shining with a serene certainty that seemed out of place in such a small child. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. You can do it." Noah stared at her outstretched hand as if it were something from another world. His gaze held disbelief, but also, for the first time in months, a spark of something Brian hardly recognized: hope. Slowly, as if guided by a force he didn't fully understand, Noah placed the teddy bear on the seat of his chair and gripped the armrests. Emily didn't move, her hand still extended, her eyes locked on his, radiating unwavering confidence. With visible effort, Noah began to stand up. His legs trembled under his weight, not from physical damage — the doctors had always said his main block was psychological — but from the deeply rooted fear that had kept him confined to that chair long after his injuries had healed enough for him to walk again. His hands gripped the chair so tightly his knuckles turned white. His face was taut with the strain, not just physical but emotional, the strain of confronting the fear that had consumed him since the accident. Inch by inch, he rose. His legs still trembled, but they held. He was standing. Brian felt his heart stop. Tears sprang to his eyes before he could hold them back, blurring his vision. His knees gave way, and he fell to the floor, though he barely noticed the impact, his mind overwhelmed by shock and emotion. "Noah," he whispered, voice breaking. The boy turned his head slowly, as if afraid any sudden movement might break the spell. His eyes met his father's, filled with surprise, fear, and a joy so intense it was almost painful. "Dad," he said, voice small and trembling, "I'm standing." Brian crawled across the floor to his son and wrapped his arms around Noah's legs, openly sobbing. Noah wobbled a bit but stayed upright, one hand still gripping the chair for balance, the other hesitantly touching his father's hair. Emily took a step back, watching with a calm expression. There was no surprise on her face, only a steady certainty, as if this was exactly what she had expected all along. Karen covered her mouth with her hands, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. Mrs. Roberts watched with wide eyes, her professional demeanor momentarily forgotten. "This is extraordinary," the social worker murmured, and it was. In that ordinary living room, on an ordinary afternoon of an ordinary day, something truly extraordinary had happened. A barrier that had seemed impenetrable had been broken, not by doctors or therapists, but by a small girl with eyes too old for her age and unshakable faith. Brian remained kneeling, clutching his son's legs, his body shaking with sobs. Noah, still standing, trembled with the effort but did not fall, and his eyes, for the first time in many months, were not empty. There was fear, yes, but also something else, a new beginning, a promise, the first ray of sunshine after a long and dark night of storms. In the waiting room of the doctor's office, Brian held Noah's hand firmly. The boy fidgeted in his wheelchair, his fingers tapping against the armrest. Since that extraordinary moment in the living room 2 days ago, when he stood up for the first time in months, something had changed. "Do you think Dr. Weber will be surprised?" Noah asked, looking at his dad. Brian smiled, ruffling his son's hair. "I think he'll be very happy. Almost as happy as I am." Dr. Weber was a pediatric neurologist who had been seeing Noah since the accident. At every appointment, he tried to convince the boy that his condition was mostly psychological, that his tests showed enough physical recovery for him to attempt walking again. But Noah always withdrew, refusing even to consider it. Until Emily showed up. The door to the office opened, and a nurse smiled at them. "Noah Mitchell, Dr. Weber will see you now." The office was bright and welcoming, decorated with children's drawings on the walls. Dr. Weber, a middle-aged man with a kind smile, stood to greet them. "Noah, Brian, great to see you," he said, shaking Brian's hand and winking at Noah. "How are things?" "Doctor," Brian began, struggling to control the emotion in his voice. "Something incredible happened. Noah." Noah stood up. The doctor's eyes widened, looking from Brian to Noah, "Is that true?" he asked, bending down to Noah's eye level. Noah nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "I managed to stand up. By myself." "That's wonderful, Noah." The doctor didn't hide his surprise and delight. "What made you try?" Noah was quiet for a moment, as if considering the question. "Emily," he finally answered. "She said I could do it." "Emily?" "A girl who's staying with us," Brian quickly explained. "It's a long story." Dr. Weber nodded without pushing for more details. "Well, shall we do some tests then? See how much you can do now." The tests were simple. The doctor asked Noah to try standing again, holding onto the examination table. Brian helped him into position, and with visible effort, Noah stood up. His legs trembled, but he managed to stay upright for almost half a minute before needing to sit down again. "Impressive," Dr. Weber murmured, taking notes. "Really impressive." He ran a few more exams, checking reflexes, sensitivity, and muscle strength. Noah cooperated, a newfound determination shining in his eyes. When they finished, the doctor sat back in his chair, smiling at father and son. "Noah, what happened is extraordinary but not unexpected. As I've always said, your condition was primarily psychological. The accident created a mental block that kept you from even trying to walk again. The fear was so great that your body obeyed." "What happens now?" Brian asked, holding his son's hand. "Now there's every reason to be hopeful," the doctor answered. "With proper physical therapy and continued effort, Noah can regain a normal gait. It's not guaranteed, of course. The road will be long. There may be tough days, setbacks even. But it's possible. Very possible." Noah looked at his father, his eyes shining with something not seen there in a long time. "Hope. Can I really walk like before?" "You can," Dr. Weber affirmed. "It will take work. We'll start with therapy sessions 3 times a week. You'll have exercises to do at home every day. But yes, if you stay determined as you are today, I strongly believe you'll walk again." On the drive home, the car was filled with a different kind of silence. Not the heavy, sad silence that usually followed medical appointments, but a light silence, full of possibilities. "Dad?" Noah said, staring out the window. "Yes, son? I want to try walking a bit today, in the yard. Will you help me?" Brian felt his throat tighten. "Of course, champ. We'll give it a try." When they arrived home, Emily was on the porch with Karen, drawing in a notebook. Seeing the car, she looked up, her blue eyes alert. Noah asked his father to help him out of the car, leaving the wheelchair in the trunk. Brian complied, his heart racing. It was the first time Noah had requested that. With his father helping him balance, Noah took a few shaky steps toward the porch. Karen covered her mouth with her hands, tears in her eyes. Emily just watched, serene. "The doctor said I can learn to walk again," Noah announced, his voice steadier than it had been in months. "I'll do therapy and exercises. It'll take time, but it's possible." Emily smiled, a small but glowing smile. Her eyes met Noah's, conveying something words couldn't capture. "I knew it," she said simply. And in those 2 words there was so much certainty, so much conviction, it was impossible not to believe her. At that moment, under the afternoon sun, a new hope was born. Not just for Noah, but for all of them. The rest of the day unfolded in a quiet celebration. Noah tried a few more steps in the yard, always supported by Brian or Karen. His progress was small, but every inch gained felt like a miracle. Emily watched everything with her attentive blue eyes, a slight smile on her lips whenever Noah managed to move forward just a bit more. When evening came, Karen prepared a special dinner. The table felt livelier than it had in months. Even Noah joined in the conversation, talking about the exercises the doctor had recommended. Brian watched his son with eyes shining with pride and hope, a look Karen hadn't seen since before the accident. It was during dessert that Karen noticed something odd. Emily, usually quiet but observant, seemed distant. Her cheeks were flushed, and she had barely touched her chocolate pudding, normally her favorite. "Emily, are you okay?" Karen asked, gently touching the girl's forehead. "You're warm." Brian looked worried. "Let me see." He touched Emily's forehead as well. "Feels like you have a slight fever." Emily sniffled, and only then did they notice her red nose. "I'm fine," she muttered, but her voice sounded a bit hoarse. "I think you caught a cold," Brian said kindly. Not surprising after that heavy rain, Karen stood up quickly. "I'll make you some tea with honey, and we still have that children's cough syrup in the bathroom cabinet." Noah watched Emily with obvious concern. "Are you going to be sick for a long time?" he asked. Emily shrugged, small and tired. "I don't know." "It's probably just a cold," Brian reassured Noah, noticing his worry. "With some rest and care, she'll be better soon." Karen returned with the tea, and Emily sipped it obediently, taking small, cautious gulps of the warm liquid. "I think you should go to bed early tonight," Brian suggested. "Rest will help." Emily nodded without protest, another sign she wasn't feeling well. Normally, she tried to stay up longer, drawing or just being near Noah while he watched a movie. Brian lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bedroom. Karen followed with the thermometer and the syrup. Noah remained at the table, looking thoughtful as he watched them go upstairs. In the bedroom, Brian helped Emily change into pajamas while Karen prepared the medicine. The thermometer confirmed a fever of 100.8 Pati, 38.2. Mild, but still concerning. "It's just a cold," Karen reassured, carefully measuring the dose of syrup. "But we'll take good care of you." Emily took the medicine without complaint, then lay down, letting Brian tuck her in. Her eyes, usually so vivid and alert, were now dull with fatigue and fever. "I'll stay until you fall asleep," Brian said, sitting on the edge of the bed. Emily closed her eyes, only to be interrupted by a soft cough. Karen brought a glass of water, which she sipped in small gulps. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice small. There was a sound at the door, the distinctive squeak of wheelchair wheels on the wooden floor. Brian and Karen looked over, surprised to see Noah there. "Noah?" Brian asked. Noah entered the room, skillfully maneuvering his chair. On his lap was his favorite blanket, the one with planets and stars he'd had since he was little. He rarely let it leave his own bed, treating it almost like a protective talisman. "I brought this," he said, extending the blanket to Emily. "It's warm. It always makes me feel better when I'm sick." Emily looked at the blanket, then at Noah, a surprised expression softening her pale face. "I hope you get well soon," Noah continued, his voice low but resolute. "I want to play with you." For a moment, no one spoke. Brian felt a lump in his throat, and Karen pretended to fuss with something on the bedside table to hide her tears. Emily took the blanket and clutched it to her chest, her eyes meeting Noah's. "Thank you," she said, a faint smile on her feverish lips. Noah nodded, satisfied, then backed his chair away. "Good night," he said, heading toward the door. Brian looked at his son, a wave of love and pride nearly overwhelming him. This was the Noah of before, the gentle, caring boy who had seemed lost after the accident. Somehow, Emily, with her quiet presence and inexplicable faith, was bringing him back. Once Emily finally fell asleep, Brian tucked Noah's blanket around her, noticing how she held it tightly even in slumber. That simple piece of cloth, loaded with meaning and affection, seemed more powerful than any medication. Emily's fever didn't subside overnight. In fact, it rose slightly, worrying Brian enough to call the pediatrician first thing in the morning. The doctor assured him it seemed like a common cold, but recommended careful observation and suggested bringing Emily in for a visit if the fever lasted more than 2 days. Karen prepared a light soup for lunch and took it upstairs on a tray. Emily managed only a few spoonfuls before leaning back against the pillows, exhausted by the simple effort of eating. She slept most of the afternoon, still clinging to Noah's blanket. Noah spent the day alternating between his strengthening exercises and frequent trips to Emily's room to check on her. Though she slept most of the time, he would sit quietly in his wheelchair by her bed for a few minutes, watching her breathe before leaving silently. By late afternoon, the fever dropped a little. Karen applied cool compresses to Emily's forehead and gave her another dose of medicine. The girl woke up, her blue eyes clearer and more alert than they had been that morning. "How do you feel?" Karen asked, helping her sit up. Better, Emily replied, her voice still hoarse but stronger. Do you think you can eat a bit more? I made vanilla pudding. Emily's pale face lit up slightly. Yes, please. While Karen went down to get the pudding, Brian appeared at the door, back from work. He had left early, worried about the little girl who was ill. Hey, sweetheart, he said, entering the room. Karen says you're feeling a bit better. Emily nodded, sitting up against the pillows. Noah's blanket slipped a little, and she pulled it back up. Do you like Noah's blanket? Brian asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. It's warm, Emily replied. And it smells like Noah. Brian smiled. It was such an innocent observation, yet so profound. Children notice things adults often overlooked. It was a very special gesture of his, Brian commented. He doesn't lend that blanket to anyone, not even me or Karen. Emily smiled gently, her fingers tracing the printed planets on the fabric. The social worker called today, Brian said after a moment. The temporary guardianship process is moving along. Soon you might be able to stay with us officially, at least for a while. Emily looked at him, her large, serious eyes on her small face. Do you want me to stay? She asked directly. The question caught Brian off guard. There was so much maturity in those 5 simple words. At first, he admitted, choosing honesty, when I found you out in that storm, I only planned on letting you stay for one night. I thought it would be best for everyone. Our house hasn't been a very happy place since the accident. Emily listened silently, without judgment. But then, Brian continued, his voice softening, you brought something into this house that I thought we'd never see again. Something no amount of money could ever buy. What? Emily asked, curious. My son's smile, Brian said, feeling emotion tighten his throat. I don't know how, Emily, but you reached him in a way none of us could for months. You brought him back to us. Emily looked down, gazing at the blanket as if absorbing his words. So, yes, Brian concluded, I really do want you to stay with us. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was the kind of silence that comes when important truths are shared, a necessary space for the words to find their place. Emily, Brian began gently, you've never told us about your life before, about your family. The girl kept her eyes on the blanket, her fingers going still. You don't have to talk if you don't want to, Brian added quickly. But sometimes sharing sad stories makes them a little lighter. Emily took a deep breath, a soft sound that carried a heavy burden for her small shoulders. I lived with my mom, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. In lots of different places. Brian nodded, encouraging her to continue. We had an apartment first. It was small but nice. My mom put flowers on the windows. Her eyes were distant now, seeing a past Brian could only imagine. Then my dad found us. He used to yell a lot. He'd hit my mom. She paused. Sometimes he hit me too. Brian felt his heart tighten. How much pain had this small girl already endured? One night my mom took our things and we ran away. After that, we never stayed in one place for long. It was always just a bit longer, Emily, and then we'd leave again. She spoke with a simplicity that made the story even more heartbreaking. There was no self-pity in her voice, just the plain facts of a reality she had accepted. Sometimes we slept in shelters, other times on stairwells or park benches if it was warm. My mum always said she'd find a good job and we'd have a real home again. Emily looked out the window, where the sky was beginning to darken. Last winter was really cold. My mum started coughing. She said she was fine, but she wasn't. One night we slept under a bridge. She hugged me to keep me warm. Emily's voice faltered a little. In the morning, I tried to wake her, but she wouldn't wake up. Brian felt tears burning in his eyes. He wanted to scoop Emily into his arms, to shield her from a world that had already taken so much from her. But he respected her space, letting her finish. Some people came and took my mom away. They tried to take me too, but I ran. She always told me to be careful with strangers, especially those in uniforms. How long were you on your own? Brian asked gently. Emily shrugged, a small, sad gesture. Not sure. A lot of days. I knew how to ask for food. My mom taught me to be polite, so sometimes people would give me sandwiches or fruit. What about your teddy bear? A small smile appeared on Emily's lips. My mom gave it to me on my birthday. She said it would protect me when she couldn't. Silence filled the room again, heavy with the weight of her revelation. Brian tried to imagine this tiny girl, alone on the streets for weeks, maybe months, carrying only a teddy bear as a link to a lost love. That rainy night, Emily continued, it was so cold. I thought maybe... She hesitated. Maybe I'd see my mom again. Brian couldn't hold back his tears any longer. They slid silently down his cheeks as he held Emily's hand. Then you showed up, she finished, looking at Brian with those eyes that seemed to hold all the world's wisdom and pain. Just then, Karen appeared at the door carrying a tray with pudding. She paused, sensing the intensity of the moment. I'll come back later, she whispered. Brian shook his head. No, it's all right. Emily needs to eat to get strong. Karen entered and set the tray on the bedside table, glancing curiously between them. I'll let you eat, Brian said, standing up. Rest some more. Call us if you need anything. Emily nodded, her eyes now on the pudding. Brian left the room with a heavy heart, yet also strangely relieved. Emily's story was tragic, but knowing it made even clearer what he needed to do. She had lost everything, her home, her mother, her safety. He couldn't restore what she'd lost, but maybe he could offer her something new, a new family, a new beginning. And perhaps in doing so, his own broken family might find healing too. 3 days later, Emily had fully recovered from the cold. Her cheeks had regained their color, and that quiet yet constant energy was back. During her recovery, Noah stayed by her side whenever possible, bringing her books, sharing his favorite cartoons on the tablet, or simply keeping her company. The social worker, Mrs. Roberts, had returned for a follow-up visit. She was visibly impressed by Noah's progress. He could now stand for several minutes and even take a few tentative steps with crutches. More impressive was his change in behavior. The withdrawn, silent boy had become more talkative, his eyes shining with a determination that hadn't been there before. The temporary guardianship process is almost complete, she told Brian after her visit. Emily can officially stay with you for the next 6 months, while we continue searching for relatives. If none are found during that time... She paused meaningfully. Could we request permanent custody? Brian finished, hardly daring to voice the hope that had been growing in his heart. That would be a possibility, Mrs. Roberts confirmed, but let's not rush. 6 months is a long time. Brian nodded, understanding her caution. But as he observed the 2 children through the living room doorway, Noah trying to balance on crutches while Emily sketched on the rug, occasionally looking up to give him a smile, he knew time wouldn't change what he felt. Emily was already part of them. It was a Saturday morning, and the sun poured generously through the living room windows. Karen had gone out to visit her sister, who lived in a nearby town. Brian worked on his laptop at the kitchen table, occasionally glancing at the children in the living room. Noah's therapist had progressed him from crutches to a cane in recent days. The physical therapist, who visited 3 times a week, was impressed by Noah's rapid improvement. It's more mental than physical, he'd explained to Brian. Noah's muscles have always been capable of supporting him. What was missing was the confidence, the will to try. Now Noah was practicing walking circuits around the living room with his cane. Emily sat on the couch, counting aloud as he completed each lap. 16, 17, watch the rug, 18. Noah was sweating, his face taut with effort, but there was a determined sparkle in his eyes that Brian hadn't seen since before the accident. 19, 20, Emily exclaimed, clapping her hands. Noah stopped, leaning heavily on the cane but smiling proudly. I did it, he panted. 20 laps. I only did 17 yesterday. You'll get stronger every day, Emily said with that serene certainty that seemed far too mature for her age. Noah limped over to the couch and sat down beside her, breathing deeply as he rested his legs. They were silent for a moment, Emily doodling in her notebook while Noah watched. What are you drawing? He finally asked. Emily turned the notebook for him to see. It was a simple but expressive sketch. 2 children holding hands in front of a big house, with a tall man beside them. That's us, she explained. You, me, and your dad. Noah studied the drawing for a long moment. his fingers lightly tracing the figures. "It looks like a real family," he said quietly. Emily regarded him with those penetrating blue eyes. "It could be," she replied simply. Noah looked at her, a hint of vulnerability in his expression, as if he wanted to say something important but feared rejection. "I really like you, Emily," he finally blurted, the words rushing out. "I wish you were my sister." "For real?" The silence that followed felt significant. Brian, who had stepped into the kitchen doorway to check on them, froze. He didn't want to interrupt that moment, but he also couldn't bring himself to leave. Emily looked at Noah, her face serious yet soft. "I like you a lot too," she replied. "I've never had a brother before." "It's good," Noah said, sounding more confident now. "We can do stuff together. I'll teach you to ride a bike when my legs get better, and we can play video games. Have you ever played video games?" Emily shook her head. "I'll teach you, then," Noah promised enthusiastically. "It's really fun, and you can teach me how to draw." "Your pictures are so good." Brian felt a lump in his throat. It had been so long since he'd seen Noah like this, excited, talking about the future with hope instead of resignation. It was as if a light had turned on inside the boy, a light that had gone out the night of the accident. He slipped away quietly, returning to the kitchen table. The tears on his cheeks were, for once, tears of joy rather than pain. The rest of the morning passed peacefully. Brian made sandwiches for lunch, and they all ate together on the back porch, enjoying the pleasant sunshine. Noah talked about a book he was reading, and Emily listened intently, her eyes hungry for details of a normal life she'd never known. "Do you think I can go back to school soon?" Noah asked, looking at his dad. "If you keep progressing like this, I don't see why not," Brian replied. "Maybe not full days at first, but we could start with a few classes." "Can Emily come too?" The question caught Brian off guard. It was something he'd thought about, of course, but hadn't yet discussed fully. "Emily's never been to school," Noah explained, noticing his dad's hesitation. "She told me her mom taught her things at home, but she's never sat in a classroom with other kids." Brian looked at Emily, who kept her eyes lowered, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. "Would you like to go to school, Emily?" he asked gently. She lifted her gaze, a mix of hope and apprehension in her eyes. "Can I?" "Of course you can," Brian answered, feeling his heart clench at the simplicity of her question. How many basic things most children take for granted had been denied to Emily. "As soon as the temporary guardianship paperwork is finalized, we'll enroll you. Maybe you and Noah can even attend the same school." Emily's face lit up with a smile so radiant it completely transformed her usually serious features. For a moment, Brian glimpsed the child she might have been, happy, carefree, if life hadn't been so harsh. In the afternoon, Noah's physical therapist came for his session. He was a young and energetic man named Mark, who had a knack for turning exercises into games. This time, he brought a large ball. "We'll work on balance today," he explained, placing the ball on the living room floor. "You're going to sit on it and try to keep your balance while I count to 10. Noah eyed the ball apprehensively. "Won't I fall?" "I'll hold you at first," Mark assured him. "Then we'll reduce the support as you gain confidence." Emily, who usually just observed these sessions, approached. "Can I help?" she asked. Mark smiled. "Sure, you can stand on the other side and cheer Noah on. Sometimes having someone rooting for you makes all the difference." Emily positioned herself where Mark indicated, her eyes fixed on Noah with that characteristic intensity. "You can do it," she said simply. The session was a success. Noah managed to balance on the ball for increasingly longer intervals, always with Emily in front of him, sometimes counting out loud, sometimes just smiling in quiet encouragement. Mark seemed impressed not only by Noah's progress, but also by the dynamic between the two children. "You make a great team," he commented at the end of the session. "Emily, you have a knack for this. Maybe you should consider becoming a physical therapist when you grow up." Emily blushed, clearly pleased by the compliment. After Mark left, Noah was exhausted but satisfied. He refused the wheelchair, preferring to use his crutches to get to the couch, where he collapsed with a tired sigh. "I'm sore all over," he admitted. "But it's a good pain." Emily sat next to him, studying him with that gaze that seemed to see right through people. "You work really hard," she observed. "I want to walk again soon," Noah responded, "so I can do normal things again, like play soccer." "Yeah." Noah looked at his legs with a mix of determination and something else, something close to sadness. "If I hadn't asked my mom to pick me up that night—" He trailed off, biting his lip. Emily tilted her head, her eyes never leaving his face. "You think it was your fault? The accident?" Noah didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice was so soft Brian, passing by the hallway, almost didn't hear. "If I hadn't called her to come get me earlier at my friend's house, if we'd left 5 minutes sooner or 5 minutes later." Brian stopped in his tracks, his heart clenching. He had never heard Noah speak about the accident this way. Therapists had hinted at a possible guilt complex, but Noah always clammed up whenever the subject came up. "It's not your fault," Emily said with such conviction her words practically carried physical weight. "It was the man who ran the red light." Noah looked at her, surprised. "How do you know?" "You talk in your sleep," Emily answered simply. "And your dad told Karen some things." At that, Brian entered the living room, unable to just stand by. He approached the couch and sat beside Noah. "Emily's right," he said gently. "You were never to blame, Noah." The boy looked at his father, tears suddenly shining in his eyes. "But if I hadn't asked her to come—" "A drunk driver ran a red light," Brian interrupted, squeezing his son's hands. "It doesn't matter if you'd been there 5 minutes earlier or later. He's the one who did something wrong, not you. Your mom wasn't at fault, and neither were you." Tears began rolling down Noah's cheeks. He lowered his head, shoulders shaking with sobs he tried to contain. Brian pulled him close, hugging him tightly. "For so long I thought—" Noah choked out against his father's chest. "I thought that if I hadn't asked her to come, she'd still be here." "I know," Brian whispered, stroking his son's hair. "I know, but it's not true. It was never your fault." Emily watched the scene quietly, her big eyes solemn. After a moment, she reached out and gently touched Noah's arm. "Your mom loved you," she said. "She'd be happy to see you walking again." Noah looked at her through his tears, then nodded slowly. "Thank you," he whispered. It wasn't clear if it was meant for Emily, his father, or both. They stayed that way for a long time. Noah curled up in his father's embrace, Emily sitting patiently beside him, her small hand still resting on his arm in a comforting gesture. It was as if a knot that had been inside Noah for months finally began to loosen. The tears flowed freely now, washing away months of buried pain, unspoken guilt, and unprocessed grief. When the sobs finally subsided, Noah looked exhausted, but there was a change in his expression. A lightness Brian hadn't seen since before the accident, as if a giant weight had been lifted from his young shoulders. "Is everything okay now?" Emily asked, her face close to Noah's. He took a deep breath and nodded. "It's better," he replied. "A lot better." That night, Brian lay in bed feeling a sense of relief so strong it was almost physical. How long had Noah carried that guilt? How had Brian not realized it? The therapists had suggested it, of course, but Noah always denied it, changing the subject. It took Emily, a child they'd known for barely 2 weeks, to bring that pain to the surface so it could finally be faced. Emily. That extraordinary little girl who had entered their lives like a silent ghost on a stormy night, and in such a short time brought so much healing, not just for Noah, but for the whole house. The walls that once echoed with Rachel's absence now vibrated with something new. Not yet joy, but hope, possibility, a future. In the next room, Noah slept deeply for the first time in months, untroubled by the nightmares that usually woke him. In the guest room, which was now officially Emily's room, the girl also slept, teddy bear pressed against her chest. The house was quiet, but it was no longer the oppressive silence of mourning. It was the peaceful hush of a home where healing had finally begun. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into 2 months. Fall was painting the trees red and gold, and a cool breeze replaced summer's heat. At the Mitchell house, other changes, just as deep, were underway. Noah now used the cane only for longer distances, and inside the house he could walk without support. His physical therapist called it a miraculous recovery, and suggested he could return to school after the fall break, starting part-time. Emily was officially under Brian's temporary care for over a month. The social worker visited regularly, always leaving with positive notes about how well Emily was adapting. She went to preparatory classes 3 times a week to catch up on her education before enrolling in formal school. Her teachers were amazed by her intelligence, saying she soaked up knowledge like a sponge. The house, once a place of oppressive silence, now brimmed with life again, occasional laughter, dinner table conversations, even small arguments. It pulsed with the normal rhythms of a home where people truly lived, not just existed. One Friday afternoon, Brian left work early. He'd spent the morning at his lawyer's office, reviewing papers, signing documents, asking questions. When he returned home, he found Karen in the kitchen baking cookies with Emily, while Noah worked on a complex puzzle in the living room, a gift from his grandfather. "I'm home," Brian announced, putting his briefcase on the table. There was a contained energy in him, an anticipation no one could miss. "You have a strange look on your face," Karen said, wiping her hands on her apron. "Did something happen?" "We can talk later," he replied, glancing at Emily happily licking a spoonful of cookie dough. "Kids, how about we go for ice cream after dinner to celebrate Friday?" The proposal was met with enthusiasm. Even Noah, who was more conscious of his pre-teen image these days, couldn't hide his smile. Dinner was lively, with Noah talking about the book he was reading and Emily sharing, in her succinct way, what she'd learned in class that day. Brian watched it all with a mixture of joy and something else, a quiet certainty, as if he had finally found his path after a long time lost. The local ice cream parlor was almost empty at that hour. They chose a table by the window and placed their orders. Emily, still discovering new flavors, spent several minutes deciding between strawberry and chocolate, finally settling on both. "Is it good?" Brian asked, watching her savor every spoonful like a treasure. She nodded, a chocolate mustache forming above her lip. "Very," she answered, her eyes shining. Noah ate his mint chocolate chip in silence, but there was a relaxed expression on his face that was becoming more common. Occasionally, he exchanged knowing glances with Emily, as if they shared a secret. When they finished, Brian suggested a short walk in the adjacent park. The evening air was cool but pleasant, and the path lined with old-fashioned lampposts gave the place a magical atmosphere. Noah walked slowly, using his cane but with firm steps. Emily stayed beside him, naturally matching his pace. They stopped at a wooden bench near a small lake. The moonlight reflected on the water, creating a second, shimmering moon. "I have something important to talk to you about," Brian said, more serious now. "Especially you, Emily." The girl looked up at him, her big eyes fixed on his face. "You know you've been living with us under a temporary arrangement," he continued. "Mrs. Roberts explained that to you?" Emily nodded slowly, something in her gaze shifting, a slight fear maybe, or apprehension. "Temporary guardianship lasts 6 months," Brian went on. "After that, it has to be renewed, or—" He hesitated, searching for the right words. "Or I have to leave," Emily finished, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. "No," Brian quickly corrected. "Not if that's not what we want." Noah leaned closer to Emily, as though trying to protect her just by being near. "Today I was with my lawyer," Brian explained. "We talked about something very important." He took a deep breath, looking kindly at Emily. "We're starting the adoption process." A hush fell over the small group. Emily stared at Brian as if she didn't fully understand what she'd just heard. "Adoption?" she echoed. "Yes," Brian said, a smile forming on his lips. "That means that, if everything goes well, you won't just be a guest or a child in temporary care. You'd be legally part of our family. Forever." Emily's eyes went wide, tears filling them until they overflowed, rolling silently down her cheeks. Her lower lip trembled. "Really?" she asked, her voice breaking with emotion. "I won't have to leave." Brian felt his heart squeeze at the vulnerability in that question. How many times had she been forced to move on? How many times had she lost everything? "Really?" he confirmed, his own voice now unsteady. "If you want that, of course." Emily didn't answer with words. Instead, She flung herself into Brian's arms, sobbing into his chest, deep, wrenching sobs that seemed to come from a place within her that had never been fully expressed before. Noah watched, his own eyes brimming with tears. Then, with effort, he stood from his cane and moved closer, placing a hesitant hand on Emily's shoulder. "We'll be a real family," he said, his voice overflowing with joy. "You, me, and Dad." Emily lifted her tear-stained face from Brian's chest, looking at Noah through her tears. She reached out and pulled him into the hug. The three of them stayed that way for a long moment, a newly formed family, united not by blood but by something just as strong: love, choice, and the desire to belong. Winter was approaching, bringing shorter days and grey skies, but inside the Mitchell house, it felt like springtime. Since the talk in the park 3 weeks earlier, when Brian announced the adoption process, a new energy filled the home. Emily hummed softly while drawing. Noah tackled his exercises with renewed determination. Even Karen seemed lighter, as though the whole house were emerging from a long emotional winter. The adoption process was moving forward, despite the usual bureaucratic pace. Mrs. Roberts came weekly, bringing forms, doing interviews, gathering documents. Brian spent his evenings filling out paperwork and studying adoption laws. The final court date was scheduled for January down after the holidays. On a particularly cold November afternoon, Mark, the physical therapist, arrived for Noah's regular session. Lately, the focus was on walking without support. Noah could take a few steps alone, but still lacked confidence over longer distances. "Today we're going to try something different," Mark announced once the warm-ups were done. He moved the furniture aside, creating a clear path in the center of the living room. Brian and Karen watched from the doorway, as they usually did. Emily sat on the couch, a forgotten sketchbook on her lap, her eyes fixed on Noah. "I want you to walk from here to the other end of the room," Mark explained. "Without the cane this time." Noah looked at the open space ahead of him. It was about 15 feet, nothing before the accident, but now it looked like miles. His eyes widened, a mix of fear and challenge. "I don't know if I can," he murmured, biting his lower lip. "It's too far without support." "That's why we'll do it a bit differently today," Mark said encouragingly. He glanced at the couch. "Emily, could you help us?" The girl stood immediately, leaving her notebook aside. There was something about her posture, a readiness, a quiet certainty, that was striking, as though she already knew what Mark wanted before he said it. "What should I do?" she asked, her voice soft but firm. "I want you to stand at the other end of the room," Mark instructed. "Noah will walk toward you." Emily did as asked, moving to the far edge of the clear space. She stood there, small and determined, her gaze never leaving Noah's. The air between them seemed charged with something intangible, a silent communication that the adults could sense but not fully understand. "Now," Mark continued, "hold out your arms. Noah will focus on you and walk in your direction. When he's close enough, you'll grab his hands to help him finish." Noah looked apprehensive, but there was a glint of determination in his eyes that Brian hadn't seen since before the accident. He had walked distances like this before, but always with the cane and always with someone at his side, ready to catch him if he wobbled. "You can do it," Emily said simply, arms extended as Mark had directed. There was no doubt in her voice, just a calm certainty that seemed far older than her years. Noah took a deep breath. He used the cane to stand from the chair. Then, in a decisive move, he handed the cane to Mark. For a moment, he just stood there, swaying slightly like a young tree testing its strength against the wind. The first step was hesitant, his body tense, braced for a fall that didn't come. The second step was a bit firmer. By the third, his knees wobbled, but he stayed standing. "That's it," Mark encouraged. "Keep your eyes on Emily. One step at a time." Noah moved slowly, each step a small victory over fear, the trauma that had imprisoned his legs for so long. His face was tight with concentration, a fine layer of sweat forming on his forehead, despite the cold. From the doorway, Brian held his breath. Karen gripped his hand so tightly, her nails dug into his skin. The air in the room felt heavy with anticipation, as if everyone was suspended outside of time. Halfway across, Noah paused, his legs visibly shaking from the effort. For a moment, he seemed ready to give up, to return to the safety of the chair or the cane. Mark stepped forward, prepared to help if needed. But then Emily spoke. "Look at me, Noah," she said, her clear voice cutting through the tense silence. "You're almost there. Just a few more steps." There was something almost magical in the way her words seemed to calm the tremor in Noah's legs. He met her gaze, blue locked on brown, and something passed between them, a silent message no one else could fully grasp. Noah drew another deep breath and took another step, then another and another. Each step was slightly steadier than the last, as though he were relearning to trust his body with every inch gained. When he got within about 2 feet of Emily, his legs finally looked ready to give out, the sustained effort catching up with him. But Emily moved forward, holding out her hands exactly as Mark had shown her. Noah grabbed them, his fingers intertwining with hers like a lifeline in a stormy sea. For a moment, they stood like that, Noah and Emily, hand in hand in the middle of the living room, eyes locked on each other, as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist. Then Noah's face broke into a smile so radiant, so full of genuine joy, that it seemed to light up the entire room. It was the smile he had once worn, the smile Brian feared he might never see again. "I did it," Noah whispered, disbelief in his voice. "I really did it." It was as though a dam had burst. Brian felt tears roll down his cheeks before he realized he was crying. Beside him, Karen was sobbing openly, one hand covering her mouth. Even Mark, always so professional, had misty eyes. "I told you you could," Emily exclaimed, her own smile reflecting Noah's, her blue eyes shining with a mixture of joy and something that looked a lot like pride. Then Noah did something that surprised everyone. Still clutching Emily's hands, he took one more step forward and hugged her. It was an awkward embrace, his legs still unsteady, his balance fragile. But it was a hug, the first he had initiated since the accident. Emily hugged him back, her small arms around his waist, firm enough to help him keep his balance, gentle enough to show how much this moment meant to her, too. Brian approached, unable to just watch. He wrapped his arms around both children, tears flowing freely now. "I'm so proud of you," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. So proud." They stayed that way for a long moment, a small circle of love and triumph in the middle of the living room. Mark and Karen looked on in respectful silence, witnesses to a daily miracle, the kind that unfolds not with fanfare or heavenly lights, but with hesitant steps and intertwined hands. When they finally pulled apart, Noah was panting, his legs trembling from the sustained effort, but his eyes shone like newly lit stars. It wasn't just physical exhaustion. It was the emotional release of finally leaving behind a burden too heavy for him. "I think that's enough for today," Mark said, bringing over the cane. "You've exceeded all expectations, Noah." Noah accepted the cane, but he held it differently now, not as a permanent necessity, but as a temporary support, something that would soon be just a memory of harder times. "Next week," he said determinedly, glancing at Emily, "I'll walk around the entire block." Emily smiled, that serene, wise smile that seemed beyond her years. "I know you will," she said simply, and somehow no one in the room doubted her. That night, after the children went to bed, Brian remained in the dimly lit living room, gazing out the window at the stars that peeked through winter clouds. He thought about miracles, not the grand ones described in religious books, but the small ones that happen daily, when broken people begin to heal, when impossible steps are taken, when love emerges in the most unexpected places. He thought of Emily, that little star who had fallen into their lives on a stormy night, illuminating everything that had been dark. Somehow, this girl who had lost it all was helping them find what they thought was lost forever. And for the first time in a long while, Brian felt genuine hope for the future, not just for Noah, but for all of them. An unlikely family, bound not by blood but by something perhaps even stronger. The choice to walk together, one step at a time, holding each other's hands through storms and sunshine alike. Spring had arrived, bringing flowers, longer days, and a sense of renewal. At the Mitchell household, That feeling was even more intense. Noah was almost walking without his cane, except for longer distances. His doctors talked about a remarkable recovery, though there was still a road ahead. The adoption process continued its slow march through court dates, interviews, and endless paperwork. Brian navigated that bureaucratic sea with patience, knowing every form, every visit, every evaluation brought them closer to the final goal, making Emily an official part of the family. Emily was thriving. She had started attending regular classes at school since January, impressing her teachers with her intelligence and eagerness to learn. At home, she was more talkative, more expressive, though she retained that calm, steady aura she'd had since day one. One April afternoon, the phone call came. Brian was in the kitchen, getting dinner ready with Karen while the children worked on homework at the dining table. "Mr. Mitchell, this is Mrs. Roberts." The social worker's voice sounded different, lighter, almost excited. "Yes, Mrs. Roberts. Any news?" Brian tried to sound casual, but his heart sped up. Calls from her usually meant more documents, more requirements, more waiting. "I have very important updates," she said. "Actually, two. First, Emily's biological father has been located and taken into custody." Brian felt a chill run through him. Though he knew from Emily's stories the man was dangerous, the official confirmation was unsettling. "Arrested?" he repeated, lowering his voice so the children wouldn't hear. "Yes, for armed robbery and assault. The sentencing isn't final yet, but he'll be behind bars for quite a while." Brian processed the news, conflicting emotions roiling inside him, relief that the man no longer posed a threat to Emily, sadness for the harsh reality she'd faced, and a small, shameful sense of relief that this would likely help the adoption process. "And the second piece of news?" he asked. "The judge has finally approved the adoption process," Mrs. Roberts announced, clear satisfaction in her voice. With her biological father in prison and no other relatives found, she granted full adoption. "We only need one final hearing to formalize it, but that's basically a formality now." Brian felt his legs weaken. He leaned against the kitchen counter, momentarily unable to speak. "Mr. Mitchell, are you still there?" "Yes," he managed at last. "I'm just taking this in. This is amazing." "I know," Mrs. Roberts said gently. "In all my years as a social worker, I've rarely seen a case where a child fit so well into a new family. Emily needed you, and it seems you all needed her." After discussing a few practical details and scheduling the final court date for the following week, Brian hung up. Karen, who had overheard part of the conversation, looked at him expectantly. "It's official," he said, voice trembling with emotion. "Emily will be ours, legally." Karen let out a small cry of joy and hugged him. Brian returned the embrace, tears of happiness silently slipping down his cheeks. "We have to tell them," Karen said, stepping back. Brian nodded, wiping his eyes. They went to the dining room, where Noah and Emily were focused on their books. Noah was scribbling in a notebook, his tongue sticking out in concentration, while Emily read a hefty volume, her blue eyes darting across the pages with fascination. "Kids?" Brian called softly. "We have some news to share." Both looked up, curious. "I just spoke with Mrs. Roberts," he began, his voice catching slightly. "The adoption, it's been approved. Officially." For a moment, neither child moved. Time seemed to stand still in the bright, spring afternoon. "That means," Noah was first to speak, eyes wide. "It means Emily is now officially part of our family," Brian finished. "Forever." Emily sat very still, her huge eyes locked on Brian as if trying to confirm it was real. "Forever?" she finally asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Not just temporary?" "Forever," Brian repeated, kneeling so he was at eye level. "You're a Mitchell now. Officially." Slowly, Emily's face began to transform, like a dawn breaking. First a sparkle in her eyes, then a tremble in her lips, and finally a smile so bright it seemed to fill the entire room. Noah, who was getting more mobile by the day, stood up without help. He walked over to Emily, a little hesitant but steady, and did something unexpected. He knelt beside her and wrapped her in a tight hug. "Now you're really my sister," he said, his voice brimming with joy. Emily hugged him back, her thin arms holding his neck tightly. Brian and Karen joined them, forming a circle of interlaced arms and hearts. In that moment, something was made whole again in the Mitchell home. The circle broken by the accident and the loss of Rachel was mended, not the same as before, never that, but in a new, unexpected, and perfectly right way. Outside, the spring sun lit the garden where newly planted flowers were beginning to bloom. Inside, a newly formed family embraced, celebrating not just the formal end of a process, but the true beginning of a shared journey. A new home, a new family. For real. Saturday dawned perfectly, as if the very sky wanted to join in the celebration. An intense blue, not a single cloud, and a gentle warmth that caressed without burning. Brian opened the windows, letting the May breeze enter freely, carrying the scent of garden flowers. Karen had arrived early, arms filled with shopping bags. In the week since the adoption was finalized, she had been secretly planning a party. A celebration, she told Brian, not only for Emily's official adoption, but also for Noah's remarkable progress. 2 new beginnings, she said, arranging colorful treats on trays. Both deserve to be celebrated. The living room looked transformed. Colorful balloons floated near the ceiling, tied in clusters at varying heights. Paper streamers in shades of blue and green, Noah's favorite colors, and pink and yellow, Emily's favorites, formed arches on the walls. A handmade banner with large, bright letters proclaimed, "Celebrating New Beginnings." On the main table, a feast of sweet and savory snacks awaited every child's dreams. Cupcakes decorated with sugar stars, bright cookies, heart-shaped biscuits, fun-shaped mini sandwiches, and 2 cakes in the center, one small and round, covered in chocolate icing with Noah's name on it, and another square with white frosting and pink sugar flowers bearing Emily's name. "Maybe I overdid it?" Karen asked, obviously proud of her work. Brian looked around, a wave of gratitude so strong it nearly overwhelmed him. "It's perfect," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Absolutely perfect." At 2 o'clock sharp, the doorbell began to ring. The guests arrived. Mark, the therapist who had helped Noah so much, Mrs. Roberts, looking more relaxed and smiling now that she wasn't on an official visit. A few of Brian's colleagues, 2 of Noah's school friends he hadn't seen since before the accident, and Emily's teacher, charmed by the quiet but bright girl. The children were upstairs getting ready. Brian had bought new outfits for both, a light blue dress with small embroidered flowers for Emily, and a shirt and slacks for Noah, who insisted he look nice, as he put it. When they finally came down, there was a moment of admiring silence. Emily, normally so reserved, glowed in her new dress, her hair adorned with a small flowered headband. Noah followed her, leaning slightly on his cane but with determination on his face and a smile that brightened his eyes. "Surprise!" everyone shouted when the kids entered the room. Emily's eyes widened at the sight of the decorations, the treats, the stack of gifts on a side table. Noah let out an exclamation of delight, moving faster to greet his friends, who were openly surprised to see him walking. The afternoon flowed in a series of perfect moments. Children playing in the garden, with Noah watching most of the time from his wheelchair, occasionally standing with help to take a few steps. Each one met with cheers and applause. Emily, initially shy around so many people, soon relaxed, especially after her teacher showed her a new book she'd brought as a gift. There were games and stories. The moment when Mrs. Roberts handed Brian a framed copy of the official adoption certificate, tears welling in his eyes. There was a spontaneous toast by Mark, lifting a cup of juice to 2 of the bravest kids he'd ever met. And there was laughter, so much laughter. The most precious sound to Brian, who for so long had lived in a house where laughter seemed forbidden. At cake-cutting time, Brian asked for quiet. The children stood behind their respective cakes, side by side, their faces lit by the small burning candles. "Today's not a typical birthday," Brian said, his voice clear despite the emotion. "It's a celebration of 2 new beginnings. Noah, who is taking his first steps again, facing every challenge with incredible courage, and Emily, who found a new home and family, but also gave us something precious in return. She helped us rediscover hope. The guests applauded. Noah, in a spontaneous gesture, put his arm around Emily's shoulders. She smiled that rare, luminous smile that transformed her solemn face completely. "Make a wish," Karen instructed. "Then we'll blow out the candles together." The children closed their eyes, their faces earnest with concentration. When they opened them, they shared a conspiratorial look. 1, 2, 3. Noah counted. Together, they blew out the candles, the tiny flames snuffed amid applause and cheers. The party went on until dusk, with children and adults enjoying every moment. When the last guest said goodbye, the house was a happy mess of gift wrap, deflated balloons and crumbs of cake. Emily and Noah, exhausted but radiant, fell asleep early, each in their own room but with doors open, a habit they'd developed as if to make sure the other was always close by. 2 new beginnings, Brian murmured to himself, tucking Emily in with a light blanket and adjusting Noah's pillow. And one for all of us. A year had passed, a year of small and large victories, of challenges overcome, of a family growing stronger day by day. The calendar now read late spring, almost summer. The city park was at its peak, lush trees, vivid flowers, a calm lake where ducks glided lazily. Brian spread a checkered blanket on the soft grass, choosing a spot with partial shade, perfect for a family picnic. From the wicker basket Karen had prepared before leaving to visit her sister, he pulled out sandwiches, tuin, fruit, homemade cookies, and a bottle of juice. "Dad, look!" Emily's excited voice came from across the field. She was on the swings, her now longer fair hair flying in the breeze as she pumped higher and higher. "I'm almost touching the sky," Brian grinned, watching the girl who, just a year ago, barely spoke above a whisper. Emily still retained some of that calm maturity she'd had from the start, but now she also radiated a spontaneous joy, a lightness only children who feel truly safe can show. "Be careful not to really fly away," he called back, feigning concern. Emily laughed, that clear sound still making Brian's heart clench with gratitude. Beside him, Noah walked slowly across the grass, his steps still a bit tentative but strong. He no longer used a cane for short distances, though he kept it handy for longer walks. "She's not scared of anything," Noah commented, watching his sister soar higher. "I think she's had enough fear for a lifetime," Brian replied, draping an arm around his son's shoulders. "Same as you." Noah smiled, leaning slightly into his father. At 13, he was showing signs of adolescence, a taller frame, a voice that occasionally cracked, a bit of awkwardness about public affection. But today, on this perfect sunny day, he seemed relaxed, content to just be a boy enjoying a family picnic. "Emily, Noah." "Time to eat," Brian called, finishing the picnic setup. Emily jumped off the swing with a graceful leap and dashed over. Noah followed at his own pace, steady but cautious. Reaching the blanket, he sat with a satisfied sigh, stretching his legs. "Tired?" Brian asked. "A little," Noah admitted. "But it's that good kind of tired, the one that means I'm getting stronger." Brian nodded understandingly. Noah's therapy sessions had tapered to once a week, and he was attending school full-time now. His friends had adapted to his new reality, and though he couldn't play soccer as before, he'd discovered other interests: chess, photography, and recently swimming, which the doctor recommended to strengthen muscles without impact. "Can I take a picture of you guys?" Noah asked, picking up the camera he'd received on his last birthday. Photography had become a passion for him, a way to document his new life and capture the beauty and joy he'd once thought he'd never feel again. Brian and Emily drew closer, smiles at the ready. The click of the camera froze the moment. Emily with cookie crumbs at the corner of her mouth, Brian's arm around her shoulders, sunlight forming a golden halo around them. "Now it's your turn," Brian said, taking the camera from Noah. The siblings posed side by side. Noah draped an arm across Emily's shoulders. She rested her head against his. There was a harmony between them that surpassed words, a bond Brian watched every day with wonder. "Say family," Brian prompted. "Family," they chimed in unison, grins lighting up the frame. The picnic continued in a comfortable mix of conversation and companionable silence. Emily talked about her school project on stars, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. Noah showed off recent photos, including a striking shot of the sunset from his bedroom window. After they ate, Noah lay down on the blanket, gazing at the occasional clouds drifting across the blue sky. "That one looks like a dragon," he said, pointing. Emily joined in, lying next to him. "And that one looks like a ship," she added, "like in the pirate stories you tell me." Brian watched them, marveling at the simple depth of that moment, how life could change so drastically in such a short time. Some days he still woke up almost disbelieving the journey they'd taken, from the depths of grief to this bright day with his children laughing. The future no longer a dark horizon, but a path lit by possibility. "What are you thinking about, Dad?" Noah asked, noticing Brian's thoughtful expression. "About how lucky we are," Brian replied honestly. "How life can surprise us sometimes. Like when you found me that rainy night," Emily asked, her serious blue eyes suddenly profound. "Exactly," Brian said. "That night, I only meant to help a lost child in a storm. I never imagined I was finding a missing piece of our family." Emily smiled, still with that quiet wisdom in her gaze, but now blended with the sweetness of childhood. "I found you too," she said simply. The rest of the afternoon was a succession of small joys. Emily returned to the swings. Noah photographed butterflies landing on nearby flowers. Brian took it all in, storing each moment in his memory like a priceless treasure. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in orange and pink, they gathered their things and strolled back home. Emily skipped a few steps ahead, occasionally pausing to wait. Noah walked beside Brian, his pace careful but more confident each day. "You know," Noah said suddenly, his voice thoughtful, "I used to think our family was broken forever. After the accident, after Mom, I thought we'd never be happy again." Brian looked at his son, his chest tightening. "I felt that way too, Han, for a while," he admitted. "But we're not broken," Noah continued. "We're just different, and maybe even stronger in some ways." Brian stopped walking for a moment, gazing at the teenager beside him. When had his son grown so wise? "I think you're right," he finally said. Family isn't something rigid or fixed. It adapts, grows, changes. "And sometimes," Noah added, glancing at Emily, who had come back to hold his hand, "it shows up in the most unexpected moments." Together, the three continued toward home, their footsteps at different rhythms but perfectly in sync in their own way. The setting sun cast long shadows before them, three silhouettes, hand in hand forming a new constellation. The journey hadn't been easy. There would still be challenges, hard days, painful memories that sometimes resurfaced. But in that moment, walking under a sky gradually filling with stars, Brian knew deep in his heart that they would be all right. Because family isn't always about blood. Sometimes it forms in the most unlikely moment and lights everything up again. Spring was in full bloom, the days stretching toward early summer. Noah was nearly walking without the cane, using it only on rough terrain or longer walks. Emily was thriving in school and had made new friends. Karen was practically family, enjoying the lively household that had once been so quiet. And Brian found himself waking each morning with a sense of gratitude he'd never known before. Life was not perfect. There were still echoes of the past, fleeting moments when sadness threatened to darken the horizon. But the house that once felt haunted by absence was now filled with shared laughter, small triumphs and quiet hope. Each day was another step forward, together, toward a future none of them had dared to dream of before that night in the rain. Before Emily walked into their lives and changed them forever. If this story touched your heart, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next ones. Leave a like because it helps this story get recommended to more people. See you in the next story.